smoother phone next time.
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper,
Huh?
this is from the guest upstairs.
Huh?
My, I'm rich.
He said it was a repayment.
Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on, we're just playing around. Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run! If only I had an opening here, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secret after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden?
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers Awaken, a call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground, and they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
Welcome everybody to the Honor of Kings Malaysia King League Spring Season 2025 Week 5 Day 2. We are getting all the way through into the regular season, almost at the end, and I am back on the broadcast. I am Blam, and with me is Sagi. How are we feeling today, dude?
Ooh, another day of MKL, another day of epic showdowns, Blam. So far we've seen teams falter, we've seen teams rose up to the challenge. And so far, MKL has been a blast. Week after week, we see showdowns, we see grudge matches, we see revenge matches. And so far, it's been a really pleasant experience.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been keeping like a close eye on it because obviously I've not always been very present on the broadcast desk, but definitely going to be a little bit different of a flavor for the Malaysian King League as well, right? I mean, today we were already discussing before the stream that like there is kind of certain kind of shake-ins that can happen today that may knock a few teams off actually even being able to qualify, right?
Yeah, definitely. If we do look at the standings, which we will be going to later, teams such as Seoul Esports or Toda, if they still lose one more game, that's going to be over for their playoff hopes. And on the side of other teams, it's really just, you know, getting that feel, getting that groove into the playoffs, right, Blam?
Absolutely. And then we're going to check into the standings for you guys. So those at home can have a little bit more of a feel of what is actually going on with the MKL thus far. But to no one's surprise, obviously we are having the Nova Esports, the Season 3 champions, at the top of the board so far with a 9-1. Then it's Black Shrew Esports, AG Global, DTE Gaming at 4th. 5th is O2 Esports, 6th Team Secret, and then Todak and Seoul Esports at 7th and 8th place. And for those at home that don't quite sure how the format works, obviously it's going to be the top 6 teams that go through to our playoffs.
Yeah, top 6 teams indeed, and looking at the 7th and 8th place, they do seem to be struggling, and if they lose 1 or 2 more matches, it's gonna be the end of their playoff journey in the MKL Spring Season 2025. So, realistically speaking, it's gonna be every match counts for the side of Toda and Seoul Esports. Every match will matter, and it will really contribute to their hopes and dreams towards the playoff.
Exactly right, but we're going to be looking at today's schedule as well. We definitely have some bangers today as well, right? Like we are going to be starting off with none other than Seoul Esports going up against AG Global, then BSE against DTE, looking for a potential revenge 2-0, right? And then Todak going against Team Secret to finish off the day.
Oh, definitely another banger of a day with Seoul Esports and Toda fighting for their lives, fighting for their hopes and dreams in the MKL playoffs, right? So, for those who don't know at home, Seoul Esports and Toda, if they lose one more, as we mentioned, they will be out of the contention for playoffs. And for all these other teams, AG, BSE, DTE, Team Secret, we want to put more focus on Team Secret, right? They have been slumping, they have been having like gigantic leads in the early to mid game, but they seem to falter into the late game. So this is the time, this is the pace where they want to slowly claw back, slowly gain back the momentum when it's closing to the playoffs, right, Vlad?
Exactly. This is where you want to kind of pick up your game and kind of basically just finish it off and round it out, because as they go into the playoffs, they will potentially be in the play-in stage, because there's only going to be the top 2 teams that get into the actual playoffs, and then we have the play-in stage for the other 4 teams that be qualifying. But we're going to be looking at this game going into this one, obviously Seoul Esports, but all these players are going to be playing on the Real Me 14 series. So gaming, pick Real Me 14 series. It has the 5G feature segment, its best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, empowers players to enjoy 120 FPS in Honor of Kings, promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. Gaming, pick Real Me 14 series.
Just with that spec alone, I think I'll be grabbing myself a Realme 14 series later on. Definitely an interesting phone, and definitely a decked out phone in terms of the specifications, right? So aside from Realme, right, there's also something interesting I want to share. It's definitely our playoffs venue that's going to be happening 6 to 8 June at Sunway Pyramid, lower ground 2 at the Blue Concourse. For those who don't know, please check out below right here, where we'll be having the epic showdown, the finale, everything. From week 1 to week 6, it will conclude at Sunway Pyramid, lower ground 2, Blue Concourse. So definitely don't miss it out. And if you're nearby, please make your time and head your way there.
Yeah, if you want Blam there, I mean, we could throw a GoFundMe. I don't mind getting on the jet and coming to Malaysia for the first time, you know, go and watch some Honor of King Esports, but I can dream, right? A British boy can dream. But yeah, if you are locally, definitely go and check it out, because, I mean, this is going to be when we see, like, the top 6 teams, top 4 teams as well, go head-to-head in the playoffs, and then that's where we kind of see them cementing their place for KWC later on in the year as well, right? Like, top 3 spots of this whole league are going to be going into KWC, but let's check out those teams that are playing now.
So definitely for the first series, we are featuring 2 teams. Seoul Esports, we're featuring Junyong in the roam, SE Frost in the Clash lane, Gui, their main carry, the jungler, D-Boy in the jungle, Ricky in the mid lane, and JK as their farm lane here.
Yes, and then over on AG, we have Saber, Yulong, JD, PHY, and Dolhen up into the Clash lane as well. I mean, these are going to be familiar faces for those that have been tuning in over the last 5 weeks, and more likely going to be one of your favorite teams, right? Like AG are currently 3rd within the overall standings, whereas Seoul Esports are more towards the unfortunate bottom part of the whole of the league so far. But speaking of these 2 teams, let's look a little bit at this head-to-head, Sagi.
So if we do look at the head-to-head right here, Blad, we are featuring the farm lane, both of the marksman player of both teams. So Esports, we have JK, AG with JD. But in terms of their head-to-head stats, it's definitely more favorite towards JD. But stats doesn't mean everything. We do believe in stories of the underdogs, the dark horses. So maybe today, Seoul Esports, they woke up good, they woke up fresh. Maybe they can bring a reverse sweep situation or an underdog story coming into this series.
Yeah, I mean, we got JK against JD. One could stand for just kidding, and the other one is for just do it. I mean, look at the difference, right? Like 5.5 KDA average, more goal per minute, more average kills, and then kill participation is pretty much even Stevens, right? So there is kind of like little bits of leeway and similarities between these players, even though there seems to be a little bit of a difference between where their teams are situated currently within the standings.
Of course, but standings does mean standings, so JD definitely has the competitive edge over in today's series. So I would want to see how JK challenges JD, which has been performing consistently in the farm lane, making sure that he's always the person consistently providing the late game, the mid game on Direnjie, on Lady Sun, on these amazing picks that he's brought up so far, and he's rocking the MVP charts so far as well. And if you do see that, on the right side, top right here, we see Seoul Esports picks the blue side and AG picks the red side.
Yeah, so going for the priority blue onto the side of Seoul Esports, it's going to be interesting to see where they're going to start to sort of lock in their core picks into that beginning part of the draft. And then over to obviously AG, that's their turn to kind of look for the counter picks already for their first locked in pick, right? So we've been seeing maybe in MKL as well, but in the other leagues, red side has been having a lot more favorability with a lot of the winning teams as well.
Oh, definitely. As far as I've seen so far, MKL stats does not have a favorable side. Although most teams, they do pick the blue sides, but it's actually a 50-50 win rate so far on both sides. It's really just a stale 50%. So if you do pick a side, probably the coaches has already prepared like a certain draft going to this series, or if you're red side, you are going to counter that specific first pick. Let's say the Mai Shiranui, for example, the Arlie, for example, Dia, for example, or even Zhangfei or Dharma. All these picks have been contributing to the MKL so far as the first pick, but recently, I do want to point out that more teams have been putting the focus onto the Luna, onto the Pei, all these assassin junglers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with the last day we covered, right? That I feel like Luna was banned very heavily within that day, and it seems to be like one of those big picks, so especially for the junglers within the MKL. There is certain jungler players that like to go for the more tankier sort of like focus into the side lanes rather than they be the showmaker. Those be the ones that's going to be kind of like getting the goal, like massive resources. They're kind of pulling it into those side lanes, and they're just going to be there to set up those side lanes for the victory. Whereas there is other junglers that definitely like to kind of prefer the Luna, the Pei, the Jing, those kind of like very flashy picks that are there to kind of try and overturn the tide of these team fights.
Yeah, talking about those picks, those three picks definitely remind me of a certain player in AG Global, and that's definitely AG Yulong. Definitely, if we see towards the AG Global playstyle, they love to favor the assassin picks, the fighter picks, the high agility mobile picks, such as the Lam, Jing, Luna, or Pei, those that you mentioned so far. We have seen AG's Global Yulong bring out these amazing picks so far throughout the season, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely more of his playstyle than like other junglers that we'll probably be seeing today, which is obviously like Musang King. He likes to go for, I mean, like the last time we saw him, he calmly dismantled his opposition with the likes of the Monkey, right? Like Monkey coming through, you don't think it's going to be a fearful pick. He's there to just basically soak up a lot of the enemy's damage, go in with those big crucial dream roams as well. But at the end of the day, it's all how you kind of convert it, which I suppose is one of the learning things for some of these teams as well, right? It's like, it's not all about the team fight. It's all about what you can kind of get from that team fight as well, right? Can you turn it into a turret? Can you turn it into an objective? Can you turn it into something greater than just 1 or 2 kills? But we're going to get into game 1 BP now. And obviously Seoul Esports banning out the Pei, and then AG Global giving respect to the Mai Shiranui ban once more.
And once more, Luna has been banned out once again in the draft. So all these picks, all these bans have been circulating around these two picks, and Mai Shiranui as well. All these high tempo, all these high agility picks has been banned out. So there is still the Arlie, there is still the Dia up for grabs for the side of Seoul Esports here as their first pick. On the side of AG Global, you probably would want to trade away the Dharma, the Mayin as your first pick. So Dharma has been locked out for the side of AG Global here, so we might see a Arlie into a Mayin swap, Arlie into a Zhangfei or a Mayin swap, right?
Yeah, I mean, Arlie's definitely on the board, right? If you'd be silly to let the side of AG Global get that Arlie, because again, JD would be very good on this pick. It's a very great early game pick. But now we're already seeing that AG Global are going to go for the Byron here, which again is always a great way to try and lock down the Arlie as well as the Jing. So we're already seeing some Jing in game 1. So already a little bit of difference here. Yulong is here to be like, hey, I want my comfort pick come through. I want to be the star of this team.
Star of the team indeed for the side of AG Global here, focusing on their philosophy of jungle carry, jungle core. So they once again show us that they favor this playstyle, and Seoul Esports, they lock in the Monkey, they lock in the Dia. Extremely strong side lane here coming from Seoul Esports here, utilizing the Arlie and Dia combo. Definitely if we see Arlie farm towards the 4th minute mark, get the Doomsday, get the Crimson Golem, she's definitely going to be bullying this Byron in the side lane, right? For the side of Monkey, definitely just putting this pick as a tank, as a damage dealer into the mid game, and making sure that Seoul Esports JK piloting this Arlie gets to play towards the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, to go for lock into the Motsu here. Again, Motsu generally comes through when the Ali is there, or even the Diadea, because you don't have to kind of get that close and personal with the Diadea. You can use the Cannon Blast to kind of shut it down from a very long distance, and then that's where you can kind of set up for the ganks for the likes of Yulong, the likes of Dohan on the Byron as well. But looking at the picks for the bans, for the side of AG Global, they're looking to focus up into the Clash lane. They take out the Mayin as well as the Charlotte. So again, 2 good picks into the Clash lane, taking up the side of Seoul Esports.
Sides here really targeting those picks that have not been finalized here on both sides' draft. Seoul Esports here banning out the notoriously known early counter, which is the DRNG, maybe slotting in a Lady Sun as well, or maybe slotting in one more Hoi as well. But on the side of AG Global here, banning out all these Clash lane picks, right? You have the Mayin, you have the Charlotte, all these very strong side lanes, all these very strong high DPS heroes, right? So definitely an interesting ban coming up from both sides, and otherwise known as the best mid lane blind pick here, we have Yi Xing locked in for the side of PHY.
Yeah, I mean, just gives more control up to the side of AG Global, right? I mean, he has the world is my board. It's going to make it a little bit more sort of like an easier playing field for both Dohan and Yulong to dive in onto as well. And trying to just kind of group up the side of Seoul Esports to kind of turn over the team fights and make it a little bit more of an even playing ground for the side of AG Global. Obviously, Yi Xing, we know that his passive stacks, so as he scales into the latter parts of the game, he's going to get even more powerful using those taken liberties as well. He's going to do a lot of damage. But over to the side of Seoul Esports, they definitely need some more kind of lockdown, maybe in the mid lane here, potentially. We're going to look at going for the Hue-1. So there we go, some more sustainability coming through for the side of Seoul Esports is really going to benefit and complement the Monkey here.
Double healing on the side of Seoul Esports here, piloting the Diadea, piloting the Yu-Huan, getting so much healing. The value of healing will be very good when it's a long-term fight, long-scale fight. But also have AG Global here, they're definitely looking to pilot into a Channel pick. And Channel, we know so far it's a decent counter towards the early. Channel can fight off early into the mid game, but the only weakness about Channel, just like any marksman, he doesn't have any mobility spells. And from time to time again, we've seen it do so great into the mid game. But one engage coming outside from Seoul Esports here, maybe it be the Dream Roam, maybe the stun from Liu Bang or Yu Huan, it immediately counters it. But so far, AG Global recognizes that fact and they lock in the safe pick, which is the Long.
Yeah, I mean, the Chano countering the Ali is a great kind of point, but the fact that they've got to try and like overcome the CC from the Diadea, the Hue-1, the Monkey, and even that, like Liu Bang, you know for a fact he's going to be using those battlefield commands on top of the Monkey with that Dream Roll into the backline just to try and take out the Chano there. So going for the Lung here gives you a little bit of a get out of jail card, especially with his ultimate, the Infinite Fastness as well.
I just want to point out like both teams drop here, Blam. So Seoul Esports here, you are kind of protecting the president here, right? You have the soul damage output on JK, which is the early pick. Yeah. But yet again, Liu Bang does, after so far we've seen, he does buy full magic damage. He provides these big shields. When he lands with the battlefield combat, he immediately bursts the enemy here. Yeah. So on the side of AG Global, here you have the double carry comp, which is Yulong onto the Jing and JD onto the Long. So both teams here, they play the similar style, but in terms of the overall team comp, the tankiness is definitely over the side of Seoul Esports here, a very well-rounded team composition.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the tankier side definitely falls onto Seoul Esports, right? I mean, you can even, like, guys in the Hue-1 as well, right? Obviously, having the Unending Sorrow means they can bait a lot of the skills on the side of AG Global as well. Then also give out mass healing and CC. It's a very hard pick sometimes to actually counter, but we're already seeing mass rotations into the bottom side of the map as well. It looks like JK is potentially falling here. Burst Blood going over to the side of AG Global. And they pick up another one. Saber going down. No, Yu Young, sorry, going down.
PHY here with the roam onto the farm lane, utilizing his passive, utilizing the fact that he has the fastest shot potential with the Liberty, right? And immediately, a lot of engage coming in from the side of Seoul Esports here.
They're not looking too happy about that, right? They want to kind of say like, hey guys, yeah, we saw you get the 2 kills, but we're just going to let you know that you can't keep poking the bear.
Cannot keep poking the bear, but instead, Saber landing 2 Cannon Blasts, forcing a flash from Ricky, forcing 2 kills on the side of Seoul Esports here. So definitely, AG Global, first minute into the game, landing already a good head start towards the series.
It's definitely the start they needed, right? I mean, JD getting both those kills would have been huge, but hey, it's 2 kills overall, and if you look at the kind of global gold lead as well, you're already looking at around about, what, 900 gold K at this point now, which is going to be very nice, very good potential of snowballing here for the side of AG in the early game. I mean, we're not even 2 minutes in, right? And we're already kind of seeing that kind of divide within the global lead. But if we look over to the side of Seoul Esports, they're definitely trying to play a little bit more coy up into the top side of the map as well, right?
Well, top side is the only side right now that they can really prioritize something from, because Seoul Esports here, their bottom side, which was supposed to win, has already faltered. So lots of pressure coming in for the side of Seoul Esports. Farm lane, we can only bank for the fact that Seoul Esports can manage to really solidify their spot into the mid game, but Ricky here might be getting caught.
Yeah, Ricky coming in here. He's going for the rotation with the Battlefield Command. So Frost actually, they committed only the one ultimate, which is the Battlefield Command there.
The Jingo
Quite use it, but yes, Jing into the enemy jungle, takes down Frost and punishes him from leaving that clash lane. So that's already the third kill going up to the side of AG Global, which was a huge rotation there from Yulong. And Dowhead is just like, hey, I'm just gonna create some minions, let them crash into the clash lane and kind of just go back and take this side of the minion creep here as well.
This is going to be a bit of a worry for South Seoul Esports here. Both side lanes have faltered in the early game, right? Frost making that roam towards the boss side. Yes, he forced out the infinite Vastus from JD, making sure that your farm lane takes lesser time, and only 3 minutes in, Seoul Esports has already passed the Crimson buff to the JK, so pretty interesting so far.
Yeah, I think it makes sense though, right? But if we look at this replay here, though, that Frost was a little bit kind of like a fish out of water in his own jungle, which at this point in the game is not kind of a safe statement to be making, right? If you are Seoul Esports, like if you're not safe before 4 minutes, how are you going to be safe after the Tyrant spawns and you getting like increased damage over to the side of AG Global if they're able to successfully get this huge objective in 22 seconds?
I agree as well, but looking so far, AG's Global Mozi pick has definitely put in the value. Saber has shown from most of these plays, Cannon Blast after Cannon Blast, doing these pokes, doing these crucial engages on the side of Seoul Esports here, making sure that he lands the mark for his team, getting these priority right.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, I do like the fact that AG Global, like we were saying in the draft, right, that Jing's going to be taking the priority of obviously the resources and stuff like that. But the fact they've had such great presence into the side lane, it's kind of like Seoul Esports has totally forgotten that Yulong is on the Jing. So when it comes out, it's huge, and it's even more huge as they get this power spike temporarily from this Tyrant.
Tyrant secure 4 minutes in for the side of AG Global. Definitely not something you want to see, especially you have a tank jungler on the side of SE, you have Arlie on the side of SE, both winning matchups, but one is my board being cast on bot side, and there's a small skirmish happening on bot side.
Yeah, but they use the Destiny counter to actually get the Infinite Bastards off there, but we can see Yulong with a bit of a gank potentially going through here as well. Backing with it for the Bastards, very aggressive onto the side. It's thinking inside a box that locks down the Diadea. John Young looking pretty low. That is going to be a 3-2 trade for AG Global for now.
Double kill.
Blinking Hellfast on the side of AG Global here, but Yulong proving from yet again why he deserves all these Jing picks. That mirror domain, that passive usage was top notch coming aside from Yulong. He was tanking so much turret damage, but still making sure that he's coming out alive out of that. Tanking so much damage, doing so much damage, a perfect Jing play coming in from that bottom play.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, the fact that, okay, go ahead, going straight in here. He did see that the launch pad was being committed onto the side of Seoul Esports. He's just trying to punish them to be like, hey guys, you can kind of see the indicator when you use it. Be careful as they take this Spike Tail Beast as well. Obviously, get a little bit more resources going up the side of AG. Dowhead with the Force Strike come through as well. There's a lot of CC onto the Huon. She uses the Unending Sorrow. Is it going to be enough to get her out of there? Ricky is looking pretty low. He gets out of a sticky situation, but JK may not, on the other hand, is going to be Yulong picking up JK this time around on the side of AG Global.
That's what I'm talking about, Blam. Saber on this Mozu, landing Cannon Blast after Cannon Blast, making sure that he marks places that has been marked by SE, forcing out the Unending Sorrow, forcing JK out of position and faltering to the hands of AG Global here. Yeah, this single pick from Saber, wow!
Yeah, very good. But to me, I feel like the struggle is here for AG Global. Is yes, to get the kills. I mean, okay, there we see is Boy gets the kill onto Dohan there, so a bit of an overstep from the side of AG Global. But they haven't transitioned this into any turret takedowns, right? I mean, we're getting to that 6-minute mark. They were able to get a 3-2 trade to the bot side, but still not able to take that T1 as well. So this is kind of to the detriment and to the due diligence of Seoul Esports playing very well with the minion waves.
This I would love to explain as well. Knowing for the fact that AG Global has a better late game, so this game state is very comfortable for the side of AG Global here, right? Yeah. You pick the Arlie, you pick the Battlefield Command, you pick the Liu Bang, right? But you cannot generate into an early gold lead. You cannot generate into an early tower as you mentioned, right? So things are getting a bit tough for the side of Seoul Esports here. Your Arlie 0-3, you only gotten not 2 items, but only like half of an item here. So definitely things are getting more alarmed for the side of Seoul Esports. So you gotta pick up the pace, make more early game plays, use the numbers difference, right? Frost
Yeah.
being able to immediately assist the side lanes, right? So you definitely have to find some way to break out a lead here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, potentially Yulong here just trying to clear off the minion waves, get a bit more presence into the mid side of the map. But if you look at right now, as you were saying to that point there, Sagi, is the fact that Arlie's only got the Doomsday at about 7 minutes in is already kind of trailing behind where she needs to be. So you can already see here that they're trying to get some resources away from the side of AG Global right now. With Yulong into the back line here, Frost is taking all that damage. The Cannon Blast does come through. They aren't able to get the kill onto the Lubang just yet, but take the T2 into the farm lane. They are definitely listening to the broadcast right now. They needed that presence into that side lane.
Presence committed towards the side lane, but Seoul Esports commits a trade onto the top side here. Cannon Blast lands on 2.
Oh, Wolves by board into the Cannon Blast here. It's going to be a way to get its lockdown, the Monkey, but it was also PHY with the passive of the Yixing that's going to keep him alive. Frost gets taken down there thanks to Yulong. The burst coming through is strong, but into the backline. John Young was not having any of that, but it is going to be overall a 3-2 trade for AG Global. But look at Daohan. He was able to, his Clash lane's completely gone. He had to go back and defend.
Waves are definitely a bit tough on both sides. You have the top side being an empty lane for the side of AG Global. Bottom side farm lane, so Esports have an empty lane as well. But going through that fight, 5-10 right now onto the scoreline, but the lead is still very close for both teams right now, Blam.
Yeah, in terms of the gold resources, absolutely. I mean, definitely, I think it's good for the side of Seoul Esports that they're able to kind of replicate that damage that AG Global did down to the bot side of the map into that top side, kind of transitions a little bit of a balance of the pressure from both of these teams into these side lanes, right? Like, we know that they have the priority up in the Clash, whereas AG, there's going to be a lot of focus into that farm lane, but there's also needing to be a little bit of farm tendon from the side of AG Global right up to the top side. Like, you can already see right now that JD is having to kind of just clear out these waves, but it is going to be a bit of resources that goes over to JD, which he kind of needs right now.
JD is definitely having a field day right now, almost going to the third item, which is the Starbreaker. Once he hits that Starbreaker, right, Goi is going to be melting like a popsicle real quick. So on the side of AG, right, you have so much burst. You have JD on the long, the Empower Flaming Pulse will instantly just melt down their Arlie. You load the Mirror Domain. So Arlie is definitely going to be in a picky situation right here where she cannot really tank up damage unless she goes for the Ominous Transmission. But fight breakthrough.
Oh no, Daohan's put in the thick of it right now. Into the back line is going to be John Young. He's not be able to catch anybody else with that bit of farewell for now, but it looks like they do commit the Waterman board as well as the Mirror Domain, but it is going to be Frost getting killed onto PHY. The think inside the box was committed a little bit too late for the side of AG Global. It does mean it's a bit of a takedown, but Seoul Esports with that fresh takedown of the farm lane, they're looking to take that high ground turret as well. This is the turnaround that they needed.
Wow, what a turnaround from the side of Seoul Esports here. Immediately getting the bottom inhibitor, the tier 3, converting that into a Shadow Tyrant here. This is definitely an insane tempo. This is what we want to see from South Seoul Esports here. They drop these comp. They drop this immediate team comp where they have the tank. They have the immediate assistance coming from the Battlefield command from Frost Liubang here. So they're converting this into a very healthy lead, and JK, suffering from the early game, has come back with this fight.
Yeah, I mean, to the side lanes is exactly what kind of helped him, right? Like, he was able to push the Clash lane, he pushed the T2, and then rejoin the team fight. So honestly, Seoul Esports, they're definitely playing this one a little bit better into the mid game. Like, early game was not their greatest sign, but right now, they're definitely looking like they're on the stronger foot.
Yeah, so far we've seen this is the thing that we mentioned during the draft and during the pre-game, right? Yeah. AG, yes, you have a lot of damage, but realistically speaking, who is going to be your engage? Daohan, you rely so much on the Storm Strike into the flash knockout, right? But it's so hard to land on Arlie here. And for the side of Yulong, you can't be the one engaging here. There's so much burst coming inside of Frost, which he's not building of only just full tank, right? He has the damage items, he has the burst. So realistically speaking, right, if Daohan or Saber doesn't land these Storm Strikes, doesn't land these Cannon Blasts, it's gonna be so hard for AG to realistically start the team fight here.
Yeah, and I mean, if you've been watching the team fight, you can see that Goi and the likes of Ricky have kind of been forcing themselves into the front line just to kind of take the hit, right? So then it means that the rest of them aren't going to get locked down. I mean, we've been seeing a good performance here from John Young as well, especially into the back line and just kind of suppressing to the side of AG Global, especially the likes of the Jing and the Yixing as well. So it's been overall, Seoul Esports, even though like the bottom of the board right now, they're definitely fighting for glory.
Fighting for glory and fighting for a shot to the playoffs here. So if they manage to clutch this series out, they can really solidify themselves and still make sure that their playoff hopes are alive. And so far speaking, right, engages are not so good coming from AG Global here. They don't have the initiative, even though they have the lead. But fight comes through top side.
Yep, exactly. We got Monkey here soaking a lot of the damage, and then the Infinite Blast has been taken up as well.
JK!
One of the ultimates been taken down. JK looks pretty low. That's going to be a struggle for the side of Seoul Esports to come back now, and that is already a 2-0 trade. This was just the pop-off moment that AG Global needed as they get a double kill. We see John Young on the run. He's able to get back into the mid lane with Guai for now, but how long can he stay alive with Dohound on the side? He gets the takedown. That is a 4-0 trade. That is what AG needed. That's what the doctor prescribed.
The doctor prescribed something, and it's a win for AG Global on the top side of the fight. But they do have the waves to attend to the bottom side, which is the farm lane, and waves are crashing through into their crystal. But definitely, AG here, even though they were the one who got engaged on, but JD didn't fall first, and he used the Infinite Vast to get away safely. But aside of AG Global here, Yulong once again dancing with the mirror domain, making sure that he lands all these damages, soaks up all these damages with the damage reduction provided by mirror domain. And now, he proves to everyone that, hey, JD's not here, I'm still the second carry here. And immediately, he bursts down JK.
Oh yeah, I mean, JK got into the team fight, wasn't in it for long, but like we were saying, like, this is the whole new problem with the side of Seoul Esports team comp, right? Is that it's basically protect the president, which is, at this point, Ali, and right now, Frost maybe getting lost into the thick of it here. He doesn't have the battlefield man to get out of this sticky situation. He gets taken down. Frost, that's not somebody you want taken off the board right now. But speaking of boards, welcome World is my board onto the Gorge. As we can kind of see, they just did that to zone out to the side of Seoul Esports as AG are pushing this bot side of the map, forcing the recall from the side of Seoul Esports.
Is that game?
Yeah, they could have the game.
That the game.
They need to make sure, I mean,
comes
Seoul
in.
Esports, they need to just fight off this wave, right? They only have the Vanguard, and at this point, they have the immense minions, but Ricky goes down so far. Frost, JK as well, John Young. I feel like this is the Hail Mary for the side of AG Global. They need to wait for the Vanguard to come through, which is the only saving grace here of Seoul Esports for now.
30 seconds timers, and the Vanguard is marching through the bottom side. So, Frost, you're alone. I don't think you have enough damage to really clear out this Vanguard here. Vanguards are notoriously very tanky, and down with Bastion to stop him.
Yes, they both dive into the back line, just there to focus as they put the pressure onto the Crystal. It is going to be AG Global taking game one.
Taking game one, sending them an ace, proving the fact that, hey, you got the early game, you got the mid game, but hey, you're not as experienced in closing out games, and you faltered when it mattered. And JK on this early, definitely protect the president, but the president is kind of down right now. So definitely, we have to see how JK really fixes his gameplay here, because the team requires this president to really step up, really showcase his damage output, really showcase his really good early game, right? But AG knows for a fact that if this Arlie gets a perfect early game, we're gonna suffer in the mid game when he gets that Doomsday, when he gets that Crimson Golem, right? Yep. So AG playing towards the game plan, making sure that your Arlie doesn't get to farm safely. We gank your Arlie, we make sure you are gonna have a bad time. So definitely AG, performing great.
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing what we pointed out in the game as well, right? It was like, what, 6-7 minutes in, and it was only the Doomsday that had been built for the side of Seoul Esports. But then we saw their kind of transition, their playstyle. They then basically said, hey, JK, just go and focus the side lanes. We'll kind of focus the team fights, which we saw quite heavily. Guai constantly going up ahead 1v1 with a Daohan, and then that's where it kind of just all kind of burst into that mid lane. And at the same time, Seoul Esports was given the time to actually shine there. But when you're at a 0.64 KDA on the Arlie, it's not going to look great for you, as we saw towards the end there, especially going into past that 10-minute mark when the Shadow Variants and the neutral objectives come up. It's going to be very hard for somebody like JK on the Arlie to actually turn that negative kind of early game into a positive end game spin.
I agree, but I do want to give props as well to Seoul Esports here, although they have a not so great early game, right? Yep. But they really played very well towards the mid game. They got the tier 3 on the side of AG Global into the bottom side, immediately transitioned that into a 10-minute Shadow Tyrant, pushing their goal lead above on the side of AG Global here. So realistically speaking, right, it's just in terms of like the experience in team fights, the experience in macro play that they really lack right now.
Yeah, I think it all does actually pay due diligence to AG Global as well, right? The fact they had so much control onto their team as well with the Yixing as well as the Motsu, it kind of gave breathing room for Yulong and JD, both on the Jing and the Lung here, to kind of just like play very sort of not safely, but strategically. Like, we saw many a times that, like, JD was already using Infinite Vastness pretty much like, what, maybe two-thirds into a team fight, and then he would come back down. We'd see the Ultimate board being committed as well, so he knew exactly where he was going to land and where he needed to place that damage, because for the side of AG Global, PHY would just caught the Stranglers and caught the right targets within his ultimate.
Definitely the hidden MVP, the backbone on the side of AG Global here. PHY landing board after boards, landing liberties after liberties. Steam and Saber though, landing cannon blast after cannon blast, making sure that every catch mattered on the side of AG Global to claw their way back out of the deficit they suffered into the mid game, right, Blam? And let's check out the goal graph real quick. We mentioned, right, okay, early game, Seoul Esports didn't perform so well, losing out maybe 1 to 2,000 gold. Then the moment we hit the Shadow Tyrant, they immediately got like a 2-3k goal lead, but once again, experience and micro skills in team fights matters. So they suffered 2 losses, one on the team fight onto the red buff for the side of AG Global, and one on the side where Frost got caught out onto the bottom side, and immediately goal lead plummeted and it resulted into a win and a falter for AG Global.
I mean, we say they didn't have a great early game. I think we can kind of strip apart that statement a little bit more, right? The fact is they had a bad early game in terms of kills. But if you look at the kind of like, they didn't let the goal lead get too far ahead of AG Global, which meant that when they got to that 10-minute mark, they were able to turn it back around ever so slightly, which is why I feel like they were able to actually have that mid-game kind of like burst that they were able to actually achieve within this game one. But unfortunately, same sentiment holds true for AG Global, right? They didn't let the gold lead slip too much, and then they just kind of went on a downward spiral there and able to get up to around about a 7.2k lead overall.
Talking about leads, we definitely want to put a shout out towards the MVP of Game 1 between the series, and the MVP is given towards the side of PHY onto the Yixing. Just like we mentioned, he is the backbone, the hidden MVP, and right now, the MVP of Game 1 with the Yixing pick here, Blam.
Yeah, again, it just shows it doesn't have to all be about kills, right? Like the setup here, that 16 assist is definitely what was made AG PHY here MVP potential, right? Like he was just there to pick off and control the side of Seoul Esports, so able to lock them down, and then for the side of AG Yulong as well as JD to come through and just pick up the kills there, but still doing 22% of the overall damage is pretty good for a mid lane, right? And you expect anything less for a Yixing, which we're going to see in these highlights here.
Well, let's check out the highlights just as you mentioned. So let's see. This is the bot lane roam that we saw from PHY, right? It really set up the gold lead, the early game for a side of AG in the first minute of the game. And looking at these counterplay once again, you see, look at this Yulong here. He opened up the mirror domain, tanked up all the damage, and locked his HP at 10% and managed to get out alive while simultaneously doing so much damage here.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. The world's my board here. We'd see that, and then they just commit straight in. But into the back line, that's where we started to see John Young there just kind of to put the pressure onto the Dowhead. And this is where we honestly thought that Seoul Esports was going to have a bit of a comeback here, but it was just kind of these even trades across this game one that was just not enough for either team to get the team fight and then transition into something else.
And this was definitely a crucial fight right here. Keep your eyes on the side of the J, immediately jumping on JK, making sure he's out of position, and immediately Daohun follows it up and secures the kill on JK. Without their president, without their main damage source, all Seoul Esports could do was just run away and drop. And this was the final nail in the coffin. Frost got caught in the side lane. Immediately, all members of Seoul Esports had to back off from the side lane and the mid lane and transition into a team wipe. So definitely, Seoul Esports here lacking the experience to close out games or close out games with a lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just down to their draft, I feel like, at the end of the day, is the fact that when JK was taken out of those team fights, that was basically sayonara, right? Like, there was no damage over the side of Seoul Esports. I mean, the damage could come through from Frost, but most times out of 10, and Lu Bong's not going to kind of replicate and replace that same kind of damage as an early pick, right? At that point in time, you kind of just stuck with your front line. Like, there was no real damage coming through, so that's when AG knew that they're just, once they take down JK, that they've kind of already dismantled the side of Seoul Esports. But looking at this, they're already going to go and lock in the blue side once more for the side of Seoul Esports, so they're looking to maybe go for another prio blue pick, maybe potentially go for the Dolia this time, because again, a lot of the synergy that can come through for the Dolia, there's like a lot of potential there.
So definitely we have to see this draft, which is gonna be popping up right now. So, okay, draft is up. So right here, let's think about the draft real quick. So I think it's going to be a repeat of the first game draft, but there's no more Arlie, there's no more Diadia for the side of Seoul Esports here, so bans are definitely opened up for the side of AG Global here. So we talk about it, right? Arlie, you don't want it to give it to JD, but it means that you have to open up the Luna. Maybe Gui wants to pick up the Luna, but Luna gets countered by Arlie. So what is going with Seoul Esports draft? We definitely have to find out what is their priority bans or picks here.
Yeah, I mean, they could stick with the paying the Luna ban this time around again, like they did in the last game, because now that they know that Yu Long is not going to be able to pick up the Jing, that means that he's going to have to resort to something like the like a tankier, more jungle. But it looks like they're going to take out the Arlie here for AG Global so that JD does not get that prize pick. But out to the side of AG Global, I mean, from the side of what they've chosen right now, they could look at potentially taking the Lung off the table here for the side of Seoul Esports, or allow them to get it this time. But it's going to be the Luna for the side of AG Global being banned off here as well.
Smart ban coming from side AG Global here. Definitely when you look at the Arlie ban, you don't want JD to pick it, but JK already picked it for the side of Seoul Esports here. So banning out the Arlie sets up a Luna pick here, right? So right now, will Ricky pick up the Mai Shiranui here for South Seoul Esports? And out of all the bans, out of all the picks, we have Mai Shiranui, Dharma, and Mayin up for grabs right now. So what is your choice here, Seoul Esports? Are you going to lock in the Mai Shiranui that we've seen so far? But it's going to be the Dharma, the Playmaker, the Truth Mantra coming in for the side of Seoul Esports.
Oh yes, the Dharma coming through here into the side lane, but we're looking at a very frightful 2 counter picks here for the side of AG Global. Obviously, the Unbridled Outburst is going to be a way to kind of pick off the Dharma into those team fights. If he's going to try and sneak around Frost into there and get those Truth Mantras, you know you're going to be met by that Unbridled Outburst from Saber, right?
Saber, definitely. I do want to give props to this Roamer player. He has from time to time proven to us that he's capable of playing these utility supports, capable of playing these engage supports. Whatever support you give him, he's been performing up to the task. And right now, a bit of an alarming pick coming in from Seoul Esports here. Ladies, and traditionally speaking, if you were fighting at Zhangfei or Mai Shiranui, you're not gonna have a great time. Mai Shiranui and Zhangfei is gonna be nipping on this Lady Sun pick, and so far JK on the early last game has not been showing a really good performance here, so definitely something alarming for the side of Seoul Esports here.
Yeah, I think the Lian Po here is just kind of like a premeditated pick for the Ogryn to come through, because we all know the Ogryn, the Lian Po into the Ogryn is a pretty big counter, right? Obviously, huge Tremor Smash into the Ogryn is a big knock-up. That's a lot of chance for the side of Seoul Esports, especially if they're able to get the Lady Sun online with JK to do a lot of damage to the Ogryn before he uses the Conductor of Souls, right? So before he can get that HP regen that we know the side of AG Global can do and Ogryn has within his utility. But if we look over to the drafts here as well, banning out the Gudo, I feel like is a really good bet as well, because that's some big like AoE sustain for the side of Seoul Esports that they could have gone for. And the Yixing, I think that's just a kind of overall sort of like unspoken rule. Once you've picked it, just ban it out. You don't want the enemy team going for that one, especially how PHY played it in game 1.
Exactly, and Charlotte here being locked in the side of Dalhun, a very strong side lane that puts a lot of side lane pressure, pushing out waves, winning these 1v1 duels here. But I want to paint a picture for both teams on their first 3 picks here, right? On the side of Seoul Esports, you're pairing up a double engage here, Dharma on Frost, Junyong on Lian Po. Double engage here, wanting to catch out the likes of AG Global's marksman here, and most of the marksman pick has been banned out. That allows them to escape themselves from sticky situations here. On the side of AG Global, they want to repeat the same success as well. Mai Shiranui, Zhangfei, and Ogryn. It's a very high tempo early game draft where Ogryn is very strong in the early game with the execute on the jungle camps, and Zhangfei, you know, Zhangfei brings out the smite, and Mai Shiranui pushes way fast and rotates fast. So both teams, similar style, but Jing here being locked in for the side of Gui.
They're like, hey, let's go. Let's try and go for the Jing here. Again, a lot of burst damage. If you can get the early game lead for the Jing, if you can kind of outscale the Ogryn in the early game, that's going to be a lot of burst damage going over to this pick. So this is what we always see in the other leagues, is like when a team locks in a great sustained tanky pick like the Ogryn, they try and punish it in the early game. They try and do as much to kind of disrupt the flow of curing those resources into the jungle. But the Marco Polo here is a good pick towards the end as well, right? I mean, he has the roaming gun out there, right? So he's able to kind of dash out if he really wants to. Potentially going to be going for the cleanse here, because I mean, this is so much CC onto the side of Seoul Esports, right?
Definitely cleanse will be picked up here for the side of AG Global's JD here on the Marco Polo, but definitely laning will be tough for Marco Polo as Lady Smith's laning is very strong in the early game. But right now, a fight comes up based on mid.
Yeah, already just going tip for tap, right? I mean, this is typical AG. Everyone meets in mid, everyone just kind of gets a few trade-in blows here. But typically for the side of Seoul Esports, they put the Lady Sun into the mid lane. Again, looking to just try and convert to two mini waves into, well, one mini wave into two, right?
EHY here maneuvering around the pokes from JK, dodging everything and allowing Saber to smite away the River Strike in the mid lane. So, furthermore, you're allowing JD, the Marco Polo, a weak pick in the early game to farm safely. So that's not what you want to be doing, Seoul Esports here. JD, if he scales into the mid game, is going to be an insanely hard target for Seoul Esports to lock down.
Yeah, you kind of want to try and deny that Fire Beak as well away from the side of AG, because again, that's just going to be some more gold to the side of JD on the Marco Polo, which we know is going to be building those attack speed items first off to just make it a little bit more faster for him to proc his passive.
And JD as well. Look, the Marco Polo does not go for the Purify, does not go for the Cleanse. He went for the stun. The man is out here looking for blood, looking for these big plays with the favorite Barrage.
Yeah, he's definitely committed to a more aggressive playstyle, right? So we see that potentially maybe a build into the Frigid Charge, especially towards the latter part of the itemization for JD here. If it gets to that point for the side of AG Global, like realistically, are we going to be looking for a late game match, especially when JK is on the Lady Sun, right?
Yeah, definitely JD here. If he chooses to go for the stun, he definitely has to watch out for the chat as well. But stun goes in.
Oh, yep. Fever Barrage is going to be enough to take down JK. Oh, first blood once more got him to the side of AG Global. Not being able to land the skill, the trick shot from the Lady Jen.
He gets out and it's a single play here. He jumped into 3-man with the Fever Barrage, knowing for the fact that the only person who could cancel him was Junya on the Lianpo, and he wasn't there to protect the Lady Sun. So immediately, JD catches the opportunity and melts down JK while getting out alive.
Exactly. I mean, that's the problem with AG's JD, right? Like, they are able to sort of try and make means of these, try and get the best out of these situations that we saw there. Like you said, 3v1 going in, survives, gets out, gets a kill. That's like the perfect setup into the early part of the game for AG JD.
Definitely speaking right now, AG has the early game in the back right now. 2 minutes in, we see a 1k healthy goalie on the side of AG Global here. So, team fighting, right? Team fighting definitely both tests what it takes, and Frost drops here right to AG. So another falter here for Seoul Esports here definitely puts up more pressure for them to actually claw themselves back into this game.
Yeah, a little bit of a defrosting for Frost up into the clash lane there, unfortunately, for the side of Seoul Esports. But we're having a bit of a 2v1 here for the side of AG. Okay, Bright Light first does land on the... Oh, straight into the Fever Barrage as well. Hello. That came in. That doesn't hit very well. On a Saturday morning, you are going to be waking up with a sore head tomorrow. But in comes PHY as well with the kicks, with the flips. They get the kill. Conductor Soul being committed. That is a 3-0 trade. That is definitely not what you want to be when you are Seoul Esports in this early game.
That's what we're talking about, right, Blam? You are looking at PSY on the Master Nui, the prize pick. And Engage comes back with
coming in, trying to do burst damage onto Yulong. He's definitely able to sustain the damage for now. We see that Ricky hasn't got the Destructive Deluge as well. Already committed that a little bit earlier on. That would have been definitely the turnaround for the side of Seoul Esports if he had that ultimate.
Oh man, let's jump back right into our topic just now, right? So, we talk about the early tempo coming to the side of AG. They proved it. Mai Xianui, 100% appearance rate in the MKL, whether on the ban, whether on the picks, rotating towards these fights. Saber getting caught up, but he has the Unbridled Outburst, he has the shield. He counter engages immediately everybody. Fever Barrage from JD. PSY with the Ryu NJ, with the Hisatsu Shinobibachi, immediately closing out any hopes for Seoul Esports here. So, wow, what a play.
Yeah, I think this is definitely be more of an aggressive early game from AG Global considered compared to last game as well. Like the fact they're actually converting it into obviously neutral objective. The bot side of the map looks pretty damaged as well. We can see Saber here just trying to get a bit of a feel out for the side of Seoul Esports. Give over that intel to the rest of his team. Like, hey guys, they're at the Crimson Golem. Don't worry about it. Take the T1 down to the bot side of the map. We'll kind of just crumble it from there.
Crumble indeed, and right now, if you're a Seoul Esports fan, you're gonna wonder, on the side of Seoul Esports here, realistically speaking, who's gonna be taking down Yulong onto this Ogron, right? He's already finished the Blazing Cape, he's already 2 items in, and he's already very tanky. no damage right now can really stop him from doing things like this.
Oh yeah, exactly. There is the execute coming from the Death Precipice as well. Straight with the Unbridled Embers onto JK, pushing him away from his teammates. They take the T1 into the mid lane as well. This is definitely the dismantling that AG Global needed. From game one, they're just like, hey guys, we were just warming up. We're getting the kills. Jong Hyun gone down as well, and it's all left to JK, Goy, and Frost to try and push away this assault in the mid lane.
Brutal, brutal, brutal. AG here amping up the speed, amping up the tempo here. Immediately bumping up the goalie from a 2,000 goalie into almost a 5,000 goalie here, Blam. And to salt into the wound, they take away the blue buff and immediately take down the top turret as well. The tempo is so fast here from AG Global.
Very fast. But I mean, it's all this setup that's been happening in the early game, right? Like the focus into the bot side of the map, especially with the rotations from PHY. We've seen Dohan and Yulong as well. I mean, PHY has been basically all across the board, right, in this game too. And it's paying dividends at this 6-minute mark. Frost having to use the push away there for the Dharma to keep himself alive, but it's going to be enough. He's able to just dash out, but Dohan is on the run into the backline. Frost goes down once more. We see the mirror domain being committed. It is not going to be enough to deter the side of AG Global. JK goes down. Is just down to Goy now. They are the last little bit of damage onto the side of Seoul Esports, and definitely when you've been forced back to your base territory is not what you want.
Kills popping up everywhere from the side of AG Global here. They're just putting pressure on all 3 lanes right now. Top side, JD here singled out JK in the 1v1 scenario here, making sure that even if his team was fighting away from him, he can nail this 1v1. And aside of AG Global here, immediately the moment Frost, his Dharma appeared into the side lane, everyone on the side of AG Global collapsed the moment he showed up.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like the composer in this whole match too, right? Like he's rotating to where AG Global are going to be making and contributing some huge kind of turnaround here. So again, we see it there. Ricky gets taken out already. The Bright Light Burst does land onto the Liampo, which is going to kind of mitigate any kind of use of Tremor Smash aggressively. He has to use it on the defense. Guai doing his best to do a lot of damage onto the backline of AG Global. Already at the T2 turret, Dohan does go down. Unfortunately, that is the first kill for Seoul Esports at 7 minutes time. But that is going to be the opening that the side of AG need to take this T2 as well.
Casually forcing Seoul Esports back to their base, committing for Daohun on 1 kill. Right now, as we talk about, right, yes, you took out Daohun, but he's not the tank. Yulong, out of the entire fight, he's still full HP here, so there's no real damage. You don't have the Starbreaker, you don't have all these penetration items to really take down this Ogre here, and he's being such a raid boss here. No one can take down him right now.
Yeah, no one at all, right? I mean, we can already see that JD's at his power spike, right? Especially with those 2 attack speed items, especially the Doomsday, the Sparkforge Dagger, as well as the attack speed boots. Like, we can already see Marco Polo's online, and it's already clear, right? 3-0, 4-0 right now for the side of AG Global JD, as they look to put a bit more pressure into the bot side of the map and just feed over the Crimson Golem as well. Like, why not, why end it there, right? Like, get some more damage over to JD, or even looking to give it over to the Ogryn here to do some more damage from the Ogryn. We know the Ogryn can and has potential to do a lot of damage, especially with the Conductor of Souls.
Especially speaking right now, JD is closing off with the Winter right here. The moment he lands that double stun, he's gonna be doing a heck a lot more during these team fights with the double stun. More CC, more time with doing the full potential of the favorite barrage, which is ultimate, right? So, right now, if you're Seoul Esports here, how do you want to tackle the insane engaged potential coming in from PHY's My Shunri, coming in from Saber's Unbridled Outburst on the Zhang Fei, right? So, definitely all these knockups, all these engaged here. Who's gonna be the one tanking it? Junyoung's not tanky, he's just a roam. So, talk to me here.
I mean, he's had no choice, right? Like, every time he's tried to commit in, Junyoung has been met with the Unbridled Outburst, which is exactly what Saber knows he needs what to do. But I don't think that's the case here for Seoul Esports. Their case is to survive for as long as possible. But at this moment in time, that high ground turret's going to get taken down there. Saber takes a lot of that damage from the turret, just so they're able to claim that T3 up into the Clash lane, which is going to put a lot of pressure already that's surmounting for the side of Seoul Esports.
And Seoul Esports here tanking that 10,000 goal lead on the side of AG Global, which is on them right now. Jungle Domination, 7 camps right here up for Yulong. Based on that number, he's already invaded 7 buffs so far. So definitely a jungle domination that we've seen so far onto the import of AG Global here.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have a lead like this, that's the kind of dominance you need to display, right? Like, you can't have a lead in kills and then be like, you know what, we're going to be coy. You can still take your Azure Golem, you can still take your Crimson buff, because at that moment, that's where they can kind of like try and formulate a little bit of a comeback. But AG Global know that they need to make sure if they're going to be dominant, they've got to be dominant across all fronts.
Indeed, and they showed us from all these plays so far, the moment they click that lead from JD, click that lead from PHY, immediately they translate it to buffs, they translate it to objective, the Tyrants, the Towers, the Tier 3s, and now they have successfully taken the Shadow Tyrant here. Do they want to go for a double objective onto the Shadow Vanguard as well to really close out the game, or they want to play with their prey, play with their food for a while more?
I think whilst they've got the minion waves kind of crashing in naturally anyway, I don't feel like they need to go for the Overlord just right now. We can already see that JD's got the Crimson Golem from AG Global side as well. So already we could be seeing a potential setup for a last team fight here. Lianpo uses the Burst Slam, but again, connected is Saber with the Conductor of Souls coming through just to push them away into the Crystal. It's going to be enough for the side of Jung to go down, but oh, the Truth Mantra to the backline is not going to be enough for the side of Seoul Esports to do anything and counter this barrage into the backline. That is going to be JD. Guai is the only thing last standing. The minions come through. This is game 2, but AG Global 2 zeros.
Hold on a minute, that creep might be falling down, but Deadly Reflection times 10 marks the end of Seoul Esports run for the playoffs. So, wow, what a statement game coming inside from All Gamers Global here. Really just amping up the pace from game 1. Yeah, game 1, they got their early game lead. It didn't really translate to much of a goal difference towards the mid game and the late game before the falter of the team fight. But game 2, blam, immediately they amp up the early game tempo. JD with the 1v3 getting that solo kill onto Lady Sun for JK, right? And immediately they make play after play after play. The moment Saber unlocks the Unbridled Outburst on Zhang Fei, PHY knows, I gotta come down bot lane, I gotta come down farm lane, and immediately they get that 3 kills, and from there, everything just skyrocketed for AG Global.
Basically, right? Like, all it takes is that one little kind of like moment, especially in the early game when it's so crucial, especially towards like marksman as well. Because like, obviously, if that transition to kill over to like the likes of Saber, boohoo, yes, the worst case scenario is JK is out of the lane for a little bit longer. But the fact that he was able to take JK out of the lane, get the kill himself, already put him up in a very stellar position. And then we have to give props over to PHY again. Like, he was playing such a different kind of playstyle with the Mai Shiranui. He was just so aggressive into these side lanes, and that paid off ultimately for AG Global here.
This man, right, blam, PHY, give him the Yixing, he locks you down with the board. Give him the Mai Shiranui, he locks you down with the Real Engine, and he starts Tsushinobi Bachi combo here. So this man really setting up his team for success here on the Mai Shiranui, and definitely one more person to point out will be JD. This man alone, he single-handedly 1v3 into the bot lane into a losing matchup here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he was able to escape as well, obviously just using the roaming gun as well, he was able to get out. So, only dying once, I feel like that was the one of only 4 kills the side of Seoul Esports got. But like I was saying, it's not the kills that matter, it's just how they were able to dominate over the Gorge, right? Like, you can see overall, totally 9.1k towards the end there for the side of JD, and then JK finishing off around about 8k, which, yes, when you look at it, 1.1k is not a lot, but into the latter part of the game, when you have almost full itemization for the side of JD on the Marco Polo, it's stark night and day difference.
Especially the fact that it was supposed to be a winning matchup for the side of JK's ladies went into the Marco Polo. But yet again, JD with his prowess, making sure that he makes this pick work, brings the stun, does the 1v3, comes out alive, repeats it again when PHY roams out and securing himself a smooth early game into the mid game where Yulong comes and be like, hey, you made the early game happen, time for me to collect the dividends. I'm gonna invade these buffs, jungle domination, time 7, time 8, time 9. So, wow, what a statement.
If you look at it though, right, like Seoul Esports, JK was able to do just about the same amount of damage as JD, but it's a fact where that damage was actually transitioned to, and the effect of that damage from the side of AG Global. Like, you can do the same amount of damage, amazing. I'm so happy for you. But it's the fact that if you aren't able to kind of get the last hits, if it's not meant to be from the like Fever Barrage into the backline, getting the pick off, like, yes, you can get the same amount of damage, but you aren't getting any kills from it. So already showing there that JD played this Marco Polo very well. Honestly, I knew it was going to be such a banger of a game from JD. From that point where the Unbridled Outburst met the Fever Barrage, I felt like there was a baby being made on the Gorge there with that play. It was just so beautiful.
It was indeed beautiful, and especially, you say, JD, just do it, right? So, for that fact alone, we saw, right, Yulong, he was, okay, damage-wise, JK did a lot, same as JD, but you have to think about it. Yulong was single-handedly tanking the Crystal, tanking the Deadly Reflections coming to the side of Jing, tanking the tower, tanking JK's damage, and he came out almost alive, and he tanked out everything until the end of the game. So, look at this goal graph right here. Seoul Esports, yeah, early game was kind of stable until that one trigger from the Fever Barrage from JD's Marco Polo. Immediately, a landslide occurred. Immediately, the gold league went down to a 9.5 thousand towards the late game.
Yeah, towards the end there, like we were saying in game one, right? The fact that the reason why Seoul Esports had a kind of like glimpse of hope to kind of like get that switcheroo up into that mid game was the fact that the gold lead didn't kind of separate too far from that middle kind of like neutralized point. But if you look there, AG Global, like you said there, Sagi, especially after that point where the setup into the bot side of the map, converting it into the neutral objective as well. It was just from that moment, Seoul Esports knew they had a fight on their hands and they did their best to kind of meet them head to head. But we're going to look at the MVP of this game too. And honestly, PHY, JD,
drum roll.
These, but it's actually going to go on to Saber here. The man setting up all the plays for JD. He was his wingman in the nightclub and he was able to get the MVP for it.
And just as we talked about during the pre-game draft, right, and during the many games, right, we pointed out Saber here. He can't play the engages, he can't play the utilities. The Mozi, Cannon Blast after Cannon Blast, the Unbridled Outburst on the Zhangfei, engage after engages, multi-man engages, making all these crucial initiates onto these members of Seoul Esports here. And rocking a KD of 0-0-13, 32% damage taken here, so he's making all the shield value from the Unbridled Outburst money's worth.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely getting the conversions for the side of AG Global as well, right? Like, I feel like if it wasn't for this Zhangfei pick, I feel like the side of Seoul Esports, Yulong on the Liampo would have been a lot more kind of devastating because we saw the potential of these setups, but it was all denied by Saber.
But yeah, I do agree as well, but let's check out the game highlights to further cement our point right now on why he's MVP, right? Just look at this. JD single-handedly 1v2 without the presence of a single CC. And on the cross map, PHY proving the fact that why Mindstream is such a dangerous pick. And look at this. Two-man Unbridled Outburst into the Fever Barrage, into the execution. Wow.
Yeah, absolute perfection there with the Fever Barrage and the Unbridled Outburst. Obviously, so a little bit of a matchup I want to see a little bit more of, right? Especially if it's executed like that. That's definitely like baby-making potential. But right now, we are seeing that, honestly, onto the side of AG Global, I don't feel like there was a single weak link in this entire draft, right? Like you were talking about, Sagi, PHY, very much heavy focus into both the side lanes, fast rotations, just kept Seoul Esports guessing, which lane are you going to be in, bruh? Because you're not going to find me. Like, I'm going to be down in the bot side of the map, I'm going to be down into the top side, but right here, the engage onto Frost, he tries to escape, and then this is where we can kind of see the Dowhan just go strike in. The beauty of the Charlotte being able to kind of catch out the Dharma from that escape.
And look at this solo kill coming from JD here. Yeah, you got a 4v4 on the bot side, but I got the 1v1 onto the top side, utilizing the stun, utilizing the Resplendent Revolver to close out this game. So right here, a catch onto the PS, immediately meltdown.
Yes, immediate meltdown, and this is where the meltdown really started to happen, right? Was the fact when there was at the high ground situational, but the fact of Frost, he was definitely given a good try, right? That Truth Mantra really tried to catch and count out everyone on the side of AG, but the point where AG were in that game was just too much for a Truth Mantra to actually even hit. So Truth hurts, but not when you're AG Global at that point of the game.
And also what Truth hurts as well is that we bid goodbye to Seoul Esports' hopes and dreams for actually going to the playoffs here. So respectful run for Seoul Esports here. They were a team that qualified from the Open Series here, taking down the likes of Silver Team, taking down all these giants that are also well known in the Tier 2 scene. So they came up here, they took one series from DTE Gaming, which is ranked 4th right now. So definitely props to them for actually performing as a community team, as a full Malaysian lineup. So props to them. I want to give them a respect here.
Absolutely, they definitely deserve the respect to actually come up against like some of the most top, biggest teams of the Malaysian Quick King League as well. Like not only AG, who they just lost to, but the fact of like BSE, Nova, Team Secret. Those just a few names to mention, right? Like they got here. They've taken the blows. They got one game series in their belt, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to make it into the playoffs for now. So maybe after KWC, maybe we'll see a little bit more of a refined Seoul Esports.
Find Seoul Esports, be it the experience, be it through their scrimmages, practices, or their lineup. I do hope to see Seoul Esports more in the coming season, but not to count out that they still have games in the MKL Spring Season 2025. So good luck to them. I hope they really absorb this experience well and translate it into a W when it comes to the later stages of Honor of Kings League, right?
Exactly. I mean, that's what it all comes down to, right? If you're not going to win, you're going to learn, because that's what you need to do to try and make sure that you're able to win in the future. But for Seoul Esports right now, it's looking like a bit dire straits for them. They are pretty much at the bottom part of the board. AG do secure their another win onto the board as well, cementing them a little bit more further into that third place spot. So yes, they're not going to get to the playoff stage where they don't have to do the play-ins game, but they're still going to be looking at whoever's going to be that 6th place spot, right? Because that's going to be their opponent into the playoffs.
Especially when it matters as well. If you land yourself into the 3rd place spot, you can avoid the 1st place. But yet again, 1st and 2nd place in the MKL Spring Season 2025 is Nova and BSE. So 2 titans that whichever you face is gonna be a tough time when you qualify from the play-ins, right? So definitely the standings right now, we are going to be looking at a tussle, a fight for the top 3 to top 6 spot, where they're going to mess up the entire rotation, they mess up the entire standings, and see in reality who is top 3, top 6, and 4 and 5, where they'll be facing up each other in the play-ins.
Exactly. I mean, that was a quick first series of the day, right? 2-0 between Seoul Esports and AG Global. We got a little bit of a feisty rematch in the next game as well. Obviously, BSE going against DTE Gaming. DTE Gaming lost 2-0 last time they went against BSE, but honestly, do you think they have what it takes to try and take the victory this time?
I am myself a firm believer of Blackstreet Esports macro rotation plays, but yet again, DTE Gaming does pretty well, but we do want to jump into a quick interview with PHY real quick, so let's keep this topic after the interview. So Blam, let's kick off the interview.
Absolutely. Let's go into the interview with PHY.
Hello, PHY, 你好，你好，你可以说中文，我会翻译去英文。So for the viewers back at home, I will be translating what PHY speaks in Chinese towards English, and you guys can comprehend it. Alright, so Blam, any questions for PHY?
Not off the top of my head at the moment, but just obviously congratulations, like such a great performance in both of those games. Obviously MVP in game 1, and then PHY, your performance on the Malaysia night, it was just chef's kiss.
Blam 这边我们的解说就说呢，你其实玩得很不错，你的火舞跟你的那个艺兴都玩得非常的好，他就跟你说恭喜你赢得今天的对局，然后我想问一下你现在是什么感受？ So right now, yeah.
我把我最好的朋友打败了，有点不知道是开心还是难过啊，这样子。
So PHY here said that he defeated his best friend, and he's not sure that he's happy or sad at the moment.
I mean, that is a very conflicting thing, right? But this is a competition. You need to do those. You have to get those betrayals, right?
就解说就说这是一场比赛，就没办法，朋友都好，你都是经济性关系，有输有赢的。那我冒昧问一下，你的朋友是谁
？It's been Seoul Esports Ricky and Force, also the SE Gui.
I see. So just now I translated back to him. So yeah, it's competitive. It's the nature of tournaments and esports, right? So I asked him as well. So who is your friends in Seoul Esports here? He mentioned it's Ricky, it's Gui, and it's Frost, and yeah, he feels a bit sad that they are officially out for playoffs contention here.
I mean, naturally, right? I mean, you want the best for your friends, but hey, you have to kind of be the best. You need to be the best what you need to do as well, right? Like, I mean, AG Global at this point of the tournament, 3rd place. What's your kind of goals going forward?
就解说就问你，就比赛确实是这样的，但你接下来的目标是什么？是冠军吗？是前3吗？是先考虑晋级 KWC 吗？
Definitely, we need to go in KWC.
Yeah.
I'll go first.
So that's your answer.
That's it. I mean, I think that's every team's answer, right? That's every team's answer is that they want to be in KWC. But last question from me is, any words for your fans and supporters?
就你有没有任何你想对你的粉丝、你的朋友、你的家人说的话吗？
谢谢你们一路以来的支持，我会继续努力变得更强，让你们有更好的观感。
Okay, so we asked him that, hey, any words for your fans, supporters, or anyone out there? He said that thank you for your committed support. I will try to my best to showcase you a better level of AG Global.
Fantastic. So thank you very much for the interview, PHY. Congratulations and good luck into the further games.
Wow, definitely a very calm and steady boy that we met just now. Calm, composed, and a teeny bit shy. And definitely, it's very fun to see that there are friendships in the league of MKL. So definitely something to look out for.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely quite melancholy, right? Like, he was like happy that he won, but sad that he beat his friends. If that was me in that situation, I'm like, go away, friends. Like, I've won. I'm the best friend. I am the best out of all of my group. So, yeah, maybe I'll take a bit of a different approach. But yes, PHY being a little bit more humble there, definitely paying respects to his defeated friends. But honestly, like you said, it's nice to see that friendships come from either before the MKL or whilst they're in the MKL as well.
Yeah, I do agree as well. It seems like Blam is the type to wipe it on the friend's face when you win them in competition or a game. But definitely talking about competition right here, Blam, we do have a competition between BSE and DTE to determine the fate of DTE standings here. So that is definitely going to be an interesting match after our soon-to-be break. What do you think?
Yeah, I can say it's super interesting. Like you said, I feel like the BSE, what we watched them last time we were on broadcast, they dismantled their opponents very calm collectively. I can imagine that it is going to be very similar with this one. But don't go anywhere, guys. Make sure you are going to tune in and stay locked in to the chat and get some snacks, get some drinks, because BSE against DTE is going to be next after the break.
See you.
Victory!
Yeah! Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper, huh? This is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an opening, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secrets after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden.
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Lives are so complicated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Honor of Kings, Malaysia King League MKL Week 5, Day 2. So, Blam, what a series that was for the side of AG Global. Game 1 was a bit shaky. Game 2, they pulled out their guns and they went on full throttle.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the game, like, difference between Game 1 and Game 2 seemed like very night and day. I mean, there was definitely, like, a clear dominance for AG Global in that whole series, but the dominance, the level of, like, how they dominated, especially in Game 2, was so completely different. Like, they just did not let off a single sort of gasket, didn't take the foot off the brake at all.
Oh, yeah. We saw Game 1, yeah, some slight mistakes here and there. 1K goalie, even Seoul Esports caught up to them in terms of goalie and overtook them in the goal charts.
Yep.
But yeah, they landed team fights. Yulong with the clutch Jing plays, and the Byron piloted by Zhao Hen was just immaculate as well. Then Game 2, gotta give props. JD, this man, the Marco Polo, bringing the stun was a genius idea. Was an aggressive idea, but it worked out.
It worked out very well, right? Like the fact that we were kind of like saying in the draft as well, right? Like, oh, they're banning out a lot of the marksmen in the farm lane that can really like try and escape the side of Seoul Esports. And it was like, well, yeah, the Marco Polo kind of works. He has the dash, but like that was enough for JD to make it out of there alive, right? He had the stun, he had the dash, and that's all he needed was the stun, dash, and a dream.
Oh yeah, and especially the supposedly hard matchup for the side of JD for Lady Sun versus Marco Polo. It's Lady Sun's favor, but he just played it so well, and he neutralized the potential of Lady Sun being bullying him. But let's check out the matchup of the second series right here.
Yes, so BSC are going to be represented by none other than Musang King, the king of fruits, into the jungle. We have Siang into the clash lane, JR into the farm with Dian as well, and then Jeyong as well into the mid lane.
And on the side of DTE, fresh out of a reverse sweep yesterday against O2 Esports, we have BB in the mid lane, Zunzun in the jungle, CM, the clutch man in the clash lane, and Hao, their respected roamer in the roamer lore, and Tete, the MVP of the series yesterday in the farm lane here.
Yeah, so between these two teams, they have a lot of kind of like different kind of experience, right? Like obviously BSE, we know them from last year. So 2024 Honor of Kings Esports, they were Season 2 Invitational champions. They were runners-up at MSI. They were the overall champions at KC 2024 as well. And then DTE, already 4th place within the standings, is like they're looking to prove themselves with BSE, right?
Well, in terms of team head-to-head, let's check it out real quick in a moment. So right now, these two teams, right, we've seen so far, BSC has an insane KD of 7.5, but total damage, DTE has an 8. It's up 300,000, but okay, this is explainable, right? BSE, as we know, is not a very fight-centric team. They are more of a macro rotation, objective after objective, pre-setup, and they only fight when it mattered. For the side of DTE, they love to fight. They love for the fight for the fact that BB with these setups, CM on these engaged in these flanking tools, and they break out fights very often. And on the side of hero pool as well, Blam, 39 unique heroes for the side of DTE, but it can be explained as well, right? Because most of the Blackstreet Esports game, aside from the one against Nova, were closed out in a 2-0 fashion. So there's lesser games for Blackstreet Esports to actually pull out heroes in third games, because there's no third game realistically speaking, right? And first blood rate, both teams are equally tied.
Equally tied, right? But I mean, there's definitely a clear difference in how their playstyles happen here, right? Like DTE here definitely go for more of a scrappier playstyle, especially with, like you said there, the total damage being considerably a lot more than BSC. But what we know from BSC is they like to calmly dismantle their opponents. They like to play the macro game. They like to convert. They only like to go for kills when they know they're going to get something else on top of that, which makes them like the reason why they're kind of like the golden standard for a lot of these global esports teams as well.
Exactly, so BSE making sure that their Calm Collector macro playstyle works in the MKL, and DTE wants to disrupt this kind of macro flow, wants to disrupt it with mechanical prowess here. We've seen from yesterday when they're against O2 Esports here, they were on the brink of losing their series. They were losing out 5-6k gold, the all-ground from O2 Esports was unstoppable, but that one defense, that one high ground, that one crystal stronghold, circuit themselves an immediate comeback for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely the upset of yesterday, right? The fact that O2 Esports was almost within the clutches of taking the whole series, but then DTE was like, no, don't worry about it. Hold my beer. We're going to go in and we're going to make sure we turn this around. And we can already see here with side selection, BSC have gone for blue side and we have DTE with the red side. So historically speaking, BSC, blue side, what kind of pick we're looking at going for here, Saki?
Definitely the early pick here. JR, this man on the early is a menace, is an insane pilot on the early.
Yeah.
From time and time again, even losing 3 high grounds, his early in team fights is respected. All these farm lanes in MKL, most of the farm lanes put a lot of respect as JR as their farm lane idols here. So the early will be a primary pick towards the side of Blackstreet Esports, as they don't really put priority on Mai Shiranui. Zihong as a player, as a mage, he's more towards the control mages, less on the assassins. He's more towards funneling the gold to the jungle, funneling the gold to the farm lane. And even so, BSE is also known as a team to play strong side lanes. Xiang onto the lane, Xiang onto the Yin, being the secondary carry, if not the primary carry in most of their team comps.
Yeah, like I said, that was literally my next point, right? Is the fact that Xiang up into the clash lane, he's very much kind of like the secondary carry. You got JR, that's kind of like the primary carry. And then tertiary, you're probably looking at like either Musan King or Shizlong into the mid lane there, especially not many control mages can be the carry, but if you're locking something like the Yixing, like we saw there with PHY in the previous series, it definitely has the potential of being MVP worthy. It has the damage potential as well.
Definitely, but definitely we haven't seen in a while, which is Zihong and the BSE lineup's favorite combo, which is the Dahlia Shangguan. They pulled it off a lot of times in S2, in KC 2024, but we have yet to see so far in MKL, right? So definitely something we want to see, but that's enough for the side of BSE for now. They are notoriously known, a very insanely good team, but I want to put some light on DTE as well. If they want to win games, right, we will want to see picks for the side of like CM, playing the Guan Yu, playing the Dharma, or playing anything that revolves around engaging, setting up flanks, setting up success for DTE to win these fights, right? So definitely that's an angle that we have to see whether CM can actually withhold the pressure from Xiang, a multi-champion clash lane.
Exactly right. I mean, this is the problem with both of these teams is majority it's going to be down into those side lanes, especially like with the likes of JR as well. JR, we know, I mean, from the first time I ever like experienced JR play in Season 2 Invitational, he played the farm lane like no other, right? Like he was the first farm lane that I remember seeing actually do very macro playstyle. Like once he's taken his T1 into his farm lane, he'd be like, right, I'm going to go up to Clash lane now and take that one. And then he would be very like absent from the team fights, making sure he's taking down those side lanes. And then at that crucial moment when the team fight does come, if it's for a neutral objective or anything else, he's there. He's got your back.
And also, I want to point out for a fact that JR, his discipline level is immaculate, paired up with extremely good micro rotational skills, micro skills, rotation skills, discipline. Not face checking any unnecessary pushes, playing towards his maximum range as his micro skills, and respecting the map when it's dark. So definitely, everything you need for farm lane, from making plays, from playing safe, to respecting your limit of micro skills, definitely JR is currently one of the best, if not the best, marksman in MKL.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely would agree with that statement there as well, to be honest. But we're looking at these matches, obviously, realistically as well. BSC have definitely had more of a kind of smoother run into the playoffs as well. I mean, they're currently like, what, 8-1? And then DTE, yeah. We're looking at around about 6-4. So they're currently kind of sat around about that 4th position for now. So realistically, they're going to be in the play-ins match regardless. So they still have kind of like a hurdle to go. They still have a week to go as well, right? That they can actually try and maintain or even try and get to that 3rd spot of AG Global. But right now, we're going to get into the BP of game number 1 between Black Shrew Esports and DTE Gaming.
Yeah, talking about hurdles, the first hurdle of every match is definitely going to be the draft right here, Blam. So, a change of pace. Black Shrew Esports banned out the Pei, as we've seen so far. Pei has been the #1 ban so far. We've seen it from KPL. Zhongyi with this pick has been performing this on a consistent basis, and Luna being side of DTE Gaming here, removed from the ban. So right now, if you're Black Shrew Esports here, you're probably going to ban on the Mai Shiranui here. Oh, but instead it's the Dharma, one of the engaged potential we talk about from DTE CM here, being removed from the draft immediately. So what is Black Shrew Esports trying to prioritize? It is going to be the Arlie.
Potentially, right? I mean, it depends on what DTE Gaming ban out here, but I like the ban of the Pei and the ban of the Luna isn't always kind of like the classical MO of Musang King. We've seen him time and time again. He definitely prefers the more of the Dune, the Monkey, the Organ kind of playstyle there. Exactly, just kind of being the spearhead, being the kind of just the focal point of the side of Black Shrew Esports. But banning out the Dolia here does actually mean that the Arlie is going to be available for JR, so they should lock it in, to be honest, and they do.
Yeah, Arlie being picked up for the side of Black Shrew Esports here, and a respect ban onto the Dolia does put respect onto Xiang's unbeaten lane. So right now, seems like the focus on Mai Shiranui here is not so heavy for both teams. DTE Gaming here takes another high potential pick on the Clash, which is the Mayin that brings in high damage that can lock down the Arlie. And as a jungle counter pick, Monkey has been locked on the side of Zunzun.
Yeah, Monkey coming in here is a very good pick, right? Especially being able to try and catch out the Arlie. If you're able to kind of get that sort of sturdy sort of foot into the door in the early team fight, that could be very good for you. But it's going to be the Agudo coming through here for Musang King, as well as the Charlotte. So I'm very happy Agudo coming through here. Musang King was probably like one of the first players within the global esports to actually play it within KC 2024 as well. So making it fresh, making it back onto MKL spring season.
When we talk about tactics, it's definitely BSE and Agudo and BSE and Arlie. It's back to their books, it's back to their basics here. So nothing too crazy from South Black Shrew Esports yet. It's all expected picks, and Charlotte here being a respected pick as well to fight off the Mayin, and the highly priced Mai Shiranui here falls towards the 3rd pick on the side of DTE Gaming here. So for the side of DTE Gaming here, you gotta remove these mid picks, right? Like when we talk about Yi Xing, like maybe Lady Zhen, or even Princess Frost Liang combo is still up for grabs here for South Black Shrew Esports here. You want to remove the pressure of Arlie's laning phase, be it the Diren Jie, be it the Ho Yi, be it the Lady Sun. All these are potential candidates for the ban slot right now. So definitely two teams have their priorities in terms of their win condition, which Black Shrew Esports is the Arlie, which DTE Gaming is these engages to catch the Arlie.
I mean, interestingly enough, though, right? Like, this is the first game of any global ban pick series, and Diadea has not been banned or picked just yet. So I feel like that's maybe like the MO here for Black Shrew Esports. Dian may be able to get to pick this up because, again, it offers a little bit more sustainability, a little bit more healing, but it's also going to be good catch potential for taking out the Mai Shiranui. But DTE Gaming here do have the option to take it, but I feel like they're probably not going to go for it here just yet.
Yeah, I do agree as well. I think Black Shrew Esports definitely have the priority onto the Diadea here. The moment they lock in the Diadea, they're going to form such a strong healing and passive comp where Arlie and Charlotte is going to be attacking the side lanes with their pressure. The Doomsday being locked in for the side of JR will start the conquest of the side lane here. And on the side of DTE Gaming here, you don't really have a lot of side lanes. You have these bombastic team fights, these bombastic knockups. Root Engine from Mai Shiranui, Mayin's knockup combos, Monkey's Dream Roam here. But yet again, DTE Gaming acknowledges the fact that, hey, if we give them the Diadea, it's gonna be a side lane mess for us. Let's take it away and forbid us from actually having to care about that side lane.
Yeah, I feel like the only reason they've gone here for the Diadea is, again, obviously just to take it away from Black Shrew Esports. It does play well into their draft as well, because obviously at this point, when they had the Mai Shiranui, the Mai Yin, and the Monkey, they had no real healing. So having the Diadea over there is going to make it a little bit easier for Junjun and the Monkey to be a little bit more sustainable. Obviously, naturally very tanky anyway, but to have the healing come through as well as the Destiny counter, it's going to be a great deterrent for the side of DTE Gaming. But over to the side of Black Shrew Esports, they're still looking to pick up their mid lane. They're still looking to pick up their support.
As we talk about, Liang Princess Frost might not be the priority here, but Liang, Gan, and Mo is the priority here. So a lot of defense coming in from the side of BSE, and it's not a single core, it's not a single president we're talking about from Black Shrew Esports here. You have the Charlotte for the late game, you have Gan and Mo for the mid game burst to deal with this Monkey or Mayin lurking around the back line for the flanks, right? So for DTE Gaming here, you still have the farm lane pick right here, but yet again, there's not a lot up for grabs here. You might pivot into the Long, but Long is historically not being able to do so well into the Gan and Mo due to the range restrictions here.
Yeah, range restrictions. I mean, it does give you a little bit of like access into the backline if you use your Infinite Vastness very sort of like aggressively, but the Shoyue is going to definitely give you the range that you need to stay away from those couple blades, right?
Yeah, exactly, and especially Shoyu, it's a counter towards Arlie when you start scaling to the 3 and 4th item. When he hits that Daybreaker, when he hits that Sun Chaser, Shoyu will outscale this Arlie, and Arlie is forced to build the Ominous Premonition if she wants to do better in the team fights, right? But yet again, if you are Black Shrew Esports, will you allow this Shoyu to actually scale into these 3 or 4 items, or will we see a macro play, a macro rotation coming from Black Shrew Esports to choke DTE Gaming and not allow them to catch into this late game, right?
I mean, realistically, the access into the backline here from Black Shrew Esports is going to be the use of obviously throwing a Gudo into the backline there, obviously potentially getting the knockup, which could then set up into hopefully Suang be able to get the couple blades onto the Shoyue, or even Siang to try and chase down the Shoyue as well. So honestly, that's like the only way that they can try and get on top of that Shoyue. So Sissa has a little bit of an easy time, but Moonshine King already using the release here to steal away the Crimson Golem, which is a good effect here.
Immediately steaming out the Crimson Golem, he spot out Monkey, Zunzun starting out the clash lane, and Zunzun returning to his jungle just to find his Crimson Golem lost and gone. To add insult into injury, look at that. He took away the boards as well. That's an immediate start for Black Shrew Esports here. Very perfect. I mean, wouldn't say perfect, but very smart start coming in from Black Shrew Esports here.
Oh, absolutely very smart as well. I mean, it's definitely going to take away the resources of Monkey. Monkey doesn't have the fastest wave clearing as well, regardless. I mean, yes, he's going to be mainly prioritizing stacking his passive, getting those bubbles up to make sure that he's able to tank a lot of damage into the team fights. But definitely, he's definitely like aided by the itemization as well, right? Like he needs it. So it's still a big punishment for the side of DTE Gaming that they didn't catch on or point onto that anytime soon.
And I love this play coming from BSE, right? This is actually a style originated from Chengdu AG from Chinese KPL. So they would love to share the farm towards the mid, towards the farm lane to really maximize the goal potential here, right? And both teams here just casually duking out mid lane.
Yeah, duking out the mid lane for now. Obviously, we use the Wild Growth to just kind of deter away the Diadea so high on this pick here. But for now, there's going to be no kills. Again, this is Black Shrew Esports. They aren't going to go for a kill if there's not something to be traded with it.
And right now, Xiang, respecting the vision, respecting the rotation coming from DTE Gaming towards the top side and freezes the wave in front of his tower here. So CM here definitely suffering a bit during the laning phase and on the side of bottom side. Oh, Musang King here immediately uses Goblin to dodge off this Annie's form of CC. Ooh.
Yes, definitely using the pseudo tank that is the Furball there to get out alive and just keep himself kind of just away from both My Shiranui and the Monkey, right? Because obviously if one of those got on top of Musang King, it could have been painful.
Yeah, exactly. I would say that was a very fast reaction time, immediately using God Mobilization's CC immune to dodge out My Shiranui Ruin Jin. So props to Musang King for reacting so fast and also stealing the boar away. So that was a net positive for the side of Blackstreet Esports here. And talking about net positive, it has already been an 800 goal lead.
Yeah, I mean, it shows, right? The fact that they're able to procure quite a few of their enemies' jungle camps as well is definitely going to be the thing that puts them ahead already into this early game. I mean, we're getting around about the 3-minute mark. A lot of pressure being put onto the Clash lane because we know that JR is not going to have the easiest time down to that bot side of the map thanks to CC with his unusual range from that sniper rifle.
Unusual range, but yet again, we do see a 300 gold lead coming from Arlie, and she's slowly getting that Doomsday already online in about 200 gold here. So JR having a time of his life right now on this Arlie pick.
Yeah, the fact that he's not contested as well is obviously probably at the detriment of DTE Gaming. Maybe they should have had a bit more of a higher rotation down to the bot side of the map. Because now that Doomsday's online, like you were saying there, Sagi, he has rushed it. He has forgotten his boots. He's like, you know what, guys? I'm cleaning in. I'm locking in for that Doomsday.
Doomsday locked in. Tower also locked in for the side of Blackstreet Esports here. When we talk about tower, it's a safe haven for the likes of Turtle on this Zhouye. He needs this tower to really scale into the mid game and the late game, but BSE notices the fact and they use the Agudo's Wild Growth, immediately pushing out this potential for this Zhouye to farm. So right now, your BSE, your Arlie has the Doomsday, and the Crimson Gold is spawning soon. This Tyrant fight is just going to be so good for the side of Blackstreet Esports.
Yeah, they're going to set it up correctly, right? I mean, we can see Zunzun is just trying to start it, maybe try and get a bit of a bait here. You can see that BB is waiting in the sidelines there in the brush wall, just trying to keep... Okay, yep, the suppression does come through onto Junjun, but it's going to be JR that claims the kill onto the Tyrant as well. First blood does actually go over to the side of DTE Gaming, but it's going to be traded up from Xiang Day, takes down BB, but overall, the Tyrant goes to BSE, so the trade is definitely in favor of BSE here.
Yeah, exactly, BSE here. Although they lost the first blood, JR managed to steal the Tyrant and they managed to land a kill on the side of BB here. Both Clash lanes landing themselves one kill. But if you look at the gold graph here, right, it's still healthy. A healthy lead going to side of Blackstreet Esports here. Just on the Xiang Charlotte, he's rocking a 300 gold lead. Just for our lead, JR, the core member of the side lanes, they are rocking their individual gold leads here, Blam.
Exactly, we can't, right? We need to make sure that BSE is maintaining this pressure, and DT definitely needs to curb it at some point, right? Like, they can't allow this to keep happening, because this is where we know, this is the first showing sign of BSE that they're pretty much locked in, they know what they're doing, and they're already kind of like trying to formulate and take down the Shoyu here, because they know that CC was kind of like the weak point, but now that they've taken the T1 away from him, like he was saying, it's going to be a lot harder for him to actually do anything into the spawn lane without his teammates.
Oh, but Engage comes in.
Engage comes in onto Viguro there. He's able to use the Gorge Mobilization to get out alive. He uses that heavy CC immunity from the Furball as well. That's going to be a kill going over from CM, and CC picks the kill as well. So DTE actually getting a 2-0 trade for now.
Well, exactly what we talked about in the draft, right, Black? DTE Gaming, they pick these picks. What is it for? It's to lock down their early. It's to do these fast engages. And look at what we got here. DTE Gaming immediately pounces onto JR and DN. Yeah, you have the power control, but your gun and Mo is nowhere near you to follow up the couple blades. Yes, you did a lot of damage, but it's not enough. So if you're BSE here, you gotta reduce these mistakes, because right now the goalie is dead even, and not just dead even. DTE Gaming is rocking 500k goalie.
Yeah, they're ahead by now. I mean, this is probably going to be one of the only times that they are going to be ahead. They need to make sure that they do something with this, because this is classical BSE, right? Even if they fall behind, they're able to get the gold lead back into their favor, because they're able to translate into something more.
Translate to something more indeed, and that is the BSE gameplay style. Calm, compose, macro-centric, and fight when you have items or objectives, right? But for the side of DTE Gaming, talking about items here, the Shoyu is having a field day right now. Even though he lost the first turret, he's neck and neck with JR on this early in terms of gold right now. And as we said, by the 11-minute mark, if he hits that Daybreaker or the 10-minute mark, he's going to be an absolute menace in these team fights.
Yeah, it's definitely something they want to be curbing on the side of Black Shoe Esports right now. They're trying to put a big contestant into the enemy's jungle just to kind of like make sure that they're not kind of as safe in their own space per se, but there definitely needs to be some kind of more macro play here. But okay, bit of engage here. BB dives in pretty far, but it's actually going to be Hao that gets the kill onto Zhong into the mid lane. So overall, DTE definitely looking very strong here into this T1 fight. We have a rotation here from CM as well.
Ooh, that's what we're talking about though. A bit of a pun. DTE Hao using the Hall to send his team in for the fight. So definitely a good item pickup here to actually send his team and set them up for success. So that's what we're talking about, right? BB, Zun, CM, utilizing these point and click, these high CC picks, and Hao, point and click CC. So immediately Hao pouncing onto Zihong gun ammo, which does not have a lot of mobility here. So that is the name of the game for DTE Gaming, to suppress the members of Black Shoe Esports from actually winning them in the mid game. And we're talking about late game, right? That's when Turtle actually takes control.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing here that JR obviously got the T1 into the clash lane as well. They did still, like, they lost the fight into the mid lane, but they're winning this kind of like war of attrition right now. They're looking to try and just gain some kind of macro play style for the side of Black Shoe Esports. Make sure to focus up and hone in onto those side lanes, right? Because, I mean, team fights aren't necessarily going in the favor of BSE just yet. They need to make sure they've got the resources, got the power spike lead that they need to make it a bit easier to actually overcome the side of DTE.
I agree, and both teams right now, as you mentioned, BSE playing towards their win condition, which is the Silent, which is the Charlotte, which is the JR on their early, right? So for DTE Gaming, they're playing towards their composition as well to actually get the lead of 600 gold right now, which is to take out these fights, force the engage, and pounce on the members of Black Shoe Esports here. And right now, engage counter mid.
Yep, careful, they got a suppression onto the monkey here, which is going to be detrimental to the team fight. That's a lot of tankiness that's been taken off to the side of DTE. Hao goes down as well. So that is going to be dire D off the board. So it means that the likes of Suhang into the mid lane and JR are going to be very safe into this next like 20-second mark, right? If they decide to take any kind of fights, take any kind of brawls, they know they're going to be safe from that dire D.
Exactly, and BAC just told you right into the face, like, hey, you gonna play with the howling roaming item? Two can play that game. I got the lead, I got a power control, I can do the same as well.
Exactly. I mean, we're seeing here the takedown of the T1 into the mid lane as well. This is going to be BSE just opening up the side of DTE Gaming. This is the kind of moment they were just waiting for, right? They was waiting for the prime time where they could see a kind of turnaround in terms of turrets, get the aggression, get the advantage into the side lanes, and then just kind of whittle away at that mid lane, because we know how detrimental that mid lane T1 is, right?
Exactly. Mid lane T1 does provide more space for Xiang to actually increase the backline, but BB here being caught up by the Ghost mobilization here, but gets out safely here. So let's talk about a bit more on how the team fight actually going to be, right? So DTE wants to charge in, wants to use the real engine flash combo from BB to engage, wants to use the Dream Roam or CM bursting down the early here. So on side of BSE, you want these flanks, you want these power control to single out a target with the gun ammo, couple blades with the power control. So both teams having their playstyle to go into, and both of them lies onto Hao, lies onto Xian, these engaged supports on the Hall.
Yeah, definitely good. There's a bit of a highlight here for both of these support players. Like, they need to catch out the right hero onto the side of either Black Shrew or DTE. If they don't, then it all kind of starts to cripple apart. But if they get focused into the early part of the team fight, it still cripples apart as well. CM just being used here to kind of get some intelligence for the side of DTE as they're looking to try and take the Shadow Tyrant for themselves for the side of BSE, but a lot of bursts coming through from onto the Gana Mo. Is it going to be enough to take down the Mai Yin? She's able to escape, but it's actually going to be 2 casualties onto the side of BSE for now. They trade BB, but is that going to be enough to secure this neutral objective? And it's not. Junjun is looking on the rotation. Oh, annihilation onto JR. The wild rounds come through and they are connecting. Moose and King not looking too hot here, and they get a full ace.
DTE Gaming acing Black Shoe Esports at the 10-minute mark. That is not on my bingo list today, right? Blam. Wow, what a team fight coming in from DTE here. Like we mentioned, right? If there's no one jumping onto Turtle on this Shoyu right when he sees 3 items, this is what we're talking about. He was untouched, he was constantly dealing damage, and he really took out all the units coming from the side of Black Shoe Esports here, taking down the tanks, taking down the squishies, and yet again, we talk about it, right? Whoever utilizes the Howl roaming item to actually start off the fight will be the prime team to get the lead into the team fights. Which what happened? DTE Gaming popped the Howl, run straight towards Musang King, made him, I wouldn't say useless, but made him applicable during the team fights, and that's where DTE Gaming really pushed towards their lead in the team fights.
I mean, they know what they're working with, right? They've played against Black Shrew Esports before. They've taken, like we said in the pre-game, they've taken a 2-0 loss to them as well. So they've played against Black Shrew in a competitive scene, not just a scrim, because we know sometimes teams don't play their kind of like best in scrims. They're just kind of doing that to kind of get a bit of a feeler out, get some knowledge from the enemy teams. But in this kind of environment, you know you're playing against the BSE, right?
The BSE, the HOK S2 champions, the KC 2024 champions. So right now, DTE Gaming really putting up a showcasing on, they want to put a statement here like, hey, we are the dark horse here, so let me prove the fact that I can actually take you down, but let's not put too much to take it down right now, but the game is slowly scaling towards DTE's gaming tempo here.
Yeah, they definitely just need to make sure they maintain this tempo, because if they start to lose the likes of Sissa on this Shoyue, then I think like it's going to be trouble for them, because that's where most of the damage is coming from, right? It's going to be on the Shoyue, it's going to be on the Mai Shiranui, but as soon as those two key parts get taken off, to the side of Black Shrew Esports, that's when they kind of just delicately open you up.
Exactly, and I want to point out one thing, right? Shoyu, 13 minutes in, 4 items, especially finishing a Sun Chaser, the Daybreaker. If the Arlie were to leave step up for 1 second, she's going to be taking down 3 auto attacks for the side of Churcher. 3.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. She doesn't want to be overzealous with overstepping now into this part of the fight, right? Like, yes, she's kind of getting the itemization for herself. She's slowly built the Cloud Piercer as well, so she's got the second tier item of the Daybreaker, but it's not going to be enough to kind of defend you from, like you said there, Sagi, the wild rounds, the sniper shots from the Shoyue.
The wild rounds definitely hitting time after time, especially sniping JR just now. But right now, we have to figure out, on the side of BSE here, who is going to flank Turtle if he does not make any positional mistakes. And we're talking about Turtle. Shoyue's ultimate provides him 3 rounds of mobility. And on the side of Xiang, can you realistically catch up to these 3 rounds of mobility? And can you really tank the damage coming in from almost 5 items Shoyue?
I mean, at this moment in time, probably not, but like if you use the Wild Growth, if he maybe gets like the Eye of Phoenix or something like that to kind of like just improve like HP regen, we can kind of see that he's got the Blood Rage right now, so he has obviously the sustainability from the active item that is the Blood Rage. But right now, I feel like he hasn't quite got the tankiness he needs, right? Like it's displaying here, he's already chunking a lot of damage. He can't keep that high ground turret alive.
Yeah, talking about high grounds, top, bottom, mid, everywhere is under pressure here, and the Overlord is marching through broadside, and this might spell the end of Black Shrew Esports' undefeated run for these few weeks here. So right now, DTE Gaming marching towards his last high ground.
Marching towards it, right? I mean, they are definitely looking to take that down, and it does go down. So Black Shrew Esports are currently at the situation where they have no high-ground turrets. This is going to be a lot harder game for them to come back from. I mean, they're already behind by about like 7k gold as well, Sagi. So it's already, in terms of itemization, in terms of the domination from DTE, from that one wipe of an ace of Black Shrew Esports, they've not taken the foot off the gas, right?
Exactly, and they are playing this so macroly beautiful. Getting the 3 high grounds immediately, returning towards the red side, capturing the red side immediately, putting their focus on the Tyrant, and the last push will come after this Tyrant here. So DTE Gaming here, playing such a methodical game of Honor of Kings and Heroes Gorge.
Absolutely, they're definitely. I mean, at this point in this game, like, what can Black Shrew Esports actually do to contest it, right? Like, you can already see the natural minion waves crashing in at the moment. Like, they can't go out of their base because they have the enhanced minions already, like, kind of approaching their base. So these neutral objectives, the farm, the Azure Golems, the Crimson Golems, all for the side of Black Shrew Esports, are just going and funneled over to DTE. So they're going to continue this power spike. Itemization is going to slowly start to fall off, though, at this point. So I think it then becomes like, how do they handle the team fight?
One thing they cannot handle right now is definitely Siegebreaker, just purchased by Shoyue, by Churcher. Right, as I mentioned, right? Oh, Engage might be coming into the top side to end the game right now.
Potentially. I mean, they've got minion waves on all fronts, right? They have it into the mid, they have it into top wave. It's just, is BSE going to be able to just fight them off? But now, I mean, they're doing a good job. Wild Growth is going to put down the kind of like AoE suppression that they need to do onto those minion waves, but it's all going to be down to the Juyong into the mid lane. That's kind of just using the Couple Blades to wipe out this, because that's the main wave clear they've got, right? Is the Ganemo.
And the Ganemo is probably one of the targets to actually single out Turtle if he actually mispositions with this Shoyue, right? So right now, Shoyue is actually a glass cannon. He can single out any unit. That's not a tank. Maybe, okay, let's talk about Zihong and Ganemo and Arlie on JR, right?
Yep.
3 auto attacks, and it will send them off the map immediately. So right now, on the side of BSE, you need this person to actually flank Che. But yet again, after you flank him, you have so much more to worry about for Arlie. You have CM already full build, you have BB already full build as well. That's a lot of bursts coming in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've definitely got it going for them inside of DTE. It's just looking right now, they are struggling. They're showing signs that they struggle to know how to actually finish this game off. Is it to the detriment of BSE knowing how to defend their base, or is it the fact that they don't quite have the due diligence to actually finish the game here for DTE? Like, they definitely showing that they're not quite the strongest at this point in the game.
Exactly, I do agree so as well, but we see from time and time again, Black Steel Resource has been in this situation. Back when they fought Team Secret, they were 3 in tier 3s down as well, and they managed to make a comeback with their their mechanical prowess, but how you been popped?
Yep, it's been popped. The movement speed does come through as well. A bit of aggression coming from the side of DTE. Is it going to be enough to try to spearhead through any kills for the side of their team? It doesn't look like it just yet. BSE Musang King is definitely soaking a lot of that damage, but those wild rounds are definitely hurting. He has to retreat. The wild growth is not going to heal him.
Oh, the Kachos and the wild rounds here just actually chunking down Musang King and making him go back to the base here, and the Empower Overlord is marching through bot side, and they might look for the end here.
They might look for the end here as well. I mean, they've got to do something. DTE aren't going to have this moment in time anymore. But they take down BB. That is a lot of damage from the side of DTE being taken down. Is this BSE slowly starting to dismantle the side of the red team?
This is talking about experience here, right? BSE, out of experience, plays the high ground defense so well. And just now, BB immediately got annihilated by the couple plays coming in from Zihong. Immediately deleted from the map. Deleted.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him 1 second, he was gone the next, and no matter what kind of itemization you've got going here, I mean, he's definitely almost at 6 slotted itemization. He's got the Scepter of Aberration, Insatiable Tome, he's got Savant's Wrath, Void Staff, looking to build like some more magic damage item towards the end there as well. But is it going to be enough to actually turn the tide to the fight here? BSE are definitely, once again, at a healthier point in this match. If they're able to kind of extend to this neutral objective, this is where BSE just need to make sure there's always somebody at base tending the farm and making sure they're kind of pushing out as well into these side lanes. But it doesn't look like DTE are giving them that chance, right? We're already seeing that Xiang is being forced back to the base for now. Musang King going in with a roll, but it might not be enough. The suppression does come through. BB goes down once more for the side of DTE. They're able to drive him away for now, but Destiny counter does come through. Musang King not looking too hot. CC goes down. There is very little damage onto the side of DTE. This is where the dismantling is coming through. BSE with the ace now.
That was an ace, and you know what happened? Che instantly got deleted by Zihong's couple blades. At the backline immediately, Xiang jumped onto Che, and the couple blades landed onto Che. So immediately, everybody got deleted. But here's the thing. It's not the end yet. BSE has to secure this Tempest Dragon to actually put a foothold into the game right here. And for DTE Gaming, if they can survive this Tempest push, they can actually still have a foothold into the game. Gold lead here does not matter for both teams right now. Everybody is full slotted aside from the roamers, but this is the thing. BSE does not have any high grounds. A bit of a mishap, and we might see a backdoor from none other than the super minions.
I mean, I don't think there will be. I think Xiang is definitely just kind of like making sure that he is the sort of the guard and keeping it for right now. Like, you can see that he's definitely sort of trying to be doing 2 jobs at the same time, right? He's trying to push down to the side lane in the bot side to keep that push, make sure that there's not much of a priority down there, making sure that it gives a lot of time for the Tempest Vanguards to spawn, right? Because once they spawn, it's going to make it a little bit easier, especially with these enhanced minions on all 3 fronts.
Exactly. Both teams have the name of the game. BSE has to end it on this push. And DTE Gaming definitely has to end it after the push. So right now, both teams playing through their win conditions here. And on the side of BSE, the Sky Dome, the Phantom, the Moon Goddess, all secured after the 20-minute mark for BSE. Further upgrading their lead in terms of the items. So right now, DTE Gaming, your task is to defend this first Tempest push. And later on, it will be back to you. The ball will be back to you when the wave starts pushing out.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get like a solid team fight here from the side of DTE whilst they're defending, and then have a minion wave like kind of like procured, a little bit like a a wooden horse to come through and just siege into the enemy base, but it doesn't look like BSE want to give them that time, because if BSE don't come back at this point in the game, will they be like any other point to come back other than like when the next Tempest Dragon comes up?
I would say if this Tempest Dragon does not end the game for Blackstreet Esports, the minion pressure will be so immensely stressful for Blackstreet Esports. But how here, Pop?
Yeah, right now, I mean, there's definitely like no clear way into the backline of DTE just yet, but they're trying to make it. The high ground turret is going to be taken down here as well. DTE definitely do lose their high ground turret, which when we thought moments ago when they were at the base territory of the side of BSE that they were going to get back to this point.
Exactly, and Musang King here dangerously low, and I think that marks the end of the push for the side of Blackstreet Esports here. They have to recover some HP, but DN here might be caught out.
Yeah, DTE know that they can't let them run away right. There is Dion going down. That is not going to be the side, what they want for the side of BSE. BB having the backflip away, but How goes down as well. So the Diadea, a little bit more of the sustain coming through from the side of DTE has just been taken off the cards.
Both teams here shaking their hands, just taking the roamers off the map right here. So BB here might be caught out. BB!
Oh no! The phase check from BSE was just too much, too much.
That is a 3-second time difference for BB's arrival for the Tempest Dragon spawn. So that is a bit of a time difference that BSE can actually utilize in the upcoming team fights here. And we know, in the field of MOBA, in Honor of Kings, in Heroes Gorge, every second matters. And wait, the minions?
The minions are there, but I don't think they're going to do enough damage here to wipe them off. I mean, show you we have Susa and CM at the base. They're not going to be able to get that right through, but it was a valiant effort, right? Valiant effort. Siang is just trying to thread the needle into that bot side of the map, and it's working. It's chipping away slowly at that crystal.
The only thing that we can see so far from the side of DTE Gaming is the top tier 3 that is not down yet. So that is wave pressure for the side of Blackstreet Esports. If they dance too long in this Tempest Dragon, they're gonna be having a tough issue here. But Blackstreet Esports noticed the fact and they're trying to pressure down this top turret.
Yeah, I mean, they need to try and take it just to make sure that they've got kind of like full sort of like enhanced minions on every lane, so it kind of competes with the side of DTE, because right now, that's the one thing they're struggling with, right? Those enhanced minions are definitely packing a punch before they even get into a team fight.
Exactly, and on the side of Zihong here, he does not have the Sage Sanctuary. He's full on the damage here. Combo Wisdom, and the 7th Wrath. So lots of damage from Zihong, but no survivability. If BB on this Maestro Nui gets a miracle catch onto Zihong, that's 1 damage down for the side of Blackstreet Esports here. And hold on for a second, Tempest has been started.
Second Tempest of the game, of a BSE game as well. DTE, Junjun is looking to just slowly just aggress it as well. He's within distance. He has the Sage of Sanctuary as well. Dream Roam into the backline, takes out the Ganamo. That's what they need. It's resetted the Vanguard as well. So Tempest has been reset for now. But DTE, CM has lost his Sage of Sanctuary. He's had to try and get out, but JR coming in with a double kill as well. There's going to be enough on the side of BSE to try and formulate some kind of comeback here. Triple kill going over the side of Blackstreet Esports. It is back and forth. So many Sage Sanctuary being procced right now. Oh, Sissa is going down to Ong as well. Musang King too. It is only Siang and JR alive. They need to make sure they pressure the side of DTE. They can't let them get this Tempest Dragon.
That was a display from both marksmen here. Wait, Turtle here? Okay. So both side marksmen played to their fullest here. Turtle was untouched and JR with the early was dancing on the battlefield, but without the presence of Musang King as the jungler here, the objective will be secured by DTE Gaming and 3 waves of super minions. Wait,
oh no, yes, he does use the launch pad to get in there. I mean, he's got to get out his gel card, so he's able to dash out of there. It's not going to go down, but I think right now for BSE, they just need to make sure they defend their base, because now DTE Gaming have the chance to actually reciprocate what they've just, Blackstreet just done to themselves.
Exactly, and waves are getting more and more pressure for the side of Blackstreet Esports here. Minions are no joke. It's 26 minutes here, sorry. And minions are growing stronger by the minute here. At one point, Tempest Dragon wouldn't even be the main issue. It will be the minions, and Xiang will be having an issue to actually clear off these minions, right? So right now, if the game continuously goes on the favor of DTE Gaming into the 30-minute mark, the minions are gonna terrorize the base of Blackstreet Esports.
I mean, they can only hope so for the side of DTE Gaming, right? So how long can you play this game for? I mean, we're at the end game mechanic, right? The Tempest Dragon is in the hands of DTE Gaming. as they're approaching the crystal of BSE for the umpteenth time in this game 1. So it is a full best of 3, but we've pretty much been seeing such a back and forth game number 1 so far. Musang King takes a lot of damage right now. He's having to use the Blood's Rage just to get out alive.
Alright, second Tempest Dragon marching towards the mid and top lane of the side of DTE Gaming, right into the base of Blackstreet Esports here. Can they power control?
Suppression onto BB. Oh, that's going to be fateful for the side of DTE. That's a lot of damage being taken down. Siang maybe just being pushed out a little bit too far there, but they do take down Dian as well, so that's a 1-1 trade overall for DTE and BSE. They have the Vanguards in the base for now. Musang King gets the takedown on Judd, gets the takedown on CM as well.
Oh my god!
No, it's going to be an ace once more for the side of BSE, but they don't have any minions. They still have the Vanguards rocking around. This is all down to Musang King.
Wait. It's Musang King against the world right now. The Tempest Dragon are marching towards the base. But that final couple sword onto Turtle and How save the game for BSE if Musang King can actually defend here. But that couple sword was so on point.
Yeah, so clutch for the side of BSE, right? They literally, it is Musang King against the world, right? But he has done it. He's done it for now. He's gave himself and his team some breathing room. Dian back up in 3 seconds. JR and Siang back within 10 seconds as well. So we are going to be looking at going in for a 30-minute match between BSE and DTE right now.
And news just in right now, Blam. This took over the longest game of last time, which is ENG versus Nova, timed at 27 minutes, 23 seconds. And this is a new record for the longest game in MKL Spring Season 2025.
It's definitely on there. It's definitely up in the board, right? I mean, look at the global gold as well, right? 94k, 84k. This is only what happens when it gets to this point in the game, and it's at this point in the game where having 10k gold lead doesn't really matter because everybody is 6 slotted.
Yeah, everybody's 6 slotted. It only matters right now because some of the Sage Sanctuaries has burned through twice of usage. For those who don't know at home, Sage Sanctuary, the resurrection item, only works 2 times in the game. Once you finish up that 2 times, it's no longer being able to be used by anyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? That's what they've been all banking on within these team fights, so maybe that's going to be the difference maker right now between DTE and BSE. Oh, my goodness, Sissa goes down. And it is going to be BB going down as well. This is exactly what they needed on the side of BSE. They've got to make sure that they're making sure, keep an eye onto that bot side of the map as well, right? That is a chunky minion wave coming from into that farm lane. But right now, it's Junjun, Hao, and CM just keeping this mid lane alive.
Right when it mattered the most, BSE Dian stood up, uses the hull, secured the catch onto Turtle. The #1 carry of DTE Gaming here. That's not what kind of mistake you want to see from DTE Gaming here. That's detrimental.
Very detrimental, right? And what's even worse is the fact that BSE was able to claim that Tempest Dragon as well. So 3rd Tempest Dragon of the game comes through. So 2 for BSE, 1 for DTE. And now they have the minions in these lanes. They just need to make sure they get it through into this crystal. They've done it once before. They've done a lot more damage onto the side of DTE's crystal than DTE has done to BSE. So that's already a clean sign that Blackstreet Esports has the golden key into that crystal.
And 30 minutes, Blam, 30 solid minutes. It's a long game in the Heroes Gorge right now, and the Tempest Dragons are marching towards the base of DTE Gaming here. Can BSE realistically take out all the turrets and finalize their game with Crystal?
Gorge mobilization into the backline there, just trying to chunk out Hall and CC locked in Sage's Sanctuary as well. He looks pretty low. Has to use the getaway to get out of those couple blades distance. But right now, we have the Wild Growth, we have the Tempest Vanguard here as well. But BB, with the last hope, wipes out the Sage's Sanctuary of Musang King for now. But it's still going to be a big fight here into the top side of the map. BRC, JR gets taken down. He gets the kill onto How. This may be the opening up here for BSE, what they needed, right? We have the Vanguards here. The Crystal is going to go down. It has been a long drawn game. 30 minutes and 7 seconds. BSE take game 1.
What a game 1 for the side of Blackstreet Esports and DTE Gaming. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was only game 1 of an epic series. No one in their mind would expect DTE Gaming to step up to this occasion to challenge the Kings of 2024 to a 30 minutes game in the Heroes Gorge. And to anyone's surprise as well, Blackstreet Esports take on the challenge. 3 high grounds down. No problem. We make a comeback after 3 or not 4 Tempest Dragons, Blam.
Honestly, so crazy, crazy. 3 Tempest Dragons in, and we finally get the victory of game 1. I feel like that's probably like set the standard for longest game across all the leagues at this point.
I am not familiar as of now, but damn, that game was crazy, Blam.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely.
Wow. Okay, let's break it down right. From the start of the game, Blackstreet Esports was in total control. Silence were winning, and it was very good for Blackstreet Esports. But the moment 10-minute Tyrant, we see DTE Gaming pouncing on Blackstreet Esports, securing themselves a healthy 4 to 5k goal lead, snowballing into 3 high grounds, right? But yet again, who would have expected Blackstreet Esports to repeat their success against Team Secret in the game of DTE, protecting their high ground and making this insane comeback? 3 Tempest Dragons, plays after plays. Oh my.
Absolutely. I mean, it's normally like the sort of like the point of no return. When you have no high ground turrets, a lot of teams within Honor of Kings Esports would not be able to push back, but there is a certain handful of teams that know how to kind of defend their base. They know what they need to do to get the pressure to make sure that they still keep their enemy guessing that the game's not over just yet. And that's exactly what Blackstreet Esports did here.
Just look at this insane stat here, Black. Zihong rocking the gun ammo with a 231,600 damage dealt. Wow.
Crazy, man. But I mean, what? We're getting into a 30-minute match, right, Sagi? That's the kind of numbers we expect to see. Because, I mean, even look at Susa there as well. He's on 206k. Like, he obviously shined very much within that early to late game. And then towards the end there, that's when we started to see the sort of crack start to show for the side of DTE Gaming, right? Like, the positioning for Susa in those team fights was not optimal. He was always being catched out by those couple blades. JR was always on top of him at that point.
I would definitely as well. I definitely agree with you as well. Especially Zihong landed that crucial couple blades in front of their crystal that secured the eventual comeback for BSE. And let's check out the goal graph right here. Look at this roller coaster.
It looks like a snake. It looks like it's just going up and down, and then just like snakes and ladders. We need some ladders on this board as well. But honestly, like you're saying there, like BSE at the early game, but not by a big margin. But then DTE got that ace, and then they gained a huge margin, almost around about that 7.4k gold lead. But it was still at that point when BSE was like, nah, bro, I'm still going to come back from no high ground turrets, and we're going to maintain this all the way into a 30-minute game where they finally got a 14.8k gold lead over to the side of BSE.
That is nuts. And BSE just telling us the win against Team Secret was not a fluke. It was actually them playing through their experience, playing through their strong mental fortitude, making sure that, hey, 3 high grounds. People say it's impossible to come back from 3 high grounds, but we as a team proved to the world, proved to the MKL, proved to the Malaysian audience that we make it happen. And not just once, twice.
Not just once, yeah, exactly twice. I mean, there was so much kind of confrontation at the crystal, but overall MVP is going to go over to none other than Chong here into the mid lane. His couple blades didn't quite hit in the early game, but at the end part of the game, when they really mattered, they came through.
Exactly here, especially that we will be seeing through the match highlights later. The couple blades, yes, it didn't really pack a punch in the early game. Once he skilled towards the items when the 3 waves are crashing in, he landed couple blades after couple blades. The first one, annihilating the last push from the side of DTE. The second one, catching off them in the mid lane. The third one, removing Sage Sanctuary from Turtle. This 3 was more than enough to name him the MVP of the match.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But then we're going to see the highlights, right? Honestly, I feel like there should be no other highlights than the fights around the crystal, because look here, Daoha, how into the backline there, he's able to get Dion's suppression, Splendor taken off the board there as well. There's just so much dive, so much kind of brawling at this point, but it was just whoever just overstepped just ever so slightly, they got punished.
They got punished indeed, and what was the punish? The couple blades landing onto them. And this cheeky little face check with the spell, Calculator Strike indeed. And this was the one I'm talking about right here. Okay, BSE starts off the fight, but Turtle here untouched, and he was free roaming with the damage. High damage, everything he has it, and Zihong here getting out alive with the flash, with the Sage Sanctuary after the item purchase. But look at here. Zihong landing couple spirits, and this was the final one.
Yeah,
immediately trading. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, it was a saving grace that Musang Kang really needed there. It was just like, you need to make sure those couple blades hit, because if you don't, I'm gonzo. And that's exactly what happened there. Literally, Musang King it was just enough for him to hold out the base there, just for the time of his team to come back and just try and go for another run at the crystal, which is where they were very successful for the side of BSE.
And at this point, the Tempest Dragon has entered the base, and no matter how strong they are, the game is practically over at this point. So really, props to VSE, especially Zihong, for holding the mental fortitude and clearing out the waves. And honestly, the couple blades landed when it mattered. Early game didn't really matter, it didn't really hit, that's why we see such a big goal in DTE Gaming. But when it mattered the most, he deleted BB, he deleted Che. Next fight, he deleted everybody, and he managed to remove Che from finalizing the push with the Tempest Dragon. And lastly, Che's detrimental mistake in the mid lane, being caught out by the Hull roamer item, being caught out by the power control flash combo from BSE's DN, gotta give props. And finally, the last push where he got immediately Sage Sanctuary removed by the couple blades. Immaculate.
Oh, very well played. I mean, this is the high level that we're expecting, though, when we actually see BSE on the Gorge, right? Like, we're expecting those flash suppression combos to come through when they really matter. We're expecting the couple blades to hit when they need to, because it's no longer kind of like these teams that are kind of just banking on these picks to drive them into the mid game and then just win very early. BSE and DTE have both proven that they can go the distance. But speaking of distance, this is the best of 3. We're getting into BP of game number 2 right now. Is this going to be another full feature match, Sagi?
So I want to put some points onto this, especially for the fact that Game 2, after such a devastating loss from DTE Gaming, it was a heartbreaking loss. So it's a challenge towards DTE Gaming whether they can go through a higher level. They've proved to everyone in the league that they have what it takes to push these top tier teams to a picky situation, right? A pickle, right? But right now, it's Game 2 after such a detrimental loss, after a heartbreaking loss. Do they have the mental fortitude to come back from such a loss?
I mean, you can only really hope so, right, here. I mean, we're looking at the bans and the picks here. The Luna and the Mai Shiranui, they took Mai Shiranui last game. BB played it very, very well in the early, mid. Not quite well into the late game because it kind of just knew how to be picked off there by the side of BSE. But over the side of Black True Esports, they ban out the Marco Polo, they ban out the Dharma, and they lock in the Zhang Fei and the Pei.
Zhang Fei and Pei, definitely a heavy resource duo into the mid game, into the early game. Double Smite, heavy invasion threat for the side of DTE Gaming. And if you look at the bans real quick, right? CM, onto the Dharma, being banned out. Che, notoriously known DTE Gaming, they love the Marco Polo. Especially, they would love the Marco Polo to lane swap to actually suppress Xiang into the clash lane. And for side DTE Gaming, they steal away the Doya and Elaine, a famous combo that Black True Esports treasure and prizes for Xiang.
Exactly, but I mean, this is exactly what they need to get on top of the likes of the Shoyue, right? Like, JR is not going to have a fun time if they allow it to get to that kind of point in the game once more. So around about that 20-minute to 30-minute mark, because the Elaine with 2 death on sunsets is going to be able to get into your backline so easy.
Well, that's definitely true, and especially, but Shoyue definitely has a lot of mobility with the 3 stacks of Getaway, which is ultimate, being able to maneuver around these fights, right? But Elaine, Double Death at Sunset is definitely something to look at, especially with the speed boost, with the Double Death at Sunset, the ignorance on the Hero's Gorge map, right? He can fly over walls, so definitely this pick on Shoyue has to watch out.
Yeah, absolutely. He has to be careful. But, I mean, he's got a Zhang Fei, right? He's got Dion on the Zhang Fei. He's going to chunk a lot of the damage. He's going to be really there to try and, like, upset the team fights, which we saw naturally from Series 1 of the day. Zhang Fei, Unbridled Outburst connect him fantastically. But if we look at the bans here, the Netza, the Dune as well, these are 2 tanks within the jungle that pair very nicely with the Dolia. And over to the side of DTE, they ban out the Byron because the Byron and the Pei combo is very strong, as well as the Mayim, because, again, this is one of Xiang's biggest picks.
I do agree so as well. Both teams locking down whatever that has more priority towards the overall of the draft here. But if you look at it, right, 3 Clash lanes has been banned out for a side of DTE Gaming. Charlotte has been expanded from Blackstone Esports here. Are we gonna see a surprise break coming out from Blackstone Esports here? Can it be the Sun Ce? Can it be the Guan Yu? Can it be even the Miyue to play on the side lane to pair up the Pei? To really bully out this Elaine into the mid game. So I want to see Blackstone Esports here pull out something out of the textbook here.
Yeah, I mean, Miyu would make sense, right? I mean, she has her Rumble Moon, which would definitely kind of counter the Death on Sunset at least once. But Sunset, again, would be another great count. We normally see it sometimes compared with the Zhongfei as well. Obviously, having that set sail from across the board is going to be pretty huge. But maybe DTE Gaming here with the Hue 1 pick and kind of sussing that Sunset through as well, right? Because, I mean, if they use that, you use the Unending Sorrow, it's going to kind of negate that whole impact if you try and bait it out when you need to be, right?
Exactly. That's why we have to put this focus onto BSE's last pick here. Is it going to be a standard pick like the Sun Ce and Guan Yu mentioned? Or is it going to be a textbook? Out of textbook pick? Like, what is it? The Miyue! Exactly! We've seen this pick so far. It's going to be such a strong side lane that Blackstone Esports can't play around. Especially, you want to play the Elaine, but the Elaine has to get out of the lane to be able to make these big engages onto your backline. He needs items. He needs the Sparks Dagger, the Blazing Cape. But one thing, Miyue is heck of a strong side lane to really fight this Elaine. So Elaine, your first task is not to look for this team fight, is to survive in lane.
It's surviving lane exactly as well, right? Like, Elaine needs that priority. He wants to be looking at trying to take that T1 for himself, so it kind of frees him up for the self of DTE. Then he can just go across the gorge and help his teammates. But Xiang on this Miyue is going to be very frightful, right? Like, not only could it be very good in the 1v1 up to the Clash lane, but you can use this Miyue to just kind of try and bait out, do a lot of damage onto the likes of Junjun on the Hue 1 here, and then just kind of like try and bait out those skills, because you can use the Umbral Moon when she's about to use it. Just get out of there, scot-free.
Scot-free indeed, and we see it early 2v2 coming to the top side, and Junjun falls!
That's exactly what we needed, right? Like, up into the top side of the map, Musang King and Xiang going very well, pairing nicely here, making sure that CM does not have an early game that he's desired. But right now, we do see Hao coming up into the top side of the map as well. Is going to be enough to know the damage is not going to quite connect just yet for the side of DTE.
And I think this is based on experience though, Blam. BSE knowing for a fact that, hey, you pick a lane into my Miyue counter pick, right? So you're probably gonna allow Zunzun to help CM clear the side lane here. So BSE reading the play, making sure that, hey, you wanna do it, you gotta pay. And that paid off.
It paid off well, right? The first blood going up to the side at Blackstone Esports is exactly what they need, especially when they're trying to sort of get that lead with Pei right now. You can already see that Musang Kings are ahead about by 400 gold at least into the jungle just yet. So already starting to show those steady kind of leads that we know that Pei needs to make sure he activates in this early to mid game.
Exactly. So right off the bat that we talk about, yeah, CM, you need items. So you cannot afford to lose the early game, but the moment the early game arrived, the 1 minute mark, BSE read the play from DTE Gaming and immediately launching this Miyue to a healthy goal lead, launching this Musang King into a healthy goal lead.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of damage over the side of BSE as well, right? Like, you've not only got Pei, you've got the Nua, you've got JR on the Shoyue as well. So a lot of damage and a lot of consistent damage from Xiang as well. Like, that magic damage is definitely going to kind of pay dividends into these team fights, especially when they're all kind of like situated around each other. It's definitely going to be a bit of a pain game here for the side of DTE, but their main front line is going to be Junjun on this Yuan, right? But he has the sustainability, he has the heals from Dolia, the heals from himself, and more likely going to be building into a tank kind of itemization because it's the Yuan into the jungle, right?
Exactly, so we're gonna see the double Unending Sorrow before we see the double Death of Sunset, right? So double Unending Sorrow allows Zunzun on this Yuan to actually push for vision, push for these engages. So right now, we have to see how well Zunzun really pushes this timing, this window, this opportunity to actually allow CM to look for these flanks, this farming tempo.
Yeah, right now DTE definitely got them pushed sort of like dead to rights into that T1 territory. They did a bit of damage onto their the turret as well. So already we're starting to have a bit of a heavy rotation here from BB on the Yixing, which was going to be pretty much expected, right? Like, he wants Lung to have a clear early game, get the itemization that he needs. We've currently seen the Meteor being built here as well, second tier item that goes into Axe of Torment or Starbreaker, and then we're probably going to see him built into something like the Eternity Blade next, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Long here is definitely going to be one of the primary units here, the hero here, to actually take down the likes of BSC Musang King, JR, because of the immense burst when he lands on that 4 item. When he finishes that Starbreaker, when he finishes that Siegebreaker, he's going to be the main target that BSE has to take off before any fight happens here. So right now, both sides, as we mentioned, yes, BSE, you have this amazing early game, but right now, can you make this early game into an early 12 to 13 minute end game? Or is DTE being provided with this space, this 1k goalie, not a lot, can they really scale into this late game when this double death at sunset from a lane is going to be a menace to JR?
Yeah, I feel like for the side of BSE, they definitely want to make sure they run this game out a little bit quicker than the last one, right? Because if you get to that kind of a 20 to 30 minute mark, it's again just going to be down to how do you navigate and work at these team fights. And like you were saying there, Sagi, like a lane at that point of the game is going to be so tanky and so chunky that it's going to be hard to run him down. But the neutral objective does go over to the side of BSC, so we're already going to see a bit of a shift in tides happen right now with the not only increased movement speed, but the increased damage from this.
Yeah, exactly. So Tyrant already secure on the side of Blackstreet Esports does give them a very healthy lead in the early game to really push out these waves like you mentioned and to really access this damage buff, right? But right now we're looking at about a 1,000 goal lead here. We haven't seen the first tower going down even though they are piloting the pay. So definitely a suitable tempo that DTE Gaming prefers.
Oh, okay, yep. We're definitely just focusing into the jungle side, up the side of BSE for now. Obviously able to claim their Azure Golem, making sure that none of it is contested by the side of DTE, but Xiang here may get a free T1. No one's around, and there's no one fast enough to rotate up to it. And Miue has great split push potential as well, so looking to take the T1 into the top side is going to be BSE. They've taken and traded it for the T1 down into the farm lane.
BSE here playing very safe, very respectful. They know for a fact that CM was not on the map, and immediately JR departs from the farm lane and giving space for BSE to actually take 2 towers in the pass lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing here that CM can do, right? Like, if he dives in, he's not only got the pain from Pei to deal with, he's got Miue that he's got to try and, like, counter, but, like, thanks to the Umbral Moon, it's going to be very hard for him to actually gain the 2v1 advantage there.
Exactly, and at this point of the game, the CM on the lane has not fully grown into a side lane threat, a team fight threat, right? So he really needs more time, but will BSE give them this time? We really have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, taking the Overlord is not going to be sort of like case in point here for DTE. It's kind of just to deter it from the side of BSE for now. They got the best neutral objective in the early game, right? The Tyrant. But Xiang here getting a lot of pressure into the top side of the map. The Umbral Moon does come through, so they cannot target him. And he's able to just get back within a safe distance thanks to those crows as well. But this could be the takedown of their T1 into the clash lane. There's nobody else around to kind of come in and reciprocate the help they need. But maybe that's the point. BSE JR takes the T1 down to the bot side whilst they're focused into the clash lane.
Both teams really playing towards their win condition here, Blam. Yeah. Especially like we talk about. DTE Gaming is relaxing, is playing towards the BSE tempo here, but yet again, we have to talk about late game here, right? Late game CM will look for JR. Late game Turtle will look for JR and Musang King. So definitely, late game does ponder more over to the side of DTE Gaming here. And towards the current goal lead, we see a 1,000 goal lead, but 1,000 goal lead is not a lot. It's about maybe like 200 per person, 200 per player. So right now, DTE Gaming is enjoying this tempo. It's really enjoying this tempo.
Yeah, I think DTE are doing a good job of keeping Sissa just quite close to JR's gold as well, right? I mean, it's about 100 difference in the farm lane, which isn't kind of like the be-all or end-all, but it's not enough for JR to build a whole kind of like second-tier item or a third-tier item. So I feel like that's kind of like where they're kind of stomping the growth here for BSE.
Yeah, exactly. And we see like most of the gold is actually funneled towards the pay to really close out this early game. And even though CM is giving so much pressure by the Miue, he's doing pretty well. He's tied gold with the Miue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, building into the Sparkle Dagger is going to give him a bit of better wave clear, a bit more range onto the backline as well as attack speed, but the Blazing Cape is going to be enough to kind of deter any healing from the side of BSE, which there's not a lot, but it's definitely going to do the AoE damage that you need when you kind of into the backline, just kind of run them down a bit easier, make them kind of second think.
Second think indeed, and especially right now, a lane is slowly working towards the Long Line Guardian here. In terms of what we are seeing so far, the 10-minute mark when a lane has the Long Line Guardian, when the Long hits that Starbreaker and the Master Sword as 3 item, we'll be seeing a big fight happening at the Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to fight for that. Maybe they'll go for the next Tyrant, maybe uncontested here by the side of DTE Gaming, because they have quite a bit of a clear wave into the mid lane. A bit of dominance there, but it still could be contested here by the side of BSE. They're all kind of like rotating around, just making sure they've got the vision on this neutral objective, because you don't want to be giving the opportunity to increase damage over to your teammates, not at this point in the game.
Yeah, not at this point in the game indeed. And we see Xiang running onto CM into the crash lane, and both helpers are going dangerously low.
Yeah, nothing gonna happen there, right? I mean, we see that CM is very low in his health, but okay, so sir, he's got the infinite vastness. He can use this to escape, and he does. So that's a good sign for BSE. They know that his ultimate's on cooldown for the coming moments, right? Oh, the annihilation! That hit, that would have been beautiful.
That would be beautiful indeed. And through that play, through that rotational mistake from Turtle, BSE secures themselves yet another tier 2 on the side of BSE. Yeah, they got another tier 2 from DTE Gaming, so slowly but surely they're gonna make sure they chip down the side lane turrets. And honestly speaking, right, for BSE, their goal is not the team fight. And have you seen a single Unbridled Outburst this game?
Not one. Definitely, it's been stored in the bank. He's using it for the right time. Dian is like, I'm waiting for my golden moment. But I do have to give credit to BSE, right? Like, they forced Infinite Bastions down into the bot side of the map, but it wasn't that wasn't probably one of the only goals. The other goal was taking that T2 as well. So it, again, just paying sort of respect to BSE, getting more than one thing out of an interaction, even if it's not a kill.
Yeah, exactly. And especially once you get that tier 2 in the bot lane, you open up the red side of DTE Gaming. The Crimson Golem is going to be unsafe for DTE Gaming to approach, and that is going to slowly build lead after lead for Blackstone Esports, as they seem to be pondering around the Shadow Tyrant here and looking to secure the blue buff first before starting the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, and not only that, right, like you were saying, mention of the Shadow Tyrant, it means that they have pressure into that lane, so it already gives them a little bit of more of a leeway into that pit, right, into the Shadow Tyrant, if they really want to. But right now, Xiang maybe looking to get caught out here, Umbral Moon being used. He's trying to get on top of one of them to try and get a trade, but it means that it's going to be a bit of a bait and switch for the side of DTE, because BSE now get to do their Shadow Tyrant things. They get the increased damage. They're already ahead within this lane priority. They don't really need this Shadow Overlord.
Indeed, but that's not what you want to be happening for your side of the actual esports. You cannot be dropping your side lane, your important split pusher here. And right now they're looking for a 4v5 here in the Shadow Overlord.
4v5 could be actually taking place here. Junjun looking pretty low, but he does have obviously the heal from the Q1 as well.
Yeah.
Through, as well as how CM he is still trying to dive into the backline here of the side of BSE, trying to get a kill, trying to claim it onto Song, but he's dived in deep, uses the flash out of there. Is it going to be enough to drive him away? The Annihilation does not connect, but oh, it is going to be the wild rounds for JR, claiming the kill onto CM.
I would want to give credit to CM. Very good damage calculation overall to force out multiple basic spells from like Zihong, the Flash, everything. But gotta say one thing's for sure, right? Zihong landing the Annihilation, damage is enough. JR landing the wild round, sniping CM on his escape route.
Yeah, I mean, if you thought that Zohong had long range with the Gan Mo, I mean, the Annihilation's pretty much across the map, right? So that's the longest range you can get possible with this newer pick. So it's kind of like emulating that same kind of draft they had in Game 1.
Oh, definitely. Especially right now we've seen Zihong from Game 1 and Game 2. He is like the artillery mage master. He's very good. Oh, wait, no.
He's very low. Oh, there goes the artillery. That could be troublesome here for the side of BSE as they lose their T1. Dion has to get out of there as well. He's able to chunk the damage, but doesn't quite have the Unbridled Outburst yet. Rage being built up, so he now has the Unbridled Outburst, but at the same time, Xiang, in Xiang fashion, goes for the split push. He takes the high ground turret for now.
Oh, he wanted to take the platform bounce, but only works for teammates.
He's trying, right? He's trying. The Umbral Moon. Oh, he becomes untargetable. He's just trying to bait out the team, give his rest of his team at BSE just some room to breathe.
It was a very cute attempt. He wanted to take the platform bounce and send himself back to the red side of DTE Gaming, but sadly that's not how it works, and today I learned as well, so thank you for teaching me this lesson, BSE Xiang.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I've learned it the hard way already, so I knew exactly what was going to go down there, but honestly, he got the main objective, right? He got the high ground turret into the side lane, which is going to further put so much pressure onto the side of DTE. Like, this is already Black Shrew Esports playing the way they normally play. Like, they are able to get the high ground turrets before their opponents.
I do agree so, especially right now. we see from time and time, right? High ground towers translate into Tempest Dragon pressure. Especially right now, we don't know which side Tempest Dragon is actually going to spawn. This is at random, correct me if I'm wrong. So if it spawns on the opposite side of the Tempest Dragon, they are going to have a problem with the bottom minion wave.
Potentially, right? Like, they need to make sure they're keeping that on check. But right now, we see the scene that DTE are trying to maybe emulate that into the top side of the map. We always see them kind of always in that clash lane. Like, they're always trying to put pressure in there. Whether it's because they think that's where Xiang's going to be, I'm not too sure, but it's proven that he's across the gorge completely. But we can see here that Tucha is just trying to take the T2, claims it, but it means that CM has to go back to tend those minions into the farm lane.
Wow. Both marksmen here rocking that 4-item power spike here. And Long right now, to give you in the visual terms, whoever takes the flaming... Wait!
Ooh, yes, they forced infinite vastness. That's going to be good for the side of BSC, but not so good for the side of DTE.
Exactly, so both... That's what I want to highlight, right? JR, he's not going to be doing much damage to the wild rounds, to be honest, right now. His physical basic damage on the auto attacks is going to hit like a truck. And to be honest, right, only CM can tank it, but CM has to flank him, right? But Tucha, his job, one of the job is to delete Zihong or JR from the game with the Flaming Palms.
But I mean, look at Xiang here, right? He's already kind of trying to just get that push into the top side of the map as well, put a lot of pressure onto the side of DTE. At that point, I'm guessing, but BB goes down into the back line there as well. All of them aboard to be committed. It is going to be the takedown of JR as well, but Sissa is going down. BB goes down as well. Musang King coming in with the clean up through, but the down sunset is going to be there to just try and claim Musang King, but it's not going to be enough. They have to go back to their high ground turrets. They cannot take this fight because of BSC Xiang's macro play earlier on.
That was a beautiful play coming from the side of Yen, landing that 3-man unbridled outburst. Yes, JR got a kill onto BB, but BB's board locked him in place, allowing Tilter to dive onto JR. So that was an equal trade, but overall, BSE came out on top, securing 3 kills, securing the Tyrant, and securing the mid tower that's yet to go down. And right now, Xiang is looking to chase down CM.
Yeah, no, just put a bit of pressure on there, make sure he doesn't kind of step out of his boundaries. It may be potentially looking like BSC might try and formulate around this Overlord. I mean, they do have the Primal Bond debuff right now, so it would be at a much slower rate that they take it, so it would mean that they would need a team there to try and take this second neutral objective for now. But they are definitely in a healthier space, right? Xiang has put so much pressure with this Mew epic.
Yeah, I do want to point out the fact as well for the Primal one that you mentioned. For those who are new to Honor of Kings, if you take the Tyrant and you want to take the Overlord together, you will have a damage debuff on the second objective you take. So keep in mind, do not take Overlord, then straight go and take the Tyrant. You will have a very big damage issue.
Hey, the best way people learn is if they try it, right? Like, exactly. Hey, go and take it. Try and see if you can do your best to take in both of the neutral objectives at the same time. I mean, I've tried it. Even with my teams, it doesn't quite work. But right now, we've seen a bit of pressure here for Dion. He's locked inside the board. The Zhongfei is not going to be the one that you need to lock inside the board, right? He can chunk that damage for now. They're looking to try to get a slow approach onto that T2 into the mid lane. Xiang is just stalking that bot side of the map. He's looking just to feed through those minions every moment he gets. He is putting on a macro playstyle that we did not see in that game number 1. This is typical Xiang.
0-2-1, but a heck of a monster in the side lane, making sure that any side lane that he approaches, he will be putting pressure, making 2 or 3 members on the side DT gaming to come and attend to him. And when they're attending to him, BSE gets to do this. They get to take the objective here, and of course, the debuff has been reduced. It's gone, and they take it quickly.
Yeah, exactly. They're just playing to timers now. So honestly, BSE are playing kind of like with egg timers on the board. They've probably got like 5 egg timers. Like, hey guys, right, okay. Primal Bond's up in about 10 seconds. It's going to go off. Boom, go. Let's go Overlord. But now we're getting that shaky part of the match that we saw in Game 1, Sagi. And I am fearing for my life right now. Is the fact that we're almost at that 20-minute mark once more between these two teams. And honestly, the team fights have actually been that brawly. But Sissa is trying to get caught out here using the vastness, but JR goes down. That is going to be an insta-kill. The damage coming through, the annihilation not hitting onto Tucha there is going to be a bit of a detriment to the side of Black True Esports. And also, the loss of JR is a loss of a lot of damage.
Exactly. I want to break down that play, right? JR utilizing his passive, the invisibility, right, with the Eye of Tranquility, and then he moves slowly the moment Che rotated topside to clear the Overlord. He popped his Sun Chaser looking to melt down Che with the basic attacks. 4 basic attacks, right? But yet again, Che immediately responses with the Flash Flaming Palms, deleting JR from the game. And that's why I mentioned, right? One Flaming Palm and Power Flaming Palm is what you need to delete a squishy from the side of Black Shrew Esports.
Exactly. It's just basically, it's the same kind of tale of game 1, right? Like, whoever lands those kind of hard-hitting abilities at this point in the game is just going to confirm deletion, but there may be some trades at some points if we are going to sort of like edge into that territory once more. But still, Xiang is just looking to keep pressure into this bot side of the map because they know that DTE have to force somebody away to make sure they're able to clear this minion wave, and that means that Black Shrew Esports get a little bit of a handicap into the team fight if they decide to take one.
And I do want to point out right now, in terms of team fight prowess, the overall draft, DTE definitely has the advantage here. For Black Shrew Esports, they are more towards single target damage, right? But Zero gets a snipe!
Yep, Sosa goes down there, which is a bit of a shame here for DTE, which could be now the crucial opening up here for the side of DTE Gaming. Black Shrew Esports knows that Sosa is down, so that's a lot of damage from the side of DTE. BB is going to be the only one that's really going to be dishing out that damage for now.
Wow, I believe that was wild rounds into the Annihilation, catching Che off guard, utilizing this timing and making sure that they secure the Tyrant safe and sound, but same thing. Primal Bronze affects Tempest Dragon as well, so 60 seconds, once Tempest Dragon spawns in 10 seconds, they still cannot approach the Tempest Dragon.
I think they're looking to like push the space now. I mean, they don't have Sosa to worry about. Like, the Flaming Palms aren't going to be hitting anybody anytime soon. They are now back up, however. They are able to claim 1 high ground turret for now, but that's enough for the side of BSE to get a bit of an advantage, especially with it being on the side of the Tempest Dragon. This is just showing the mythology of Black Shrew Esports. They knew they had to take the high ground turret if they want an easier fight at the Tempest.
And looking right now, right, Blam, I do agree as well. Top, bot, high ground, down. So they can play the Tempest Dragon dance however they want. Once immense minion pressure crashes down bot side, they definitely have to pay respect and send one person down, and that's where they start the Tempest Dragon. So all BSE has to do, play it patient, and patience is the name of the game of Black Shrew Esports, as they are such a macro disciplined team.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely like, I mean, Xiang, I don't think I've seen him in a team fight for quite some time right now. He's just kind of paying, he's on holiday. He's just pushing these side lanes. He's just making sure he's maintaining the appearance there, putting on that pressure, which is what they need, right? Because CM out of the team fight is very detrimental. There's no catch on to the back line without CM.
Exactly. If you have no CM, Xiang neutralized the important backline access from DTE. And if you send any other member to attend to Xiang, Xiang's gonna run over those members. You can't send Che, he's a primary damage output. You can't send Zunzun, he cannot handle, he has to smite, but
Hold on. It's being used. I mean, he does have the Celestial Melody. He can go in for one, so this could be a big engage onto Dion here. It is into the back line. Unbridled Lightburst catches onto none. Wusang King looks pretty low, but it is actually going to take down here of Susa. He goes down, which is going to be detrimental. But Xiang into the bot lane as well with the minions. He takes it the flank with the Master Thief is Xiang.
Well, this is what we're talking about, right? If let's say you send everybody for a team fight, you don't have the bottom tier 3, that's just what's gonna happen. Xiang's just gonna bulldoze your base and steal your crystal. But definitely a team fight attempt coming from DTE Gaming, because they know for a fact, if we don't do it now, Xiang's gonna bulldoze our base. And we see, Infinite Vasta's being cast, dive onto Musang King so they can take out the jungler and then take the Tempest Dragon. But they underestimate the fact that they don't have enough time to do that.
No, not enough time. And with Xiang, I mean, this is the whole point of the MIUE, right? Like, not the greatest within team fights. It can do very well within like the early to mid game, but is there to do the split push potential, right? Like, which we saw. Xiang, he was on holiday that entire game. He was not in the office. He was out of office hours. He was just constantly down into the farm lane, making sure that it was kind of like, are you guys aware that I'm putting so much pressure into your bot lane? And it didn't seem to the side of DTE, other than CM, that they were kind of like hanging on to what was actually going to be taking place. But it just shows the methodicalness of BSE so many times in this game, so many kind of opportunities that were just so methodical.
Exactly. BSE showing us for the fact that, hey, our late game is definitely not as strong as yours, but once it comes down to execution on winning condition, as we mentioned, Xiang will never appear in the front line, because if Xiang is on one side lane, he will definitely draw CM or draw more members to attend to him. When more members are attending to him, that's when Xiang actually is capable of bulldozing the side lane. And when more members attend to him, they leave towards the objective. Blackstreet Esports has direct access towards the objective because realistically speaking, 1v1, no one can take down Xiang in the side lane.
Exactly, but I mean, just look at the damage dealt here by the side of BSE's Zhang here. Like, it seems like JR was just there to be the pseudo damage dealer all this time, right? Like, people were focusing JR left, right, and center. He got more deaths than obviously Zhang as well. So to me, it seems like a little bit of a bait and switch in the draft as well, right? Like, the fact is that, oh yeah, they got Shu'er. That's where they're going to be kind of like putting a lot of the damage. But then all of a sudden, it's like, no, it's going to be in that mid lane. I mean, 159k to 86.7 is a stark difference.
Almost double, you know, almost double. And I think from BSE's viewpoint, they played JR, Shoyu, and Zihong's Nuwa very well. Wild rounds to cut down Cheche's, the primary carry of DTE Gaming's health to maybe 50% or 30%, then Annihilation to catch off Cheche, making him think that, is this damage enough to kill me? Do I need to burn the Infinite Vastness? But yet again, miscalculation happened one time in mid lane immediately. Dragon Tyrant goes over to the side of Blackstreet Esports. The gold lead scales towards the side of Blackstreet Esports. And check out this gold lead right now, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, the goal lead for every one of these games so far has been a little bit different, right? Like, we just saw a snake in the last one. This one's looking a little bit more like a hacksaw. It's got quite a few blades on it. But it was all ultimately going into the favor of BSE, right? Like, there was little kind of peaks where DTE was trying to come back and take that goal lead from them. But around about that 10-minute mark, that's where it kind of steeped the lowest for BSE. And that's exactly what they needed, right? They got a lot of objectives at that point in time. They got quite a lot of high ground turrets, a lot of objectives going in their order, but it was all ultimately just setting up that back door for Xiang.
Yeah, like we mentioned, right? It's like, if let's say you don't attend to Xiang during the Tempest Dragon, and you are forced to either fight up front 5v4 without attending the waves prior, you're definitely going to have an issue with this backdoor, right? I think Blackstreet Esports, since they picked this pick, they know for a fact Xiang is never coming to the fight. If Xiang comes to the fight, it's bad because it's a 5v5 that Blackstreet Esports draft does not really excel in. They want this 4v4. They want this split push. And let's check out the MVP of the match.
MVP on the match. I mean, it's got to be Zhang here as well, right? I mean, back-to-back MVPs. He just put a complete different placeholder in this game, right? Like, this from the amount of damage, the effect and impact he had across this game at no kind of like pinpoint. It was just incredible. Like 8% of the damage taken, he was so untouchable, but then dealing 39% damage. That's a huge disparity, right, between damage taken and damage dealt.
And also total gold for damage, he's almost ×2. For every piece of gold he got, he dealt ×2 of the damage. So amazing stats coming in from Zihong here, really cementing the fact that we call him one of the best early mages in MKL.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to see this in the highlights as well, right? I mean, especially when we saw those like 1-2 combos with the wild rounds and the annihilations come through. Like, there, boom! Like, literally just feeding him into the wild round. That was just so beautiful.
And I love the fact that JR here flags BB, being locked in by this. And, you know, the engineer is like, okay, you traded JR, let me just stop you real quick. And Xiang here coming to the rescue. And overall, it's a pretty decent team fight. But this is the one. Boom!
Yes, the annihilation straight onto Cersei. It's just taking him off the board there. Just meant that the team fight was going to be a lot easier, a lot more proficient for the side. Here. But then here, the end for Xiang, he just ran the minions through, which was basically what he was doing in the entire game, but nobody just kind of was just like, oh, that's the point of Xiang. And now they'll know that.
That's the point of Xiang. Yeah, exactly. The whole game, he was on split push duty. Yeah, you know, 0-2-1, not the best of KDAs, but you know what? He got the crystal, and that is all that matters. The result of the game matters more than the KDA. A win is a win, and we account for that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to hear from BSE within this interview as well. So I want to get a few thoughts on Zhang as well, being the obviously back-to-back MVP. I think there's definitely going to be very interesting to hear what he says.
Let's go interview. Hello? Hello, Zihong.
Hello.
So, Blam, you want to start off with some questions?
How does it feel being back-to-back MVP, especially in that clutch game 1?
OK，so 我来帮你翻译吧，子红。就他问你，这解说就问你，就这2把里面你都拿到了 MVP， 你现在心情如何？
现在心情非常平静吧，因为 MVP 都是和我队友一起团队协作才拿到的。
哇 ，OK，so let me explain what 子红 said just now. Actually, he feels back-to-back MVP is feeling very peaceful, and MVPs are a result of him and his team instead of his own personal effort.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to give over credit to yourself, right? Like, your team did set you up, you dealt the damage, but you kind of landed those hits when need be. So I feel like the MVPs were definitely well-deserved. But overall, what do you think went really well in those games?
就解说就回答就是说，虽然 MVP 是大家呈现的一个胜利嘛，但是他就问到就是你在第1把跟第2把，你的那个长距离的那些消耗，你长距离的那些英雄技能，你都做得很好，就没有觉得哪一方面是做得特别好的吗？
哪一方面做得特别好？主要是特别冷，
对，
主要是冷静吧，就越冷静啊，对。
So he wants to emphasize that yes, although that back-to-back games he was MVP, but it was calm composure that brought them the victory as well. So I want to ask one question. So, Zihong, on first game, you guys were 3 towers down. There was no more towers, and you guys managed to make a comeback. How did the team feel? 就子红，我想问你，就是第1把你们3个高地都掉了，但你们最后还是得到了胜利。你们当时是什么样的感觉？当时你的干将把那个守约和那个邵世元扎到了，你是什么样的感觉？
就非常激动嘛，因为扎死了守约，我们就可以再守住一波，然后还有机会再翻盘。
Alright, so he mentioned, from what I asked him is that he felt that the moment that he got the couple swords onto the Diadia, onto the Shoye on the crucial play, he mentioned that he felt very excited and very filled with energy because the fact that he got that pick off, Musang King got to defend the base and they got one more wave and a few more waves to play with. So immense stuff coming in from BSE. Any more questions, Blam?
Any last words to say to fans or supporters across the world that saw those matches?
就子红就解说有问，就是恭喜你赢了比赛，然后就是你有没有什么你想对你的粉丝、你的家人、你的朋友说的吗
？6月8号决赛见。
So Zihong replied, "Yes, I do have something to say for my fans, family, or friends, and that is 8th of June. Let's meet at the grand finals."
Very powerful words. So thank you very much again for the interview, and
thank
we'll
you,
see you in the play-ins.
What an interview! He seems so calm after that hectic of a series, Blam.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my heart would be going 10 to the dozen. I don't think I'll be able to sit down and I'd be like, you know what, guys? I probably need maybe 10 coffees just to kind of counterbalance how fast my heart's going. Maybe not the best, but it's going to be very interesting as well. Obviously, we saw the longest match within MKL this far, and it's been at week 5, day 2. So we still have a whole week to try and top that kind of back and forth at that kind of ultimate end game as well.
That end game was 30 minutes and 59 seconds. And you know what? Next up is Todak versus Team Secret. And the storyline of this is if Todak loses, they are out for playoffs contention here. So it's do or die situation coming from Todak. And for Team Secret, it's to really perform up to their expectations. It's been 5 weeks, and we want to see a Team Secret that can be up onto par from their championship HOKS2 and KC2024 run.
Exactly. But before we get into that, we are going to get another short break, guys. So make sure you tune back in for Todak against Team Secret. Don't go anywhere, guys. See you very soon.
Victory!
Yeah! Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an opening here, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secrets after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden.
Welcome to the inn. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Lives are so complicated.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings of Malaysia King League Sprint Season 2025. I am Lam once more, and with me, my partner in crime today is Sagi, as we're going to take you through the last best of 3 today between Todak Gaming and Team Secret.
And of course, there is a storyline between these two teams. I mean, not between these two teams, but the storyline of this series will be more on Todak's fight for survival. And the moment Team Secret wins the series, Todak is out of playoffs contention, and the top 6 will be solidified for the play-ins here. Aside from teams like Nova or Blackstreet Esports, who are almost secured for their top spot for the playoffs, for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th slot will be a rumble between all the mid-pack teams fighting for the play-ins positioning.
Exactly right. I mean, that's the thing that I'm seeing most realistically, is that after this week, it's more likely going to be kind of like the play for that 4th, 5th, 6th, and third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place, sorry. It's all playing for those ones because then you're going to try and find out and suss out who can be your opponent going into that play-ins match, which is obviously going to be another best of 3, single elimination, and you're going to be still playing on that global BP, right? Like, that's going to be your first test to get into the playoffs.
Correct, and once you head into the playoffs, you will be playing a double elimination, so play-ins are brutal and ruthless. One mistake will send you off of the MKL playoffs. That will be happening June 6 to June 8 at Sunway Pyramid, LG2 Blue Concourse. So don't forget to go there if you are available and nearby. Definitely a date to mark down.
Exactly, I mean, even Zhang said it in his interview, right? He was just like, hey, make sure you're coming down June 6th. Whatever you're doing, drop it, come and see us. Because he's like, we're going to be there. Don't worry about it. We will be there. So, very confident words, but calm.
Calm, composed, and that is Black Shore Esports. But definitely Team Secret and Toda will be a heated battle. As we've seen from time to time, Toda, yes, they cannot close out games perfectly, but the early to mid game, they can contest the likes of Nova, they can contest the likes of DTE. They have what it takes to actually push teams to a sticky situation that we've seen so far from DTE versus Black Shore Esports. So realistically speaking, this will be an interesting matchup that not just affects their rankings, but affects their hopes, the only hope they have for playoffs.
Exactly. I mean, these teams have obviously met before. They've already played against each other, so it's now see if they can prove and change that outcome of the last time they met. But these are the team lines up. So for Todak, we have Stay, we have Huahua, we have CCS, we have Yuho, and we have Anda as well.
And on the side of Team Secret here, we have TS Son, their prime farm laner, Guxing, their new and upcoming import in the jungle, TS Swan in the clash lane, Nono, previously from Weibo, Sam9, and we have Shisan, the mage player in the mid lane here. So I want to point out a bit, for the side of Todak's roster, they have shuffled their roster, Anda from Roam to the jungle, Yuhao from sub to the roamer role, CCS from the clash lane to the marksman, Huahua from the jungle to the clash lane, and Stay is staying at mid lane.
He's the only one staying, right? I mean, that's the reason why his name's Stay. He probably got asked, he was like, hey, do you want to go into any lanes? Like, no. My name's Stay, and I'm staying in mid lane. So everyone else had to shift around him. It was a little bit awkward, but hey, maybe it's what they need to get through in this game against Team Secret.
But definitely, yeah, we see Toda, they pushed Nova Esports to a sticky situation. So this roster is not to be fooled around. In terms of head-to-head, we've seen the average KDA, DGP, and D damage per minute all falls over to Shisan, while Stay does have a bit more kill participation. So overall, in terms of stats, it revolves more around Shisan. But definitely, they've been winning more games, and Stay has not been translating these advantages into a victory here. So stats-wise, it's slightly towards Shisan.
Yeah, Shisan, I mean, from last year, he was a very sort of like potential one of the best mid laners within the Honor of Kings global esports scene. And he looks like with this head-to-head, he's looking like he's maintaining that kind of status, right? Like he's definitely one of the most sort of like passionate players within the esports as well. When he wins, they're great wins. When he loses, it's even greater. But at the same time, we see him display throughout the MKL that he's pretty much consistent in that mid lane.
Exactly, pretty consistent in the mid lane, always looking for these big engages on picks such as the Mai Shiranui, such as the Nuance, such as the Gan and Mo. So definitely a player to look out for. And on the side of Stay, he's definitely a control mage player as well. All the Yixing picks, all the Gan and Mo picks, definitely both players have a similar playstyle, but definitely, if it's the Mai Shiranui, I will give the edge towards the Shisan.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he's definitely displayed it historically, so very interesting between those two players. Obviously, Stay being more of a control mage player, which we saw obviously in the previous game. It didn't stop Zihong going for that more kind of like artillery mage though, so maybe we'll start to see the likes of either the Ganamo or the newer come through for this team Todak. But the last time this team actually met Team Secret was all the way back in week 1, day 1, so it's been such a long time since these two teams have played against each other, so maybe and hopefully for the side of Todak, they've learned something new.
And especially it's a different version of Toda, it's a whole new roster, aside from staying in mid lane. But for Team Secret, players are still the same, just that how well has Team Secret glued up, how well have they sync up in terms of their micro macro gameplay? We really want to find out in today's final match of MKL Day 2.
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely been a great week 5 so far. I mean, we've seen some great kind of upsets. I mean, DTE going against O2 Esports yesterday with a 2-1 victory line. Obviously, Nova taken against Todak yesterday, 2-0. So maybe after that defeat of Nova, they already have experienced, like, statistically the best team within NKL, right? They've experienced the Nova Esports, so now they're going to step down and go up against Team Secret. So maybe trying to beat the best in the last day of this week, maybe they'll have a little bit more of a leeway to go against Team Secret this time around.
Exactly, especially yesterday they showed us a pretty good performance, forcing Nova to a bit of a sticky situation. The team fights were clutch, team fights were close. It's just that in terms of experience, in terms of discipline, Nova does come out on top. So for me, Toda definitely has a chance in today's series, and for Team Secret is to really secure themselves and lock themselves in for the last playoff spot up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, they are currently, 6th place right now? So Todak is currently 2-9, well, 1-9. So if they won this match, it would be 2-9, which still would be less than what Team Secret have right now. So Team Secret would still stay in the 6th place, but it would just be a lesser standing. And honestly, if we think about Team Secret from last year, they were always the second runner-up within the Malaysian qualifiers and leagues, and they're against their counterpart, which was BSC. And now they're kind of falling all the way down to 6. It's kind of like a bit of a fall from grace, but I feel like this is the shake-up that global ban pick does, right? Like, they keep the teams fresh, they keep the teams guessing. They're not quite as solid as they used to be, but they've definitely got a learning curve, and they're definitely trying to overcome it here with Team Secret.
Exactly, and it also further proves that MKL, one of the best regions so far in the global landscape. This region, our region, there's just so much new potential, so much new teams. The old teams, the mature teams such as Nova and BSC, yes, they are still kings. But you look at the side of O2 Esports, you look at the side of DTE Gaming, all these familiar faces, all these new faces join together to conquer the middle pack of the league. And you have AG Global here, so many new names coming out and many new names taking their deserved spots. So definitely MKL, very competitive league.
Very, very competitive. I mean, honestly, it's been one of the ones that I've been keeping my close eye onto. Not to say anything about the Philippines or Indonesian leagues, but I don't know. The Malaysian leagues always seems to hit just a little bit more differently, it seems. When you're watching the games, when you're seeing these teams go at it, I mean, we just saw a 30-minute match with BSE. If that doesn't tell you anything about DTE or BSC and having to come back from the higher ground turrets, like, some of these teams from other regions need to be scared.
Definitely, especially that we don't even have a clear answer on who is actually representing us to the KWC right now. Yeah, one could ponder, okay, based on the current spring season standings in the regular season, right? Okay, Blackshore Esports and Nova Esports does look like the prime candidates for the top 2 spots. But yet again, when you look at the top 3 spot, right, who is it realistically going to be? You look at top 3 to top 6. Most of them are really tied.
Really, really tight. Really tight. Honestly, it could go either way, to be honest. Like, obviously, All Gamers Global, they were slated from, obviously, the Season 3 Invitational, the Malaysian qualifier. They were slated as the top dogs, right? Like, they had such a great performance to get into Season 3 Invitational. Season 3 Invitational came around. They didn't do that great. And then now we're into the Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025. And we're still waiting to see the penultimate All Gamers Global draft. Because there's been some, like, days within the MKL where there's just been massive upsets on their side. It's just kind of like, when are we going to get to see this All Gamers Global just come into, like, their golden form?
Exactly. Like, so far we've seen the golden forms that teams have provided is definitely Blackshore Esports only losing a series towards Nova, and Nova only losing a series to none other than O2 Esports here. So those two teams has shown us their golden form, has shown us their slump, but yet again, they are consistent in what they're doing here. So AG Global, they definitely have the potential here, but talking about potential is definitely TS versus Todak here, as Team Secret has selected the blue side for their first game.
Yeah, selected blue side for Team Secret, and it's going to be Todak on the red side. But I think I want to kind of, like, play a little bit more into the playoffs kind of scenario, right? Like, Yes, this has been 6 weeks, 6 grueling weeks for these teams playing a best of 3. But when they get into the playoffs, it's going to be a best of 5s. As soon as they get past that play-ins match, that's where the best of 3s, that's where the joyride finishes. That's where the kind of nightmare and obviously depth of the BP becomes a serious issue for these teams.
Depth of BP, depth of hero pool, the mental fortitude to actually play out 5 games and 7 games will be definitely something to look out for, because micro skills are not everything, macro skills are not everything. Mental fortitude is a very key thing in Honor of Kings in Heroes Scourge, and what's key as well is definitely the draft that we're seeing right now.
Oh, absolutely. We're seeing the draft of BP of game number unos, and it's going to be obviously Team Secret banning out no kind of strangers to the first part of the banning phase, right? The Dharma and the Pei both being banned off here. There we are, strong Clash Lane and jungle picks. Definitely don't want to be giving it over to the side of Todak because they are on the red side, so they could have easily locked in like the likes of the Pei and the Byron. But then we look over to the side of Todak and they ban out the Ali, which has been coming through pretty much every game won so far, and just breaking the curse is Todak Gaming.
Breaking the curse indeed, and we might just see a Mai Sharanui first pick being locked in on the side of Team Secret or the Mayin. So instead, they are being locked in on the side of Team Secret here, putting that priority onto Nor's Roamer pick. So if you're Todak here, there's still Long, there's still Mayin, there's still Mai Sharanui here. What are you planning to pick? What is up for grabs?
I mean, we've spoke about Stay earlier as well, right? Like that is more of a kind of like a mid-control mage. Or are they going to lock in the Mai Sharanui just because they don't want the side of Team Secret to go for it, right? Like obviously we're saying that Shushan is more susceptible to play that hero. But over to the side of Todak, if they know that, are they going to take it away? And they do.
Mai Sharanui is unfair here. Definitely some heavy engage coming out from Todak here. Multiple engage angles with the Unbridled Outburst, with the Ryu Engine, with the Hisatsu Shioni Bibachi here. So on side of Team Secret here, they go it chill, they go it safe. Yeah, you have a lot of engage here, but you know who can escape from engages? It's definitely Long with the Infinite Vastness, soaring up the sky, escaping from these sticky situations here. And as a very good counter pick, not just counter pick, a neutral pick, it's the Yixing being locked in for Shizan.
Yeah, with the Yixing, we're going to be expecting to see some heavy rotations down to the bot side of the map. Obviously, trying to get a Sun a little bit more of an early advantage than he normally gets. So, obviously, going up against Consort U is a good counter here. So, yes, they've already locked in the Zhang Fei, so they're not going to go for the Motsu and the Consort U combo that we've seen in other leagues. A bit of really good counter for the likes of the Lung. But now we're going to get Consort U come through here. And she has, obviously, her Cleansing Winds, her second ability that just gets rid of all physical damage immunity, right? So if you like time that correctly, you completely mitigate the power of the Flaming Palms.
Yep, you can immediately mitigate the Flaming Palm if you time it correctly. There's an interval of 2 to 3 seconds, so definitely a good pick coming in here for Todak. But definitely, Consort U is one of the heroes in Heroes Gorge in Honor of Kings that's relatively short range when it comes to basic attacks. So definitely, deep likes of the Yixing from Shizan can lock down this hero very efficiently. So for Todak, they respect the Lubu pick that Strand has showcased 2 times in MKL, and Byron being removed as well. So lots of focus here on the Clash Lane being removed, and Mayin is still up for grabs. Team Secret might just ban Mayin up, but instead, no, they release Mayin to Todak, making sure that, hey, you want to pick the Mayin? Do you want it?
Yeah, I mean, exhausting that in game 1 could be a good thing for the side of Team Secret, but honestly, they already have quite a lot of pick-off already. I mean, the Mai Sharanui there as well. We got the leap from Consort U can kind of like lock down some of these kind of like slippier heroes onto the side of Team Secret, but ultimately, they don't want to give over too much power to the Diadea, right? Like, too many targets onto the Diadea means that you don't know where it's actually going to be locked onto. But right now, we can see the Diadea being a direct counter for the likes of the Mai Sharanui. You're just trying to make sure that if she does dive in, we're going to basically lock her down for a small, brief moment in time, and that's when the Flaming Palms are going to hit. Potentially here. Oh, okay. Xiang Yu coming through.
Xiang Yu, Hegemon Slash instantly deletes most health bar of squishies here. So someone to really take note of playing this Xiang is definitely O2 Esports K1, where O2 Esports really favors this pick. So definitely if it comes to Todak here, maybe we will see some effect here coming in from Hua Hua today as the Clash Laner. So definitely interesting pick coming in. So Team Secret here, they still have the Miyue, they still have the Mayin. Mayin definitely comes in because it's a very solid pick. It's a meta. It's one of the top pick bans here in the MKL. As their final pick and ban, it will be their jungle pick, which lands on maybe the Ogren. Is it? And it's the Dianwei.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need some more burst damage onto the side of Team Secret, right? Especially if they're trying to get their leap onto either the Mai Shirunui, onto the Console Yue. Obviously, I feel like the whole MO here is to make sure the cleansing winds have been taken off of the side of Todak before we see Guxing go in with this Dianwei. But again, Dianwei is just fast rotations, is very fast in terms of his wave clear as well into the jungle. So it kind of makes sense here that he doesn't have to give too much of presence up into the clash lane as well against, with Mai Yin going up against Xiang Yu as well.
And it really makes sense as well. Dianwei, his entire skill set allows him to cleanse or purify from crowd control, right? So from the likes of Xiang Yu's knockup, from the likes of Mai Shirun's knockup, Zhang Fei's knockup, he can cleanse it with ease, and he's one of the rare heroes that does true damage that can ignore Zhang Fei's shield. So definitely an interesting pickup here coming from Team Secret's Guxing here. And for Todak, they lock in the Yuhuan roam as the Yuhuan jungle as their final pick here.
So, I mean, that just really fleshes out their front line, right? I mean, they got the Xiang Yu, they got Zhang Fei, and they've got the Huan, which we know obviously will be itemized into more of a tankier build this time around. So, solid front line for the side of Todak, a lot of baiting, a lot of sustainability from this Huan pick in the end as well.
Yeah, so much engaged, so much damage coming from some Todak. The only bad thing is that their range is slightly shorter compared to the Yixing. But yet again, we will have to see how they do it. But first blood here already coming in for the side of Team Secret here on to stay.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even see it. He needs to change his name from Gone because he was gone in that first moment. Like, he didn't stay. He was just, I couldn't even play by play. It was that quick.
I think what happened was both teams face check into the bush, stayed, roam through his mid with the passive roll, and he met with Noa's immediate point and click CC, and he fell. Hence not burning any of the flash spell, any of the mobility spell. So that is explainable. So let's jump into a quick replay here, and here we go.
I think it was even too quick for the replay. Oh, no, there we go. Just every little bit of knockup and damage coming through from Team Secret was just enough to catch him out at level 1.
Oh, RB here being contested, and a bit of HP here being dropped from CCS, almost going down flash.
The flash. Yeah, what a nice pickup there for the side of Team Secret once again. Obviously, Sun already having such an early game lead after that first blood as well. Now picks up his second blood, and he's like, not even 2 minutes in. He's a minute and 30 seconds in at this point. So gold-wise, it's definitely going to be over to the favor of Team Secret, and sizably already, like 1.2k gold.
1.2k gold in 1 minute, and to add insult to injury, Son comes to mid as a non-mobility marksman to take one more wave. That's even more pocket money funneled into Son's pockets right here.
Yeah, playing very aggressively on the Lung here is Sun. Like, you can never quite guess what kind of play style you're going to get with TS, right? Like, sometimes he plays very sort of like Stanish of like JR from BSE, where he goes very macro, but then at the same time, in the early game, he can be a bit of a beast. He's like, you know what? I'm not messing around today, guys. I'm not having a breakfast. You know what? Let's go in. And we've seen that right now from Team Secret.
Exactly. So far, so good from Team Secret, rocking that 1.4k goal lead. And I'll point out the fact that, hey, yes, CCS on the console you does counter long in the mid game, but early game wise, the artillery coming in from Son's long definitely has a better laning phase compared to the console. You only counters long in the mid game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you get the optimization, okay, a big knock up there from Mai Shirunui coming in. I mean, it looks like Noah goes down. It is going to be a kill going over to CCS, but back in with the Bright Light Burst. Oh, he manages to stop the bring down of TS Sun and straight into that T1 territory. He gets the 2 kills, but traded up into the top side of the map is Why?
Wow, stay with the mobility, with the flash engine combo into his Satoshi positioning the 2 bot laners of TS right into the eyes and mouths of Todak. So beautiful play, but I'm kind of scratching my head here. Why did he fly back in with the infinite vastness?
Maybe it's a misclick, maybe he thought, you know what, I'm probably going to be dying anyway. It's a dive, but Guxing was just like, let me just punish you. I know you haven't got your Unbridled Burst anymore, and I've got the burst damage that it needs to bring you down, but we're still needing a bit of face-up into that mid lane. Noah looking pretty low. Another takedown for the side of Todak as well, so that was Stay picking up the kill this time around.
Hey, this is what I'm talking about, right? Todak, you think they're a 1-9 team, but their early game to make it is actually methodical. It's very aggressive. And Stay, 3 kills, 3 assists. He's everywhere on the map.
Yeah, exactly. He's basically waiting for those assists. He's waiting for the rotations. I would say less methodical, but more kind of reactive for the side of Todak came in because they're reacting to the aggression that Team Secret had in the early game. This is like, all right, bet. Let's match your aggression. Let's go head to head. Let's go blow for blow. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and in terms of like giving out first blood in the first minute of the game, it did not affect his confidence at any level at all. And furthermore, you will not expect this early game, the first Tyrant, to go to the side of Todak so easily.
Yeah, I think from like the punishment of Todak into the mid lane, into the bot side as well, like making sure there was no minion waves crashing in there, just really set up that neutral objective so easy for the side of Todak. And I mean, now that they're kind of gaining the momentum in the gold lead as well, it's a good start for them.
It definitely is a good start for them. They stabilize the goalie and they're now knocking on the first tower on the bottom side, neutralizing this Long's early game. So wait, hold on.
Yeah, Schwann's coming down with a teleport as well. I mean, Wolf is my board being committed just to kind of zone them out of that T1. They don't want to lose it anytime soon, but Arda looking like he's going to get attacked here by Gushing. He uses the Unending Sorrow as well. There's Consort Yu using the leap forward, and it's not going to be enough to kind of keep Gushing there because, again, like you were saying in the draft, he is very much not susceptible to these CC moves. He thrives.
He's just running in and baiting out all these spells, baiting out the Unbridled Outburst, baiting out so many SCCS. He got out here.
The wall, Leap of Fury as well, physical immunity. Oh, he forces the flash, but he's going to be enough to side off. Todak do react with a few knockups there. Once again, Stay coming in with the life-saving play, but the takedown of the T1 is what ultimately Team Secret wanted there.
That is such a tanky Genwei here. So many knockups, so many damage being put down on him, but he's still walking out harmless, and he's still almost to full HP now.
Yeah, I mean, he's built second-tier items for both Blazing Cape and Lung Knight Guardian as well, so he's already kind of like covering his borders on all kind of like damage that's coming through. There's the Blazing Cape, so for the healing from the Q1, it's going to be a little bit more harder for them as if we know that Gushing's going to be pretty much like tied straight into those team fights.
And if you think about it, right, having the Blazing Cape, having the true damage in Genwei's kit does somewhat counter CCS protecting wins, right? So it's like, it makes sense, you know, picking this Genwei. Everything makes sense now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can kind of just outburst, you can kind of stay in there. I mean, the slow from his second skill as well just keeps the Consort Yu within range, especially if there's nobody else around, right?
Especially Consort Yu is not a marksman with mobility here. Yes, you have the ultimate, you can kick back, but that's about it, right? Oh, but starting to get caught out.
Yep, the passive came through, and the invincibility was going to be enough to get Shushan out of that team fight with very little health. But this is the beauty of the Yixing, though, right? Like, he's got a bit of a second wind himself.
Right now, if they have no wave clear from the side of Yixing here, then this mid tower might go to the favor of Todak here.
Yeah, he's looking very aggressive. Oh, the front line was into the back line, catches off Schwann as well. We are seeing that Gusheng is into the back line trying to take down CCS, but maybe, just maybe, could get out alive. He does fall towards the end, but it's going to be a double kill going up with the Xiang Yu as well.
I will call it work for the side of Todak here. They got one tower, which is the most important tower in the game. The mid tower at 7 minutes in the game. And they only sacrificed one death, which is CCS, but they got 2 back. So definitely a very good play from Todak here. They forced Shisan to recall, and then out of everyone, Shisan was the only one that could clear the wave. And Todak known for the fact that, hey, no Shisan, no wave clear. I got your mid tower here.
Yeah, very much activating the triggers so far as the side of Todak. Definitely surprising me compared to like how they decided to start to play this game. Obviously, Team Secret was good enough to kind of catch them out in the early game, but now it looks like Todak's like, you know what? Let's not play too coy. We're gonna kind of dominate and make sure we're making sure that the clear vision for ourselves is we want domination in this game 1.
Game 1, Todak definitely showing us their hopes, their mental state right now. They want a shot. They want this small hope to actually go to playoffs here. So Todak, props to them. A very beautiful game 1 early game.
Yeah, so far. I mean, looking at the goal difference, it's still going over to the side of Team Secret for now. Obviously, it is flittering to and from both of these teams. We're already seeing a bit of a setup here down to the bot side of the map. Zhang Yu looking like he's getting caught out. The Dying doesn't come through. It's not going to be enough. But the Headman Slash does connect onto Shushan as well. But that is a 1-1 trade overall, so they're currently running at a bit of an equalizer here, but it looks like this is going to be a bit of a setup for the Tyrant for the side of Todak again.
they committed 4 members, if not 3 on Hua Hua, and Hua Hua got 1 in return. That's definitely a win for the side of Todak here, and they also snatch away the Tyrant here. So Hua Hua using the Hegemon Slash, lower HP, higher damage, pairing up with the Execute, immediately annihilating Shizan off the map.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they needed, right? The burst damage coming from the... they just needed to basically waste all that from Team Secret, which is exactly what Xiang Yu can do with his kit, like you said. Hegemon Slash, he becomes undying for a very brief moment, and then obviously does the damage after he lays the smackdown with the slash as well. So enough to catch out Shushan, but... still, Team Secret, after all that, through it all, they were still able to maintain the gold lead and still able to meet the pressure in these lanes as well. So they're still playing kind of like on 2 different fronts here. They don't want to kind of commit too much to trying to take down the Xiang Yu here because they know the Anda is very close by.
So right now, we look at for the fact that yes, both teams have their own pace. Well, Yu Hao here might look more engaged though.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. I mean, he does have the Unbridled Light Burst, right? So he can just wait for the like prime moment to activate that at low health, and then he's back up with shield. And I don't think Team Secret have enough damage at this point in the game just yet, especially without the Tyrant to take down the Zhongfei.
Exactly, and right now we see Yu Hao not even having to burst the to waste the Unbridled Outburst, just walks out cleanly, just, you know, hey, another D's, a stroll in the park. So right now, he's still providing this vision game, making sure that his players can play in a very comfortable state. So Wu Xing here might be catching up Hua Hua here.
Yeah, he's just getting the feelers out for the Shadow Tyrant, right? They don't want to lose another neutral objective on the side of Todak, especially in terms of how it would help them in team fights. But we can see here that Xiang Yu just baiting all those skills from Yu Xing right now, but he is in the pool. They do get the Unbridled Light Burst. It is going to go up the side of Todak once more. We do see Sun is taken to the sky. He's coming back down. He's still quite far in health, but staying into the backline takes down Sun. That is going to be a double kill go for Shushan as well. So overall, a 3-3 trade, but they get the Tyrant over to the side of Todak, and it is the Shadow Tyrant as well.
And knowing for the fact that Shizan is very low in HP and spell sets, Todak further pushes their fresh Tyrant for a tier 2 mid tower. So if you talk about gold, yes, maybe Todak's gold distribution is not that great, but when it comes to team fight executions, key moments like this, they are doing a heck of a great job.
Yeah, the team fight potential overside on Todak is definitely a lot better in terms of obviously sustainability from the Hu Wan. Xiang Yu's been used perfectly here to kind of bait a lot of the skills from Team Secret. But then you've just got this sort of instant access to the backline stay on this Mai Shiranui. He is pretty much doing a lot of the damage right now. I mean, Consort Yu, like you said, not a lot of range, but at this moment in time, they're trying to contest the Shadow Overlord, but it is going to go over to the side of Team Secret. We do use the World's Web board, but it's very slim right now. Stay to the backline, uses Splendor just to keep alive, but it's not going to be enough. He is stuck in with the wolves, and that is Team Secret picking up a kill over to that side. So currently, the Overlord for 1 kill is exactly what they need to do to transition this into some further macro gameplay.
Very greedy coming from Todak here, not having the Unbridled Outburst and trying to combat for the Overlord, right? So definitely something that you do not want to see, because members of Todak has been scattered towards the mid side, the blue side, and the bottom side here. So a desperate attempt here coming in from Todak to really push their lead, but it's too desperate.
Very desperate. They need to make sure they're not kind of like expanding all their skill sets within the first part of the team fight, because that's where they start to fall, right? I mean, if you take Stay off the board, you have no access into the backline, it becomes a lot more harder for you, because Xiang Yu is probably going to be chunking a lot of that damage into the early part of the team fights already, so you're not going to send a damaged Xiang Yu into the backline.
Exactly, and looking at the items right now, 3 items has been completed on both marksmen here, working on to their 4. For the long, you are looking for the Siegebreaker. For the CCS on the Consort Yu, you are looking for the Sun Chaser. The moment he hits that Sun Chaser, he's gonna be a menace when it comes to range auto attacks, outranging the long and being able to face tag the long with the protecting winds.
Yeah, crit's gonna be crazy, but at this point in the game, we can just see the Gu Xing is just being used as a spearhead to take the T1 into the mid lane. They don't need the minions, but catching out is the Xiang Yu here. Catch in wall on my board as well. Diadea with the Destiny counter. Is it gonna be enough to keep him alive? No! Sun gets the kill onto Hua Hua as well, so down already is a 1-0 trade for Team Secret this far in the game. But the Unbridled Light Burst into the backline was enough to catch off to the side of Team Secret. Shushan is down as well. Oh my goodness. CCS as well going down. This is a brawl going on for the side of Team Secret against Todak, but it is looking in favor of Team Secret as they're chasing down Yu Hao.
Yuha, can you get away? Yuha manages to get away and live another day. Might this be game? Because it's only Hua Hua on the Xiangyu that's going to be up in 7 seconds here. Can he utilize the Hegemon Stash to actually clear out these waves? But maybe, yeah, he can, definitely. He has time, he can stall until stays revival. So right now, Tom Team Secret here, are you looking for the end?
Yeah, but potentially, right? I mean, they're looking to keep that minion wave alive, but there is the Hegemon slamming. No, it's not. No, it's going to be Guxing taking a kill onto the Xiangyu once more. We do see that CCS is now back up. But I don't think he quite has the Sun Chaser just yet. No, yep, he's just built it as I just mentioned it. So coming in clutchly here, it is going to be coming quite helpful into these next few team fights, having an extra little bit of range for the side of Todak.
That was some beautiful stuff coming in from Todak's Wawa, and that was a lot of damage from the Hegemon Slash on low HP here. So for Team Secret, maybe it was an overzealous attempt. Maybe they could have fastened the tempo by getting the Tyrant earlier, but it was a good attempt overall, pushing the goal into a healthy 4,000 right now. And that fight, immediately, that we talk about, right? CCS, yes, you're a Consort U, but you're still a marksman without solid mobility like the likes of Arlie, like the likes of Marco Polo here. So one engage from a Yin, one engage from Guxing here, you're gonna get stuck on and you cannot really escape, which is what's happened just now.
Yeah, exactly. You really heavily rely on that flash as well, right? Like, as soon as, like, the side of Team Secret know that flash, your common skills off cooldown, you gotta be careful. But speaking of careful, yes, Guxing going into this brush with 3 of the side of Todak. Anda taking the brunt of it, but he does have the Unending Sorrow as well, being used there to mitigate the damage from the Flaming Palms as they bring them into the high ground turret. Physical immunity has been used by CCS. He gets taken down by Sun as well. Infinite fastness into the back line, coming back down, trying to take Anda, maybe a little bit overzealous here for the side of Team Secret, but he gets a double kill. He's made to go down though. It is going to be Stave picking up at a fight into the back line. Means that Todak will lose 4, but Team Secret keep 3 as they're able to push this high ground turret and the crystal and take game 1 from Todak.
A very back and forth game into the mid game, but as soon as we scale towards the later stage of the game, we see that Team Secret pulling out whatever they have and playing a better team fight here. That is the difference between experience and their discipline level. So definitely props to Team Secret from closing out after the 10-minute mark. Very clean team fights and very crucial gameplay here. But definitely, just now, TS Song with the Infinite Vastness solo 1v3 in the backline, taking out Anda on the Yuhuan and taking out Stay on the Mai Shiranui, further solidifying the game-winning push for for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing about Team Secret's team fights, right? Like, if they take them at the right place, they generally like to take it on 2 fronts. As we saw into the back line as well, they're able to take down one on the side of Todak. I believe it was the Xiangyu there as well. So we knew that if they pushed into the front line, get the triple kill, take down the tank, and then the only thing that was left was basically the Zhongfei. And at that moment in time, when you have so many star breakers onto the side of Team Secret, it is gonna be a breeze.
It was a breeze indeed, as so far we've seen, yes, CCS, he did do a pretty good job into early to mid game. The moment Shisan got his items, CCS was being played around in the board. He wasn't able to do any damage, and every time he got caught in the board was everybody collapsing onto him. This is what we talk about, right? Why Consort U is not such a popular pick is because, yes, she can immune to physical damage, but her range is very short, and once she gets caught out, she does not have any mobility spells to actually escape from these sticky situations.
Exactly that. We found him so many times that CCS was caught out in that situation, and Team Secret knew how to abuse it, right? Like, Guxing was pretty much always in with the Leap of Fury, creating that distance, well, destroying the distance, shall I say, between himself and CCS, and enough kind of burst damage and enough kind of ferocious attacks to kind of withstand that physical immunity as well. But if we look over to the damage dealt, it is going to mainly be going over the Shushan and the Yixing, as well as Sun on the Lung. So much damage coming from these 2 picks.
Definitely the primary 2 carries coming in from Shisan and Son. And for Guxing as well, I do want to point out a very smart pick onto the Yanwei here, making sure that, hey, you saw the last fight, he walked into 3 people and he came out healthy, and he further engaged onto 3 members of Todak here. So a very good counter pick for Todak's team comp here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it definitely paid dividends, right? Like, the fact that he's kind of like, he thrives off the CC of the enemy team. It didn't really phase him. He was able to take 102k damage from the enemy team as well. But overall, he was just basically there to kind of start the team fight. Like, we always saw the Guxing was always the first into these team fights.
Exactly, that's what I love about this DMA pick. He's really providing the value. And talking about value, let's check out the goal graph real quick. And this is what I'm talking about, Blam. Todak is definitely a very good early to mid-game team, but when it comes to the Shadow Tyrant, the team fighting prowess, right, they are still lacking when compared to mature teams such as Team Secret, Blackshroom Esports, AG, and even the likes of Nova Esports, right? So if Todak, we want to see them further flourish in coming season, in coming matches, they definitely have to work on their team fighting and their planning for the 10-minute mark objective.
Yeah, I mean, work on the team fighting, but also work on what you do when you finally get those first neutral objectives as well, right? Because, I mean, we saw 2 Tyrants, 1 Shadow Tyrant, and the only Shadow Tyrant Team Secret needed was the one towards the end just to finish up that team fight. That's all they needed. It was just like, you know what? Take as many Tyrants as you want. We'll just take one and we'll show you what to do with it. And that's exactly what Team Secret did in this game 1 between themselves and Todak Gaming. But 20 kills to 12 is pretty huge into these team fights, showing very scrappy.
Very scrappy, very skirmish indeed. So we are gonna check out the MVP of this game as none other than Shisan, the man in the mid lane piloting the Yixing. Rocking the KDA 4-11, 26% damage, 17% damage taken, and a goal of 18%. Definitely, with the Warriors, my board, catching out CCS multiple times and securing the win for Team Secret.
Yeah, very well-rounded pick for the side of Team Secret. They weren't able to get the Mind Shiranui. They kind of baited it over. I mean, Stay, I have to say that he did have a good performance on it, especially in the early to mid-game. But Shushan on this pick, especially with the scaling of Yixing from his passive and obviously itemization, is pretty huge, and you can see it here.
Let's check out the match highlights to check out what you're talking about. And this is the cheeky first one that we talk about. Immediate flashpoint click CC coming in from the Diadia and the top lane, having a small exchanger, getting 1 kill for the side of Todak here. And this umbrella was beautiful coming in from Todak here and further solidifying them kills after kills and the mid-turn after this, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. I mean, there was a lot going on, right? I mean, even into these team fights there, I mean, sorry, a lot of trades from left, right, and center, but it ultimately came down to Shushan just kind of negating it. But the world is my board being used here was meaning that Todak was trapped into those boards with Gushing, and it just meant that he was able to kind of like not have to travel so far to claim those kills. And then it was towards the end here as we started to push into the top side of this game. Like, here's the world is my board being placed down. The Destiny counter as well coming through perfectly. It was just enough healing, enough damage over to the side of Team Secret for then Sun to come down and get that triple kill towards the end.
Single-handedly winning the team fight with the Warriors, my boy, with the Destiny counter. Like, yes, as we said, Conquer you can defend from like physical damage here, but Destiny encounter, Warriors, my boy, immediately multiple levels, multiple layers of damage being crashed on the moment you get locked into the board. You can't flash out, no one's there to save you. Immediately, the console you is deemed helpless.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I mean, without the range, she is definitely sort of like helpless. Without the likes of the Modsu, which was saying in the draft as well, like the one support that can really create her distance that she needs to kind of then roll in, get the kind of oak bolts on them, and then come in with the basic attacks was completely like null and void there, because obviously they locked in the Zhongfei to begin with. They didn't want to give the Zhongfei over to side of Team Secret because we've seen some very stellar performance there as well. So potentially a ban onto the Zhongfei in game 2 could come here from Todak Gaming, because if they don't do that, I feel like Team Secret are definitely going to pick this one up for themselves.
So far, it's looking like a Team Secret's momentum, but we can never count out Todak as they were one of the teams to take one game out of Nova Esports. So you can never count them out until the final match has been played. So definitely, I want to see what Todak has in store for us. Yes, they are not ready with their full lineup. Yes, everyone is not on their original role, except for Stay, but still, I want to see Todak in their last fights, in their last games to actually secure hopes in playoffs. Can they make a difference? Can they make miracles?
Maybe so, but we'll have to wait and see, right? Obviously, this is Team Secret. They kind of want to make sure that they're cementing their place within the top 6, right? They don't want to let anything kind of fall at this point in the competition, especially as we're kind of closing out so far week 5 and then going into week 6 as well. So I feel like Team Secret, we saw it at the beginning part of that game 1 as well, right? That Sun was basically very aggressive. He got the first split in the mid lane. He got then 2 kills into the bot side of the game, lane as well. And then it was just kind of like transitioned onto Todak because they played very reactively to Team Secret's aggression in that game 1. But honestly, I couldn't give faults to either of these teams. Their mid to early to mid game was very well played.
Very well played indeed. Stay with the Marshall, getting multiple catches. Even though he gave first blood, he found catches after catches. Even the first Shadow Tyrant fight, he played so well, he got the lead for Toda. It's just during the stages of the game, the setup, the rotations, the positioning, Todak still has lots to learn. But definitely, Team Secret picks up the blue side for the second game, while Todak gets the red side.
Todak on red side, again, they're looking for that kind of like counter pick over to the red side. I mean, if we look at blue side, Team Secret now going into game 2 of a BP game, a global BP game. I feel like the Zhongfei or the Dolia becomes a lot more kind of like ideal, locking that in. And then obviously you can kind of like make a bit more of a core gameplay on that one. But still, they could decide to try and get the Mai Shiranui through for Shushan and try and pay back that kind of like early game aggression that we saw happen, but it is a bit of Diadea and the Mai Shiranui, so it isn't going to be a Mai Shiranui game for Shushan and this game 2.
No Mai Shiranui for Shushan, so no honey for him. So are we going to see an early ban coming from Todak here? But if you ban early, you're opening up the likes of the Pei, the Luna up for grabs. So Pei here being banned out for the side of Team Secret here. So Todak here, if you don't ban out the Luna, they are going to pick the Arlie. So Arlie, Luna, Arlie counters Luna, right? So they definitely have to work around like how they want to face this Luna or Arlie pick. Are they going to ban both? Because if they open both, Arlie gets picked into the Luna, it's definitely a favorable matchup for the Arlie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But we'll see which one we got locked in there. Is it going to be the Arlie? Are they going to do it?
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
They lock in the Arlie ban there. Like you said, it does give over the Luna if they really want to go for it. But then it gives over so many picks like the Dolia. So they are going to lock in the Luna. I can imagine maybe Todak does go for the Dolia for themselves now.
Dolia, yeah, roamer-wise, there's still Dolia, there's still Lianpo. They definitely need something like a Liang, like a Donghua to really lock down this Luna if they want to have a shot. Because Guxing on these carry junglers are as scary as many MKL junglers so far that we've seen. So Toda definitely have to come up with a draft to really lock down this Luna if they release it to the side of Team Secret.
Yep, they're going to lock in the Dharma that was obviously Prio banned in game 1 for the side of Todak here, and they're going to lock that in with the I Ching, so Stay gets to go back onto his control mage. We see that the DRNG comes through here as well, so we're looking for that Imperial Order to lay down, but also towards the latter part of his automation, he does get a little bit tankier, and there we go. There is the Zhongfei come through here as well, so plenty of kind of setup here, especially for the Luna into the Unbridled Outburst. There's some great kind of like team fight potential here.
So DRNG Zhongfei here is a very standard laning, very strong laning duo that actually chips down tower very fast and can secure most of the neutral objectives here. So for the side of Todak here, you have two approaches. Either you pick some lockdown for the Luna, or you pick an extremely strong early game to really invade this Luna and render her useless for the first few minutes, so you can really outscale her towards the later stages of the game. So right now, Todak bans out most of the clash lanes that is uncomfortable for the Dharma matchup, and for Team Secret, they are looking to ban out the comfortable pairings for Marco Polo here, being the Yara and being another roamer.
Yeah, potential in terms of the roams. Obviously, they've already banned out the Diadea, they've banned out the Yaria. We could potentially see the likes of maybe either a Sakia as well, potentially, or I mean, they can't use the Huon, right? They used it into the jungle. The last game means that they can't use it at all into game 2. So in terms of sustain, in terms of CC, I feel like the only one that can really like look at here for the side of Todak is potentially the Sakia.
And Mozu being banned out as well for the side of Team Secret here, further rendering picks for the Luna's capability. So right now, if you're Todak here, are you looking to lock a roamer here? Are you further gonna hire a roamer to the last pick? Maybe pull out a Liang, maybe pull out a Donghua like what we've seen from Black Shoe Esports here. So you really need some form of crowd control here to really render this Luna, to make her have a tough time in these team fights, right? So we need some form of lockdown for this Luna.
Yeah, I mean, this still could go for like something like Liampo. They could go for Dolia. Obviously, you're using the Wave Breaker. It's not the kind of like most obstructive kind of CC for the Dolia, but it then gives over the likes of the Celestial Melody, which we're still kind of waiting to see here. What would be their jungler coming through? It could be the Dune as well. Obviously, Dune Dolia combo, very strong, very high synergy. But they're gonna lock in the Sunbin. Okay. So in terms of obviously silence from our ultimate, could be a great kind of like engage, disengage potential here for the Sunbin.
Looking at Todak here, maybe a button on the time flux here will be sending the Yixing and Dharma in for these big engages, right? The war is my board, the truth mantra. We might see these wombo combos or the click of a button from Sunbin, imitating the howl he might buy Hall, and he might press the Time Flux, double movement speed, rushing towards the side of Team Secret here. And a familiar face comes in where Shi is locked in for Shi-san.
Oh, sure, into the mid lane. Obviously, that's going to be good against, obviously, the Dharma, trying to catch him out, using those Silky Beauty, using the Silky Threads, just to kind of like move them around wherever they need to, kind of feeding the kills into the likes of the Luna, into the Dira and Jet as well, because we're going to be needing those kind of like resources to go into those two heroes as well.
Exactly here. So for Toda right here, you have the final pick, which is in the jungle here. Are you looking to pick an assassin to match the Luna's tempo? Or are you looking to do something like the Ogrun here? But historically speaking here, it will be the Monkey. However, Luna into tank junglers is always favorite towards Luna, but we have to see how Tordak tackles the early game. If they can disrupt this Luna's farming tempo in the early game before level 4, it's definitely going to be detrimental on the side of Team Secret's Luna pick.
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey here makes sense, right? They don't really have a strong front line on the side of Todak until this point. So now that they have the Monkey, it's got to make sure that it doesn't get shredded down by the Luna in the early game. Obviously, D-Range's Imperial Order is going to make sure that that physical damage reduction gets taken onto the Monkey as well, which makes the shredding of Monkey a lot easier. But honestly, it depends. This is like a bit of a trigger with the Soon Bin, right? Like, if you don't get the execution right, if you throw the wrong kind of Time Flux and Time Bomb, it's not going to go well for you.
Exactly. Wrong Time Flux, zero value. But of course, Time Flux does provide you an easier way of rotating, but yeah, I think the side of Team Secret here tried to counter the side of the Marco Polo's lane rotation, but they guessed wrong. But still, they got an early pressure point here on the side of Dharma, making Karma lesser priority, providing lesser space for Dharma to play around.
Yeah, CCS going for the Purify this time around, so it gets to cleanse, because obviously there is a lot of CEC coming up to the side of Team Secret. Not only Luna with a lockdown, sure, we have obviously Zhong Fei, as well as even Sunset. Like, everybody on the side of Team Secret has some kind of control, and they know it on the side of Todak. They know if they want this Marco Polo to be viable, he needs to take the cleanse.
So one thing about Cleanse or Purify as well, right? If they time it correctly, they can remove the mark on Luna, deeming her Moon Dance useless, making her Moon Dance not refresh the cooldown at all. So if they time it well, it will disrupt Gu Xing's approach on using it. But Silk Imprint here, getting the roamer.
Yep, try to feed the kill, try to feed the Soon Beat into the side of Team Secret. It is going to be enough. Gu Xing picking up the first blood, but I'm going to be translating into something else. The Dream Roll coming through here could be big. Oh, Stay gets the kill onto the side of Gu Xing as well. So a good 1-1 trade so far between these two teams, but they've got to watch out. They've got to defend this top lane turret as they're trying to push it here, but those leaping launch pads are going to be a bit of a savior here for Todak.
The new launching pads definitely help out this lane swap situation where, oh, Tarlock Stay here might be being caught out.
Yeah, but he just used the walls of board as well as Flash. Oh, he kind of misses as well. The CC. Oh, the invincibility. Is it enough for Todak to stay alive?
But that's actually very bad for the side of Gu Xing here. His red buff will be invaded from Anda here, and losing buff first 4 minutes for Luna is not what you want or expect in this game here. So good stuff coming in from Todak to really capitalize on Gu Xing's impatience here.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely know what they're doing, right? Like, they're displaying these little bits of information, like, hey guys, we got the kill onto Gu Xing, we need to punish him some way, we'll go for the buff. And that's exactly what Anda did with the help of Yu-Hao there as well. But right now, we are seeing that Todak once more still has that gold lead.
Todak getting the goalie once again in the early to mid game here. A small engage here comes by
the silence comes through, and Bright Light Burst connect on 2 of the back line. I think it's going to be most of a deterrent rather than an actual team fight engage.
So far, Flam, Shi-san has been hitting these Shi Silk Imprints pretty consistently so far. Another one as we speak.
Yep, trying to feed through the monkey, but I mean, at the T1 territory, I don't think it's probably the safest place to... It's the safest place to be taking those Silky Threads, right?
Exactly, and especially these Silk Threads will be more and more impactful when it comes to the later stages of the game, where Son be able to land the Imperial Order, further shredding the likes of Anda, further shredding the likes of Yu-Hao, right? So the Purified Decleanse will come in very handy for these members on the side of Todak here. But Anda, once he gets hit by the Silk Imprint in the mid game, is gonna be a spell 0 or nada over.
Yeah, they got to watch out for the shit, right? I mean, definitely looking priority and trying to catch her off. She is part of the backline there as well. But okay, most backline access is going to be the monkey there with the Dream Rope also. World my board, catching only the Zhang Fei here, which isn't going to be the biggest catch for the side of Todak Amen. Look at us trying to get this mini wave pushed in before they can try and come in for a bit of a team fight. But once more, just trying to defensively play there is going to be on the monkey, rotating down to the bot side of the map, making sure that Xuan doesn't get that first T1.
Rusan is playing very well on this Shi, landing Silk Imprints after Silk Imprints, helping his team to further push out all these engages coming in from Todak, securing space for Bushi's Luna to actually farm well. Tyrant here being secured on the side of Todak here is a consolation prize.
Yeah, I feel like the win condition here for Todak, especially within the early to mid game, is making sure that you are very oppressive into the enemy jungle, because right now Gushing's not having all those lovely little bits of like Crimson Golem, Azure Golem, completely uncontested, right?
Yeah, as long as Gushing gets to the mid game, gets to the level 12, and he unlocks all these items, getting these blue buffs, these Azure Golems, he's gonna be a menace in the team fights.
Oh, absolutely. Absolute menace. We do see the Elgor's ward being used there, being built for the side of Gushing on Luna. But right now, a little bit of a push into the top side of the map. We see a great macro play here from Team Secret Sun, able to get that T2 down to a very low health. So once more, playing a little bit more of a macro play. So Cell being used across the map as well. As the teleport comes through, Chuan picking the kill onto CCS. That's a lot of damage from the side of Todak going down. And just a little bit of a consolation prize is Gushing picking up that Overlord.
Overlord secure, a counter kill coming to the mid lane. Shisan once again with the Silk Imprint here, delaying CCS kill onto Shisan, making him fail the access onto it. So CCS here, slightly overextending here, and Sean making sure that his mid laner, his mage, Shi is safe.
Yeah, making sure the shirt is safe. Because, I mean, if it's exposed here, I mean, there we go. Gets taken down. There's going to be a Silky Threads coming through anytime soon within the next 20 seconds for the side of Team Secret.
Just when we talk about safe, immediately Hua Hua knows for the fact that Shisan does not have flash, immediately capitalizes on his timer here. So very good stuff coming in from Todak so far, and it's a stalemate when it comes to the gold league here for both teams. And for a fact, we know Marco Polo scales exceptionally well towards the late game here. So in terms of late game, in terms of the 20-minute mark, the 15-minute mark, Todak definitely has a better outlook here. But in terms of the early game, right now TS is definitely on par.
Yeah, on par. I mean, the D-Ranger here is just kind of like doing the work. I mean, he's not being very much like persistent into the team fights here. But back over to the side of CCS as well. He doesn't quite have the Doomsday being built yet. So obviously those are the two key items for the Marco Polo to be built, especially in terms of attack speed. Getting that to 200%. But Xuan here does get dived on. It is going to be CCS that actually takes the brunt of that set sail. Bit of a fight on two fronts here. Gushing is stuck in the board with 4 of Todak. Dream Roam coming through. Unbridled Outburst is a little bit too late from Noir this time around. But they are able to take the T1 into the mid lane. Consolation prize for the side of Team Secret as they're trying to push under, but Stay is in the bush. They need to make sure they take care of these taken liberties. At the same time, Dharma on the prowl.
Son here hitting cards after cards, dealing the deck towards the face of Todak here. Lots of damage being pointed out towards the side of Todak here, especially once Son hits that Doomsday, gets another Crimson Golem. That's gonna be a big issue for Onda, as he will be having a tough time tanking this damage. Silky Print hits.
Silky Brain hits, pulls on to the side of Team Secret, but he's able to Dream Roam out of there for now. I think most importantly, Team Secret are just trying to open up this gorge a little bit more. Shushan not looking like too great here. Not enough sunshine for Shushan as he gets caught in that board. We get to the bottom side of the corner, but it means that Todak has to dive with the Dharma, and they do lose Hua Hua this time around in the team fight. We're trying to push here, Gushing with the back flank here onto potentially Stay. There we go. Gets the knock in. Total immune comes through. Stay doesn't have the invincibility anymore.
Gushing has no ulti.
Back on, but he cannot.
Okay, Gushing here missing the moon dance here. Very critical. Beautiful flank, but that is some key mistake coming out. And I want to point out real quick, Shisan, Silk Imprint hit onto the Dharma on Hua Hua, and immediately it bought so much space for Son's D-Ranger to escape. If not, the Truth Mantra would have hit multiple members, and it would spell disaster for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, it would have only just been like a team fight lost. It would have been a T1 down into the bot side of the map lost as well, which would have been crucial for them. But right now, Team Secret have got a very kind of strong foundation, right? All T1s are still intact. looking to potentially go for this Tyrant here. They don't need their jungle because we can kind of see that Marco Polo's starting to, I mean, DRNG is doing a lot of damage, right? He has the Sparkforge Dagger, he has the Doomsday.
Both two items paired up with the Imperial Order onto the face of Anda. That's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of physical and magic resist removed from the side of Anda's tank. And he's slowly moving off to the Defrost Siege. Once he hits that Defrost Siege, he's going to be sticking on these immobile tanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, not back.
Yep, okay. Wawa looking to try to get the Truth Marcher onto Sun there, but he's able to get out of there. But Anda is looking to prowl and get a little bit more oppression on there. But Anda takes a lot of damage thanks to the Imperial Order as well. But it is going to be the Fever Barrage coming into the back line. Takes down Sun. Is it going to be enough to take down Chuan as well? It is going to be enough to take down 3 of the members of Team Secret and only losing 1 of Todak for now. This could be the comeback they need.
One very good point to point out there, Blam. Realistically speaking, what is the consistent crowd control to cancel off CCS on this Marco Polo's Fever Barrage? Because from what we know, Marco Polo has to Purify, has to Cleanse, right?
Yep.
Him going with a Fever Barrage, realistically speaking, there's not a lot of crowd control that's consistently being able to cancel his Fever Barrage.
Yeah, you've got to time it correctly, right? Like, you've got to make sure that you are playing these team fights to a point. But I mean, that's the first team fight we've seen CC actually be very effective with the Fever Barrage. So maybe now that they've shown their cards, Team Secret will adapt accordingly. But right now, we're getting to that 10-minute mark. They are potentially going to lose that T2 down into the bot lane, but the minion does die. So for Todak's sake, it's a good thing. For Team Secret's sake, it would have been a nice little bit of gold, a little bit of pressure into that lane. But Gushing here with a little bit of a flank, potentially looking to stalk at this Tyrant, maybe not go for it. It pushes them off. Are they going to get it? No! It's going to be the Sunbin that gets the Shadow Tyrant at this point in the time. Set sail, doesn't connect into the backline of Todak for now, but still putting a lot of pressure onto the front line is Gushing. They're just trying to bait and trying to get a few kills whilst the minion waves pushed into the top side of the map.
This is a very comfortable tempo for the side of Todak here, Blam. They outscale, they withhold the Gushing Luna's tempo, right? And right now, the Marco Polo is slowly pivoting, slowly earning gold to finish up the Daybreaker. Once they finish the Daybreaker, we will see another magic resist item, and that will really prove in tanky and strong against the likes of Gushing, against the likes of Shisan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where they're going to make sure they funnel these damages into the side of Todak correctly, right? Like, if they don't, then it's going to be a lost cause, especially Monkey being so tanky. But I'm still yet to see the highlight of this Sunbin pick, yeah? Other than to like getting the Shadow Tyrant, which was just basically like pure luck at that point. I'm still waiting for the Sunbin to go online.
Oh, there was actually a very beautiful moment from the Sunbin doing Shadow Tyrant. The ultimate silence, the time bomb really is silence Nono from smiting, is silence Gushing from smiting. Thus, every time really securing.
Yeah, every time they put this wall in my board down, it's basically just used the zone, trying to get a team fight. But once more, Chuan is pretty close to defeat there, but he's able to get out. Gushing, you don't really want to be going 1-for-1 with Anda, especially into the enemy's jungle as well. Like, they got to play a little bit more carefully on the side of Team Secret.
Exactly. Todak here getting a healthy goalie of 1.5k at the 12-minute mark between these two teams. So right now, I want to see this Hua pick on Dharma, finding these amazing multi-man engages. I want to see Nono here finding these beautiful unbridled outbursts. I want to see what we have in store right now. Oh, small engage coming in.
Yep, they do use the support skill there to try and slow them down, as well as the time flux, but none of it actually lands, unfortunately, for the side of Todak. So that's already 2 big components of an anti-disengage here. Maybe it's enough to keep that T2 alive for now.
This is definitely a very, very interesting game that we have on our hands so far, Blam. Both teams tied 50-50. Both teams have their win conditions, but for the side of Todak here, you really want to bank on this CCS. Oh wait, Boy's coming in!
Yep, they try to catch out Sun, but he's able to use the flash to get out of there, so he was waiting. Maybe he was baiting that board for now.
Board baited up, but that's one key common spell being burned out. Oh, this goes in!
Fever Barrage, it's not going to be enough. Oh, they timed it correctly. They were able to get down and mitigate the damage from the Fever Barrage coming through. That means CCS is down. This is the green light for Team Secret to get these T2s into the mid, into the farm lane for now. There's the Silky Frags pulling Honda in. The Unbridled Outburst is going to be enough to try and catch out the Dharma's effect onto the side of Team Secret for now. They are all on the run, but we have minion waves in all lanes for the side of Team Secret, pushing through to try and get some of these high ground turrets.
Oh, main damage dealer being called out at such a place? That's not what you want, Todak. That's a detrimental mistake here, but safely but surely, there's not an upcoming push here. Team Secret here, they got what they came from, and they back off with the Crimson Golem here. But Guxing here, though, tracking down Hua Hua.
Yeah, I mean, Wawa used the launch pad, right? Like, he saw that. Like, he was trying to try and go for a little bit of a scout to see where they were situated, where they all still going to be waiting for this Tyrant to spawn. But, like, Guxing was like, nah, bro, we're, like pushing your lanes. We're now going to take it now that you've been backed away. And they take the Shadow Tyrant here, which is going to be huge for the side of Team Secret. They need this increased damage for now.
Oh, Shadow Tyrant being secured further cements Team Secret's march towards victory here. I really want to see what Todak has installed to really pull off this comeback. So right now, both teams here are pondering towards the Shadow Overlord here. What can both teams do? CCS here, catching out Guxing.
Nope, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, CCS. He's just like waiting in the sidelines. He doesn't want to get caught out again, right? Like, he knew that his Fever Barrage can get bolted and can get run down. So you can already see the CCS is playing a little bit more of a tactical game here into these team fights.
Dokkan further lands onto the monkey, a small Imperial that he lands and further chunks him down for some of his HP here. So Team Secret here definitely playing the Storm and steady, but top lane breaks out a fight. Dharma here looking for a flank.
Yeah, Xuan at the same time, though, he's looking just to make sure he's paying respects to Xiang from that last series that we watched, right? He's just making sure that he's gaining some priority into that bot side of the map. We do see that CCS is trying to go through here, trying to basically take him away from it. He's able to do it successfully, but that means CCS is away from this team fight for a few moments, but still committed to trying to take this Overlord.
Oh, this Primal Bond here is definitely making a bit of an impact on TS speed onto this Overlord here. So, Hua Hua's position definitely have to figure it out, but the flank looks to be collapsing onto this river here.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be careful on the side of Team Secret, right? Like, Hua Hua is just waiting in the side lanes. He's having to kind of, like, neutralize the minion wave into the top side of the map, but other than that, he can get back in. We see CCS roaming gun over the wall as well. They're looking to try and push with this minion wave, trying to get a bit of team fight go through. Guxing is just waiting for that Azure Golem as well, looking to pick that up before they commit to any team fights.
A bit of a stalemate here from both teams. We are equally tied right now. Shred is very far away. Is he going to look for the back door, or is he going to use a set sail to join the team fight right now? Both teams still a stalemate. Silk Imprint hits.
Silk Print hits. The world is my board being put down as well. There it is, the truth mantra not quite being used there for the Unbridled Outburst into the backline as well as a set sail, trying to catch out the backline of Todak Gaming. It's not going to be enough to mitigate CCS. CCS goes in, picks up one, looks for taking down shot Guxing as well as Nuara for now. But this is looking like a 2-0 trade overall. Is it going to be enough tankiness for the side of TS to get out of that one? He escapes ever so slightly. If he stayed a little bit longer in that Sunbin time bomb, he would have been dead.
Ooh, definitely a play coming in from TS Trend and TS Hua Hua here. Both looking for the amazing engages onto the backline here. Guxing here immediately when he entered got cancelled, but here Cecil coming in.
Once more going in. Are they going to contest the Overlord here? They're trying their best. Oh, it's Anna. He gets it. He remains victor of the overall objective. So that's going to be a lot of pressure to the side of Team Secret. They can put that down to the bot side of the map because that's where they're kind of constantly trying to put this pressure onto the side of Todak.
What a back and forth game we are having, Blam. Definitely a worthy game being the final series of today. So that was a beautiful time flux from Sunbin onto Yuhao. He secured the escape path, the regeneration, the rewind on the HP for the monkey here. So definitely props to him for securing escape path for Anda.
For Anda for now, yeah. I mean, he was able to kind of just maintain and keep that overlooked. Honestly, if that was like lost to Team Secret, that would be absolutely detrimental for the side of Todak, right? Because I mean, looking at their lanes, they're definitely at a more sort of like lesser advantage here for the side of Todak.
Ooh. Both teams here. Oh, Hua Hua here catching up Guxing.
Yep, he's trying to catch out their jungler. He's just trying to make sure that they aren't able to get in on top of this Tyrant, because if Team Secret get this, it's a lot more damage. Because I mean, if you look at itemization-wise, we start to see the Starbreaker come through for Xuan on the Sunset. So in terms of anti-tank, we are starting to see it come through into fruition. for the side of Team Secret. But Gushing needs to be careful. He's dashing across. He has the slow. He has the silence. But the Unbridled Embers were over the wall. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? No. Anda with the Dream Roam. But at what cost? The Fever Barrage comes through and deletes the Zhongfei for now. But at the same time, Sun gets his Sage Sanctuary taken off as well. At the same time, that Anda getting another kill once again for the side of Todak. But Schwan is out of the team fight. He's just looking to put pressure into this top side. But the side of Todak have caught this one and nipped it in the bud.
Gushing, buddy, that's not where you want to be. Being caught off guard just like that. You're just giving a Shadow Tyrant over the side of Todak right now. And Todak, they have successfully scaled into the late game, and CCS on this Marco Polo has scaled into a unprecedented level right now. And right now, the threat level onto this Luna has been reduced to a minimal level right now. That's not where you want to be.
I mean, ultimately, we do see that obviously Team Secret was successful to get the high ground turret into the top side of the map, which is where the Tempest Dragon will spawn. So maybe this is their play-win condition that they're looking for.
Minions are starting to wrap up damage here. We've seen from time and time again what Minion does to the Crystal here. Will we see a backdoor? Maybe not, since as you mentioned, Tempest Dragon has spawned. Lady Luck is on Todak's side as Tempest Dragon spawned towards the Clash Lane her. So that's one lesser thing to worry about for Todak.
But I mean, it's up into the Clash Lane. I mean, the high ground turret's gone, right? I mean, that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of like bingo for the side of Team Secret. But depending on how these team fights go, I mean, we haven't seen a promising team fight from Team Secret just yet. They're able to take the Zhe Golem off of Wuxing as well. This could be troublesome.
Always though, for the side of Todak here, be on fire as Stren looks to push out. Winter here being secure for the side of TS Stren, and we are looking at a stalemate. 20 minutes once again. Another Tempest Dragon here, Blam.
Another one coming through. I mean, this is the first one of this game, but not of the day, right? This is the fourth of the day, it seems. And it's been a long fight. Brutal fight so far within week 5 of day 2, but it don't look like Todak's looking to step down anytime soon.
Indeed, they are not backing down without a fight, and right now they are securing vision over the side of the Tempest Dragon here. And if you look at the bot side though, CCS and Dharma here looking to catch Lee Sun-che.
Yes, he has a set sail though, so he's able to get out of there. Not quite able to use the frigid charge within time to keep him docked into his boat mode, but using the set sail defensively means that he's not going to be able to have it set up into a team fight. We're really relying on Zhongfei to just completely set up a good team fight or a disengage here for the side of Team Secret around this Tempest.
Okay, time flux being popped out. Both teams are looking for engage here.
Gushing looking pretty low. He does have the Sage Sanctuary, however. They do use Wall in my board. Anda is in there. He's in the pit. Down they go. Oh, the Unbridled Embers comes through. It goes over to the side of Team Secret. They get it. TS Sun is in the top side of the map as well. He's trying to run through with the backdoor. Team Secret winning with a backdoor strategy here and take 2-0 from Todak.
A very smart approach coming in from Team Secret, so he knows for a fact that they cannot end the game through a 5v5 team fight. They got outskilled, but yet again, he saw the minion. He lost the same way back in case 2024. He learned from his lesson and he did it to Todak.
Yeah, literally did it to Todak. It was so good. But honestly, using that Tempest, a dragon, as the kind of like pinnacle distraction point, getting it thanks to the Unbridled Outburst, as well as obviously the smite onto the Zhongfei as well. And then just to kind of finish it off, it was like, you know what? We just needed the fight around the Tempest. We just needed distracted you long enough. The minions were coming through. And then TS was just like, right, guys, this is my goal line. This is my green light. And we took the backdoor victory. So Siang, backdoor victory. Team Secret, backdoor victory as well here with Sun. So there's been a lot of backdoors today.
2 backdoors for day 2. What a lucky number that we are having. And with that, Team Secret successfully defeats Todak, and Todak's hopes and dreams for the playoff run has been eliminated. So let's check out the scoreboard real quick.
Yes, looking at the scoreboard here, obviously there was a lot of kills left, right, and center from a lot of these teams, but Anda, impressively enough, had no deaths onto the side of Todak game in 4-0-9, playing the monkey very, very well. Honestly, he was so aggressive, so oppressive with this pick as well. Like, even Gushing on the Luna was scared.
Oh, definitely. And looking at Anda's build, he has a Frozen Breath on Monkey here. So further trying to counter Son on this Direnjie with slows instead of CC. Landing that Dream Roll, sticking onto Son, making sure that he cannot escape due to the movement disability.
Exactly. I mean, definitely just worth the while, especially Frozen Breath there. It just definitely helps out with kind of like slowing down the likes of those squishier picks onto the side of Team Secret. But looking at the damage overall, there was so much damage across the gorge here. Like not only Shushan on the shirt here, we had Direnjie, Sun here as well, and then Guxing, Luna, they're all going over that 100k mark, but then respectively onto the side of Todak as well.
Definitely. Many definitely today, and this definite win for Team Secret does prove to us that 2-0. But yet again, Team Secret's performance today, Todak's performance today, both teams putting up a very nice fight to close off day 2 here. So props to them for bringing us yet another Tempest Dragon game.
Yes, another Tempest Dragon game, bringing it to 4. So we're not ending it on an uneven number. We're going to make it a 4 Tempest Dragons overall for day 2 of week 5. But like you were saying, though, like, this has been a little bit of a reality check for some of these teams, right? Obviously, Todak and Seoul Esports, they aren't going to be able to kind of climb any further into the playoffs, or at least with hopes. But speaking of climbing, we are going to look at the gold graph here. And wow, those are some steep hills to climb.
Looks like some mountain that we have time to climb as well. Look at that. A stalemate towards the mid game. Immediately, goalie plummets to the side of Todak. Immediately, it bumps back to Team Secret. And once again, it goes to Todak before the unfaithful ending.
Yeah, the unfaithful ending there, which was going to be the pretty much the backdoor once more. I mean, look how like angular that bottom spike is there for Todak. Like they were pretty much at the... I mean, overall, their whole lead was 1.4k. That's the highest lead they had overall. That's how close the goal lead between these two teams was. It was just night and day. Like, there was no kind of like clear win in terms of the itemization because of the gold resources. Both of these teams were just fighting head to head.
Exactly. Both teams neck to neck, tied for goalie for the majority of the game. So definitely, being tied up, being such a hard game, we want to check out who is the real MVP of the series, with none other than TS Son 1-2-3 landing that back door.
I mean, yeah, he had to be given that one, right? Because obviously it was just such a stalemate of a whole game. Like, there was no kind of like stellar performance up until that point. Like, TS Son was just like, you know what? I'm pulling the trigger, guys. We're checking out now. I don't want to go for a second Tempest Dragon. I don't want to do what BSE did and went for 3. I just want to go for 1, and I don't even need the Vanguards.
Oh, I don't even need the Vanguards. Even the moment that the fight broke out, ES Son, he saw the opportunity and he blitzed towards the clash lane to look for the end.
Yep, we're going to see in these highlights here that it's very much a back and forward game between Todak and Team Secret. And honestly, in this game too, Todak, if they just had a little bit more pressure, a little bit more kind of destination, I feel like this could be a 1-1 win here.
Exactly. I do think that Todak in first 2 games here, they performed very up to par. It's just that discipline, it's just that gameplay-wise, they still have yet to mature and they will need more experience here. And let's check out today's standings after Week 5, Day 2. So as we mentioned, 8 and 7, Todak and Seoul Esports, their journey ends here for playoffs. But yet they still have matches. They can still be the deciding factor to really mess up the top 1 to 6 movement displacing if they really upset them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they still have influence, but just not enough influence to get themselves into the playoffs. But Team Secret taking themselves from 6th place to 5th place. Obviously, O2 Esports didn't have a match today, so they're now kind of drawing overall with match win-loss. But overall, game win-loss, it does go over to Team Secret. It's pretty neutral at 0 points there. But tomorrow, obviously, it's going to be the deciding match of like 5th and 6th place, right? Because Team Secret meet up against O2 Esports for the first match of the day.
And based on history, Team Secret has 2-0 O2 Esports, giving them the O2 treatment. So we will want to see O2 Esports back from their slump of Week 1, Week 2, defeating the likes of Nova, defeating the likes of AG. Have they really meld together to really take down Team Secret?
Yeah, exactly. But before we go into, obviously, the end of day and stuff like that, we have the interview with Shushan coming in now.
Let's go to Shushan. Hello， 13，你好。那我在这边，我会当做你的翻译员，然后解说会问你一些问题。So Blam, any questions do you have for Shusan?
Shusan, I mean, an important win to solidify your playoff spot. How are you feeling now?
解说是说了，很重要的一个胜利，来让你们达到在联盟上的第5名。你现在什么感受？
没有什么。
So, I asked him like, what's his feeling? An important win so far, as Blam asked, right? So he says that he's feeling nothing. He's chill.
Feeling nothing. I mean, it seems to be an overall arc with these players that they just either feel calm, feel nothing. I mean, I'd be jumping on tables right now if I was winning. But how do you feel that the journey so far for Team Secret has been?
那解说这边就说，虽然是一个很平静的胜利，你看起来很平静，但他想问你 ，Team Secret 这么久以来在 MKL 的路程，你现在是什么感想？
感觉我们在尝，我们在尝东西的。
Oh, okay. So Blam, you just mentioned that. How is their journey so far? How are they feeling? Like, what is the expectation so far? Right? Shusan gave us a little tips here. It's like maybe we're hiding something, maybe we're hiding some technology, but you have to find out in the playoffs, right? So, any other questions for Shusan?
Other than have you got any words for your fan supporters that have watched you today and continue watching you since last year as well?
然后这边 Blam 解说有问到，就是你有没有什么话你想对你的粉丝、你的家人、你的朋友说的吗？
感谢你们的支持和观看我的比赛。
Okay, so just now Blam asked that any words to your fans, family, or anyone out there watching Team Secret. So Shusan said yes, very thankful to everyone that's watching my tournament. You keep following Team Secret. So thank you, Shusan. 谢谢你。
谢谢你，拜拜。Okay, I know.
All right. Our interview with Shusan there. A man of few words, but a man that's saying that, hey, maybe we are hiding some technologies here for the playoffs. For Team Secret, obviously, they are looking more kind of like hopeful to be around about that 5th to 6th mark right now. So that means they do have to play in the play-ins match before they get into the playoffs. So already they still are looking to qualify for the play-ins. That's great, but they have that play-ins match they have to do to get into the playoffs.
Exactly, and especially calm interviews, just like Zihong, but they pack a punch with their performance in the game. So definitely something to watch out for these mid laners of MKL. Many of them does prove to be mechanical monsters or macro monsters, or even so, the clutch factor, the X factor to bring these teams to a clutch victory.
Yeah, I think it's all mid laners we've actually interviewed today. I feel like there's a little bit of an undertoned theme going on for this week 5 day 2. We had PHY, we had Song, and we had Shusan. So clearly a little bit favorite there for the production team. They like to interview the mid laners. Maybe they're the most talkative. So, let's hope not. Let's hope there's someone a little bit more talkative on their team.
Well, so far we've seen towards the entire week 5 day 2, mid laners have been shining when the team needed them the most. Game 1, we had PSY on the Yixing, setting up boards after boards for his team's success. Game 2, set 2, between BSE and DTE Gaming, we have the gun ammo from Zihong, we have the annihilation snipes from the Nua of Zihong. And Game 3, we have Shusan on the Yixing, securing boards after boards, liberties after liberties. And the last game, he performed really well as well.
Very well. But speaking of performing, we still have some teams that are going to be performing tomorrow's matches, and they follow as Team Secret. They've just finished that game, but they're going to be the first up against O2 Esports. A very fruitful matchup, I feel like that's going to be. Then Nova against DTE Gaming. Again, a very interesting matchup here for the DTE. They are currently, 4th place within the standings. And then to finish it off, BSE against AG Global. Looking for revenge on the side of AG, right?
It's definitely going to be a grudge match tomorrow for many of these teams. As you mentioned, TSO2, the fight for 5th, the fight for the play-ins position. Nova versus DTE. Tough road for DTE so far. They just fought BSE and now they're trying to fight Nova once again. But with DTE's form and Nova's form, it's gonna be a fire of a match. And BSE versus AG, as you mentioned, grudge match time. BSE further wants to prove they are the kings of MKL, and AG wants to topple the kings.
They do want to topple the Kings. They want to make sure that the playoffs aren't as kind of like situational and certain for these two top teams as possible, right? I mean, AG, like I was saying in one of our sort of like intermissions before the games, we still yet to see the golden AG come through because we want to see them. We were promised them in the Season 3 Invitational Malaysian qualifiers. Haven't seen them in Season 3 Invitational. We're still yet to see them yet in MKL.
Exactly, especially in S3 in the Philippines, they didn't have their full roster as PSY couldn't make it to the tournament. So right now, we will want to see them in Somewhere Pyramid during 6 to 8 to see whether Team Secret, to see whether AG can show us their golden form.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I hope so. I hope so for the fans there. They do get to see the prime AG going into KWC as well, because obviously this is what all these teams are famed for, right? They want to go to Riyadh in July and play against those KPL teams as well, right? Like that's where they really want to prove themselves, because not only does the grandeur of the competition become 10 times, but also the prize pool becomes just completely astronomical.
Astronomical prize pool, the warm breeze of Riyadh. Definitely a place to make a statement like what BSE did last year. So definitely a place for all these young people, these young kids to really further blossom and prove that their dream makes sense in this Honor of Kings in Heroes Gorge.
Exactly, yeah. But I mean, it's been a great day so far. To be honest, we've had, 2 zeros, but it's been very, very well. But this is going to be the end of it, guys. So thank you very much for tuning in. I've been Blam. With me has been Sagi. Thank you for watching.
See ya.
Sweat and tears. Blood, sweat and tears. Sweat and tears.
kings, it's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.